Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to Emirates Old Trafford. It's another lovely sunny day. 3 days on the spin, and we've had beautiful weather here in Manchester, and this is the third day of Lancashire's Vitality County Championship fixture against Hampshire, live on the BBC Sport website and app, and pictures across Lancs TV as well. You can just see for our viewers that one or two of the Lancashire players are still out in the middle, just going through a few of their final warm-ups. Young Rocky Flintoff turning his arm over out in the middle as well. And what has been a tough day yesterday for Lancashire, an extremely good one for Hampshire. And the visitors are in a pretty commanding position heading into this third day. Scott Reed and Kevin James with you through the course of today. It's a good day yesterday for Hampshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. You got the feeling that it was one of those days as well. One or two shots that were hit in the air just seemed to find a fielder. On another day, there might have been some gaps, but that probably does gloss over the fact that Lancashire, I don't think, batted particularly well, if I'm honest. The Hampshire seamers stuck at it. There wasn't a lot in the pitch for them, but they kept at it. There was also, of course, Liam Dawson factor, who bowled extremely well, 4 wickets for the left-arm spinner. Yep. And they whittled away. And I'm afraid Lancashire weren't quite up to it.
They weren't, no. And I spoke to Keaton Jennings, a Lancashire captain, last night. And if you are on X, Twitter, then you can see that video now via at BBC Lancs Cricket. And it's well worth you finding it. I thought Keaton Jennings spoke really well last night. He came up to the commentary box, and we had a chat for about 10 minutes, just assessing the day, assessing where Lancashire are at the minute with their playing squad and their, I think, the word we've used a few times, kind of transition with lots of younger players coming into the side. If you've not seen the interview with Keaton Jennings, Lancashire captain, at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter, if you've got Twitter, it's well worth watching as he tries to just try and there's certainly no excuses, but tries to, I think, perhaps give a broader explanation as to where, at the minute, this current Lancashire side is. So that's something to look out for if you're a Lancashire supporter, at BBC Lancs Cricket for that video with Keaton Jennings. As for Hampshire, what do you reckon today then? So Lancashire 193 for 8, and they're still 196 runs behind. So, I mean, Hampshire hold all the cards here, don't they, as to how they feel that this third day should pan out?
Yeah, if you'd asked me that question last night, and there on the Lancashire TV, you can still see the Hampshire. Well, you can see the Hampshire flag. A few of the supporters will be behind that flag as well. They enjoyed their day yesterday, that's for sure. If you'd asked me that question last night, I would have said to you that as long as they can get these last 2 wickets fairly quickly, they won't enforce the follow-on.
Yeah.
I think their minds have changed a little this morning, because as well as it looks today, the weather forecast, I understand, has changed a little for tomorrow, and they are slightly worried as to what sort of weather is coming in tomorrow, and that may alter the way they think. So they might actually, if they get the chance, actually enforce the follow-on. So we'll have to wait and see. I know they were having those discussions earlier on this morning. We'll have to wait to see, assuming they get that decision, of course, what they actually eventually decide.
That's Lancashire's batting card. It was actually going quite well to begin with for Lancashire yesterday. Keaton Jennings and Josh Barnum started off, well, there's the early wicket of Luke Wells, and then Jennings and Barnum put together a 90-run partnership. The Jennings LBW just brought really a kind of a catalogue of mistakes, really, and Lancashire just couldn't find a way to stem the breakthrough. But it happened almost as soon as the Jennings dismissal, didn't it? Because Rocky Flintoff struggled a little bit, faced 10 balls for his naught, and then it just went wicket after wicket after wicket. And Hampshire, to their absolute credit, sensed that opportunity and bounced.
Well, I mean, you've got to remember that Abbott and Abbas are 2 proven international bowlers. Their international days might be behind them, but they have gained a wealth of experience. And that is not a wicket that is helping them a lot. I mean, Abbas actually didn't come out with any wickets, or hasn't so far in this innings. But what he's done is he actually hasn't gone for many runs. 11 overs for 24. So there's no damage being done. There's control there, even though he's not taking a wicket. Abbott's pitched in with 2 wickets, including the one early on against Luke Wells. But when you look at the scorecard, which is on Lancashire TV now, there's Abbott, the inside edge there from Luke Wells. He's playing a long way away from his body there. He might consider himself unlucky, but he's playing a long way. That was a big wicket there, Keaton Jennings. Just caught on the crease a little bit. The ball's pitched into the rough. He's probably done a little bit more than Keaton Jennings expected, but that's a big wicket. That, I'm afraid, from Rocky Flintoff, was not a good shot. I'll talk more about that and that situation in a moment, I think, because that's quite an interesting one. There's a little inside edge there. Was that Matty Hurst?
Yep. And this is happening one after the other, wasn't it?
It is. John Turner, who got a bit of stick early on, but the trap was set on the leg side for exactly that dismissal. And Bohannon still tried to play the same shot. And that's a really good catch to get rid of the left-hander. There, that's Balderson, isn't it? There's one out in the covers. You know, there's some not great shots there. There's another one, Tom Hartley. I mean, what's he doing? You know, there's a lot of damage to be repaired there, and he's still playing like a millionaire. I know he's not in for his batting, but he can bat. You know, he's an intelligent guy, I'm sure. But that's what sort of shot is that? The only one that showed real fight out there is George Bell. And it's a point I want to make here is that number 4, Rocky Flintoff. Now, listen, this guy might be, and probably already is, a very, very good player. I think he already is a good player. He wouldn't be playing in the first team at 16 unless you can play. I don't think it's anything to do with his name. If it is, it's a very small percentage. But he can obviously play. And in 2 or 3 years' time, the guy might be an England player. That's fair enough. But he's 16 years old. He's batting at number 4. I mean, what is going on there? You know, it's, yes, give the guy some experience. And just playing is experience. massive experience. There's two ladies there just ready to ring the bell. Here we go. Oh, let's get me some encouragement. Give it some welly when you do. There we are. Oh, they're doing. Yeah, they're giving it some welly.
Well done, girls.
You've got. I've only seen this Lancashire team in the Championship for a game and a half. So, am I really qualified to comment on? Well, but what I've seen is there needed to be some fight yesterday, and George Bell, for me, was the only one that really showed some fight, and he did that also in the game earlier on in the season at the Utility. He got 99. He got run out. He was distraught. So, from what I'm seeing, and George Bell doesn't play every Championship game. You've got a top three of Wells, Jennings, and Bohannon, which matches any side in the country. All right, they're your top three, no problem. But then you've got number 4 to me is a really important position. And you've got a 16-year-old unproven coming in there. Where's George Bell at 6? For me, I'd have him at 4. And I would say you bat 4 all season or the rest of the season because you've got your top 3 established players and then you've got a guy who's a really gutsy number 4 coming in.
I agree with all of that. And I said the same thing last week at Surrey, and I put this to Dale Benkinson as well. And George Bell, I would have Bell at 4, but Bell has batted at 4 for quite a lot this season. I think he averages about 12 at 4, and they I think are under the impression that he's had a chance at 4. It's not worked for him at 4. Where else do you go? But I agree, it feels like a lot to have a 16-year-old batting at 4, and I'm with you. I will be of the opinion, okay, he struggled a little bit, Bell, at 4 this season. He got great runs at Hampshire, but he missed out last week at the Oval, so he has a chance to reset. You bring him back in, you bat him at 4 again, and you go, right, you're our number 4 for the rest of the season, and you back him. Because he's more advanced. He's not massively experienced, but he's got more experience than Rocky has, obviously. And I agree entirely. I would have Bell at 4, but they've looked at Bell this season at 4, and it's not. And they think, oh, it hasn't worked. You just look at his average at 4. It's not. Yeah. It's not great.
Well, then that's fair enough. I'm only going on what I've seen on 3 or 4 days of cricket.
Yeah, no, I get that,
space over the season. But you know, you've also got Josh Bohannon, who's been a really good player for you guys over the years. You know, again, 3 is actually a really, really important position as well, and it's almost like. For me, when I was playing, 3 kind of shielded your number 4. Your number 4 was always your best player, really. I mean, apart from your openers, who are good players, and they have to be a certain type of player to get through the new ball, blah, blah, blah. But your 4 was really important, because if he's protected enough, he then goes and plays the way he wants to play. And that's super. I mean, you know, just take Hampshire, for example. Vince Bat is at 4. Now, why does Vince Bat pull? Because he's our best player, flair player. If there's a bit of hardness taken off the ball and a bit of shine, he comes in, whack, whack, whack. Of course, it doesn't always work like that, but that's the theory. Yep. You're shielding a 16-year-old, Josh Bohannon. I mean, I would almost change that away. Josh Bohannon's your best player outside your top 2. I'd have him at 4.
Yeah. And then the issue is, do you bat at 3?
Well, that's another issue.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. It's John Turner in to George Bell. That's clipped away down towards the fine leg boundary, and Bell's going to hustle back for a couple. And runs 2. And Lancashire get their first runs of the morning from the first ball of the day. It's 195 for 8.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say your number 3 is expendable, because, again, that's an important position. But your number 3 can come in the first over, it can come in the 30th over. So, you're playing all sorts of different variations in that role. But at the end of the day, you want your number 4 to come in the exact right situation.
Turner bowls. Oh, Bell drives, and he's caught behind. And departs for 35, and Lancashire are 9 down. 195 for 9. Turner gets his 3rd wicket. 3 for 58. And George Bell heads back towards the Lancashire pavilion. Slip fielder in place there. Went for it. Edge. Keeper tumbles away to his right. Ben Brown takes the catch. Lancashire lose the wicket in the first over of the day.
Well, it's blown my argument out of the water, isn't it, really? I mean, I have to say, that's not a great shot. Early on in the morning, he's playing like he did last night, like he's been in there for 2 hours. and expecting the same results. You know, it's a different day. You know, you feel different. Your feet might not be moving as well as they did the day before, but you have to work all that out while you're at the crease. And I'm afraid he's just gone for it. And that, I'm afraid, is a bit of a disappointing dismissal from a Lancashire point of view. Wow, that's not the start they wanted. And just talking earlier about the decisions that Hampshire were thinking about because of this supposed change in the weather tomorrow, whether to actually bat again or enforce the follow-on. If they get 2 quick wickets, then I think the bowlers will feel, yeah, let's go at it again. 195 for 9 then. The new batter is young Tom Aspinwall. Bowls outside the off stump. Again, there's a crowded field on the leg side. Short leg, 2 men in close around the mid-wicket area, and then almost a short backward square leg. So lots of things, and I'm sure you know lots of Lancashire people will say, "Oh yeah, Dale Benkenstein this, Dale Benkenstein that," but I'm sure there's a lot of outside issues as well that are going on. You know, he's a good head coach. He did a very good job at Hampshire a few years back, and maybe a lot of the cards that he's being dealt. That's a short delivery. Aspinwall ducks underneath that fairly easily enough. That there's probably a lot of other external factors as well. For instance, there's a lot of Lancashire players in and around that squad who just basically aren't playing championship cricket for one reason or another. Some obvious, maybe 1 or 2 not so obvious. So it's not just that easy just to put a side together. Aspinwall to face. Turner again bowls. Aspinwall has a little nibble at that one, goes through to Ben Brown. So 194, I think, is the trail behind. For Lancashire, a long way away behind, and certainly well within that follow-on number, which of course Lancashire need to get to 240, which looks a long way off now. Turner in again, runs away from us and bowls wide of off stump. Good carry though from Turner, just kicks the deck. Disappointed with that last delivery, a little too wide, although it did count for George Bell. That is a disappointing shot, I have to say. 195 for 9.
I mean, the other factor in this as well, from again Lancashire's point of view, is that they've been exposed a little bit because of the fact that their overseas signing just didn't work this season. They signed Tom Bruce to come in and play this season and fill that position at 4. You know, Wells, Jennings, Bohannon and Bruce. So they signed someone who'd got a lot of first-class experience. Has actually got a really good first-class record in New Zealand. And that was their overseas batter to slot in at 4. Because, of course, they are looking to try and find the gap left by the likes of Villas and Croft. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of experience. That's a lot of... We were talking yesterday about the experience that Hampshire have got in their side. It's just steered away down towards fine leg. What's that come off? Not a lot. Buys, 4 of them. So 199 for 9. So that and Tom, the signing of Tom Bruce just didn't work. It's just unfortunately, I suppose that happens, doesn't it? They've signed someone with a really good first-class record, but it just didn't work. And they've obviously gone their separate ways, and he's returned back to New Zealand. So
it happens.
Yes, and it's left them a bit short. Forward goes Bailey in defence. Oh, actually, he wants a single there, Bailey. The mid-on was quite a way back, and he's just prodded forward and pushed it up towards mid-on and jogs through for 1, and that brings up 200 for Lancashire.
Applause of some sort around the ground.
Yeah.
For that.
So 200 on the board, 9 wickets down, 189 runs behind.
Unfortunately, you know, every club has its issues. Every team has its issues. When you're winning, those issues stay well below the surface. Unfortunately, when things are not going very well, those issues become major.
Dawson to Aspinwall, and he's gone. LBW. The umpire raises the finger. Dawson signs off with 5. So a great game for him. 5 for Dawson, as well as his unbeaten century in the first innings. And Aspinwall out LBW for naught, and Lancashire have been bowled out. So it didn't last long, it lasted 4 or 5 minutes, and I think 9 deliveries. 200 all out, Lancashire. Deficit of 189. What do Hampshire do next?
I'm guessing that they actually will enforce the follow-on, unless they've had a change of heart. From what I was hearing this morning, and they were very much thinking this weather. But I think the other factor was if they got wickets so early. The bowlers are tired, I'm hearing, a little bit, and I'm sure that's not so unique. Just watching that again, that looks pretty stone dead, doesn't it? Ball's just come in with the arm, it's not doing anything, and he's on the back foot, playing totally down the wrong line. My guess is they will enforce the follow-on. I think if it had been 45 minutes to an hour, they may have been a borderline decision, but
yeah,
my guess is they'll go for it.
Well, they're heading back up towards the dressing rooms for a 10-minute yeah, you're batting again, just to confirm that. So, yeah, they have enforced the follow-on. So Lancashire will come out and bat again. I suppose, I mean, they've not even had to get to the second new ball, so they've had a full night's rest, and as you say, wrapped up in 4 or 5 minutes this morning. Bowlers are still relatively fresh, aren't they? Abbott bowled 15 overs, Abbas has only bowled 11, Turner's bowled 16, so you're not talking about bowlers being absolutely flogged here, are you? And as you say, with especially with this pitch, it's been, you need time. I think you need to, I can't imagine Lancashire will bat as poorly again second time round. You need time to try and bowl them out again, don't you? Even that means you have to chase something down on the last day. Yeah,
well, I mean, I said this in the first innings. I thought Lancashire would get close with the pitch, but they haven't. They haven't got anywhere near close. But again, I mean, I expect them to keep Hampshire out in the field for a long time here. And that will be difficult. Once you start getting to this evening, I think Hampshire are going to find it. They're going to, fitness-wise, and that, you know, back-to-back 4-day games. You know, your seamers, you know, Hampshire's aren't young. Abbas and Abbott, you know, they're not young. So if Lancashire can bat up top well here, they really will make Hampshire work seriously hard.
So 200 all out. The ground staff are heading out to the middle, and well, it's been a pretty brutal first innings from a Lancashire point of view. It's been terrific for Hampshire, led by Dawson. This is how it's all kind of unfolded over the course of the last 24 hours or so. So it all started with a wicket of Luke Wells, bowled by Kyle Abbott for 6, and then Keaton Jennings, one of the first of 5 wickets for Liam Dawson, LBW for 56. Rocky Flintoff became Dawson's second. Out for naught. Wasn't he? Went up a long way. It's been Dawson's day. Little inside edge onto the pad, loops up to Middleton to get rid of Hurst for 4. And then Barnan chipping it to one of those 2 mid-wicket fielders that were in position for that type of shot. Great catch by Toby Albert to get rid of George Bothersome, and likewise by Fuller to get rid of Venkatesh Iyer.
It was a rubbish shot.
That was probably the end of a very, very disappointing day for Lancashire, with Hartley hauling out to Vince in the deep. And then this morning, Bell caught behind by Brown. Turner with 3 wickets, and then Dawson finishes with his 5th wicket of the innings, and Lancashire all out for 200. And Liam Dawson, he got special praise from Keaton Jennings last night for his batting and his bowling. He said, look, he is worse the effect, Keaton said, he is for some of his younger players, he is a standard bearer. That's what you need to be at to compete in county cricket. It's basically what Keaton was saying.
100%, 100%. He, as I've mentioned many times already during this game, he's at the top of his game, you know. And a lot of people say, well, yeah, but Tom Hartley went to India, blah, blah, blah. The difference between those two is obviously experience, which you can't buy. You have to wait. But what Dawson's got, and again, it's a wicket that's not exactly helping him loads, but he's got the confidence to bowl different paces at the batter, which creates its own problems. he's also got the ball that comes in with the arm, which is very good. And they're just little subtle, on this wicket, they're all little subtle, you know, the one to keep Jennings turned out of the rough, yeah, fine. The one to Aspinall at the end, and just to give obvious examples, comes in with the arm. They're little subtleties, but when batters are always looking to try and score runs and eke out something, or at this angle and that angle and whatever, when the ball is coming at you at slightly different paces, tossed up a little bit more, fired in a little bit more, you almost, well, almost, you don't second guess it, but you almost have to try and think on the wavelength that Dawson's bowling, because he's at you the whole time. You know, he's not letting you off. He's not saying, oh, I'll give you a single here and there, whatever, you know, I'll buy a couple of wickets there. He ain't thinking like that. He's thinking about getting you out every ball, and he's planning. It's a bit like snooker, he's planning 2 or 3 balls ahead. So, you know, you have to be on that same wavelength. And if you're not, this is what happens.
So Lancashire will be batting again. Hampshire in force to follow on, with Lancashire starting their second innings, following on, still trailing by 189 runs. We'll bring you that Lancashire second innings shortly. So here we go again. The Hampshire players heading back out. They've been forced to follow on. The roller has been going back and forth on the pitch. Dave sat on his roller. As the 2 on-wing batters. I've been on that roller.
Have you?
Yeah.
Is it fun?
It was great fun. Yeah. It was Colin's idea.
Oh, right.
It won't come as a big surprise that he had me sat on that. I mean, I don't know why, but
Commentating?
just like saying hello, and you know, this is day 1 of whatever it was.
Oh, it wasn't like, oh, I'm going down the pitch.
Yeah.
Now I'm going back up the pitch.
Probably would have been more entertaining over than that.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it was. I think health and safety weren't happy with it at work, you know. But,
oh, really?
Well,
You're on top of it. It's not like you're underneath it.
Well, I think they were worried about my trailing leg. I had a leg dangling in front of the front roll a bit. They weren't happy about that. I said, don't worry, it'll be fine.
Did you fill in a health and safety form?
No, Colin just like picked me up and put me on it.
Did he?
I didn't have any choice. There's no consent in this. He just plonked me on it. Anyway, right. So Lancashire, I got the job of trying to bat better second time. I said to Keith James last night, I guess your challenge will be to state the obvious. You're going to have to bat better second time round. He said, we just need to bat better, full stop. And I think that probably sums up a lot of their season, really. As I say, I mentioned this before, it's worth listening. For Lancashire supporters, I appreciate how Hampshire fans might not be that bothered about what Keaton Jennings says, but for Lancashire viewers and supporters, at BBC Lancs Cricket, I thought he spoke really well, the Lancashire captain, last night. He can't really do anything other as a captain of the club than front up and speak honestly, and I thought he did that really well. So if you can dig out that interview at BBC Lancs Cricket, it's worth a watch. Yeah,
on a day where it's been very difficult as well, it can be actually difficult to talk, can't it? And yeah, good on him for that. I mean, listen, he's a good player. There's no. I mean, is he going to fail twice on this pitch? I mean, he could well do, of course. But I mean, a half century in the first innings is not exactly a failure, but he is known for his big hundreds, and he did get a big 100 down at the Utilita earlier on in the season. And yeah, I mean, the top three. Again, you get through the top three, and I think Hampshire will feel fairly confident they've got this game in the bag. But getting through the top three is the big ask.
Well, Kyle Abbott will get things underway from the Brian Statham end. We're waiting for Dave and his heavy roller to slowly edge its way off. And
they're still moving the rope, and Kyle Abbott was ready to run in.
Eager is Kyle Abbott, don't blame him. So here we go, 3 slips in place. It's Luke Wells on strike. Abbott from around the wicket bowls. Wells plays forward in defence, and there is no run. The decision to enforce a follow-on is quite interesting, because I was with you, and I think most people inside this building yesterday thinking, no, bat again. And then you've got a slightly more tired pitch. You've got obviously you've got Dawson potentially on the last day, but maybe that. Just factors combined, the slight change of the forecast tomorrow, the fact that it's been wrapped up quickly today. And I've asked Lancashire to get out there again. Abbott in to Wells. And he can get solidly forward and defends. The ball deflects to Felix Organs. Does that mean that James Vince is off, or is he?
He might be. He had a migraine yesterday, apparently.
Right,
that's why he was off the field. Although he did look as though he pulled his groin a bit, again, taking that catch. Yeah. Tom Hartley running back at deepish mid-off. But it looks like he's off again. Yeah, apparently, according to Liam Dawson, who I spoke to last night, he said he was off yesterday primarily because he had a migraine.
Right, OK. Abbott again, Statham end. Left alone by Wells, taken by Brown, leaping low down to his right-hand side. It's a good leave by Wells as Abbott comes around the wicket, tailing it into the stumps.
Got one outside of stump, which is the main thing, because that could easily nip back a bit more. And now, interesting, the heavy roller on it again. That may just take a little bit more pace out of the pitch a little bit later on today. And as I say, I think this is going to be a difficult second time again here for Hampshire.
Abbott sets off past the umpire. Wells waits, nibbles its way through towards Ben Brown, who. Ooh. That's an awkward bounce for the keeper, that, wasn't it? He's trying to get something on it to stop it. It's got underneath Brown. You just hope that he's not picked up a bit of a knot there.
That's hurt.
Yeah.
That's Mo Abbas. He's all right. Ready to bowl the second over. It's Ben Brown we've got to worry about here at the moment. He's still. Oh gosh, he's shaking it around the hand and. That's interesting, isn't it? That ball's just completely died on him already a couple of times in this first over. The ball's just died on Ben Brown. He's clearly in pain with the right hand.
Yeah, barely reached the Hampshire keeper on a couple of occasions. There's Abbott again. 2 without loss, Lancashire. Nudged away to the onside by Wells. Making a classic Wells shot, trying to open up that leg side. He's jaggedly leans forward, doesn't he, and then prods the ball away to mid-wicket where Fuller fields. No run. Wills 0. Jennings 0. Just the 2 byes so far. 1 ball left of the over. There he goes, twirling away again, Luke Wells. Likes to twirl the bat. Final ball of the first over of Lancashire's second innings. Abbott to Wells. Again defended out towards cover. No run. So 1 over gone of Lancashire's second innings here on Lancs TV and across the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every county championship game. Live text commentaries on there as well. And we're set for a good day weather-wise. Another bright sunny day in Manchester. And Lancashire bat better second time around here.
Yeah, just looking at those flags over the pavilion, they're blowing a different way today. Oh, there's a little Hampshire supporter there, young Hampshire supporter. On his own. Has he travelled up on his own?
It's a long way to come on your Todd, isn't it?
Or has he fallen out with some of the other
yeah.
Hampshire fans and they banished him?
He's had a fallout, yeah.
Yeah, there's the flags. They're blowing right to left today. They've been left to right last couple of days. So does that mean that expected change of weather tomorrow has something to do with that?
I don't know. But I like the observation. Well, like Hercule Poirot, you.
It's Abbas round the wicket. Oh my God, he's walking so far down the wicket there. Is Keaton Jennings. He's running into the danger end, actually, danger part of the wicket where the bowlers aren't allowed to encroach. Are you allowed to go that far down?
I mean, presumably he's batting out of his crease to begin with. Yeah, he is somewhere out of his crease.
Now look where he plays that. Look, now the bowlers would never be allowed to. Now I'm just one. I mean, far be it for me to put a conspiracy theory out there. As Abbas comes in and bowls, plays that a little more conventionally, gets wrapped on the pad.
No, it's not. It's just like you to put a conspiracy theory out there.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, and I would do this all the time, but remember, Hampshire are batting last on this.
Potentially.
Potentially. Assuming Lancashire bat reasonably well. You know, just saying. So if I'm honest, I'm looking for the umpires. It's
interesting, isn't it? What is in the regulations about that?
Well,
can the batter do that? Can the because the bowlers can't? So
no.
Is it allowed for the batter to do that? It must be.
I would say it isn't really. That's pushed to mid-wicket and there is no run. I don't know too many instances like that. I seem to remember in my memory bank, which is not the best, if I'm honest, that over the years, and I'm talking over the number of years, the rare time it's happened and it's obvious, I think 1 or 2 umpires have actually said something. But at the moment, we're still early days into this. But it's an interesting one to keep an eye on. As I say, I'd hope the umpires are as well. But at the moment, he's behind that. He's outside the crease, but he's okay. Now he's really walking into that again.
Yeah, it's a tactic. We chatted with Paul Allott about this on the other day. This is something that Keaton Jennings has done actually for a couple of years now. Certainly when the ball's moving a bit early on.
Yeah.
And this is an approach he uses a lot.
It's a legitimate tactic. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's, as a bowler, it would be infuriating to have a batter walk up, cut the bases down at you. But he's so far down that he's actually in the area. I mean, look how far he's coming down. I mean, he's playing well inside the line. It's a good delivery, but it's a little wide. But just watch him. He's so far down. Short. Thinks about having a pull at that one, but allows it to go by through to Brown. He's just walking down there now. You'll just see in front of the popping crease, there's 2 white lines either side of the wicket, which the area he's standing in now is fine. You can rough that up as much as you like. But when you go down further than that, straight down the wicket, that's the area the bowlers aren't allowed in. And I would just say it's a no-no for the batters as well. But he'll probably get away with it for a while. And then I think maybe something might be said, but it depends how long he bats for. Again, he's playing inside the line. A little bit of movement there from Mohammed Abbas. 2 without loss. Lancashire are following on trail by 187.
Oh, it looks like Ben Brown's okay. Whatever issue he's had, looks like he's shaking it off. Hampshire wicket keeper.
Steve Jenkins has emailed, first email of the morning.
Oh, lovely.
solentcricket@gmail.com is the email we're using for this one. Listening to your conversations about the Lancashire batting lineup a little earlier. says Steve. George Bell batted at number 3 for Lancashire second 11 against Derbyshire earlier this week, prior to this game, and scored 66 and 72. He clearly does have potential. Well, we discussed him. I'm afraid the shot he played this morning not necessarily wants to move up the order.
Here comes Abbott to Wells. 3 slips waiting. Abbott in bowls. Threw it away off the front foot. Goes Wells. 2 big, tall, powerful-looking figures here, aren't they? The Abbott and the batters here. 2 tall guys that kind of dominate the crease. And Wells there with played that forward defensive, getting right on top of it, trying to exert that sense of kind of authority. It's a good battle, this. I mean, we mentioned before, I mean, we're talking about seriously good bowlers. Good bowlers and 2 good opening batters here. A good challenge, this. Abbott to Wells. Oh, it just nips through into the gloves of Brown.
It's a good delivery, isn't it? Making the batter play, just pitching, just straightening a fraction. Wells is committed. Hasn't done a lot wrong there, Wells. It's just a really good delivery.
It's that option to the left-hander, isn't it, from around the wicket.
It's really hard to play as well, because you know the ball's coming in at you. You're looking to play rather than leave. And then the ball bounces and straightens.
2 without loss. Abbott sets off again. Wells waiting. In the balls, left alone this time. It's a fraction further wide of off stump, and Wells gets forward to it and hoists the bat out the way. These 3 slips all waiting for a chance to pounce. There's Liam Dawson at first slip. He's enjoyed a brilliant day, hasn't he? 5 wickets in the first innings, a century as well. Enjoyed his trip to Manchester. Fletcher Middleton's at second slip. Tom Prest at third. Halfway through the 3rd over. Abbott again. Statham end of Old Trafford in and bowls. Again, Wells off the front foot in defence. And there's no apologies. It's Fletcher Middleton at point. So who's at second slip there?
Second slip's Toby Albert.
Thank you. Cheers. There's Fletcher Middleton. He's at backward point.
There's Toby Albert. Let's give some Dawson some seam bowling tips there, but it looks like the way he was flicking his fingers there. Was he sharing a joke? Looks like he was getting more response than Ben Brown.
But sets off again past the umpire. Wells able to work it away to the square leg boundary. Fuller just stop it. Wells runs back for 2. There's an unusual looking shot by Wells, wasn't it? Kind of crab-like across the crease and then swats it out towards square leg.
It was, wasn't it? A little bit cramped for room, but I think what he was trying to do was stay on top of it and not hit it in the air. Just helped it on the leg side rather than crash it away. I don't think you'll get too many from Kyle Abbott. I think Kyle Abbott's just bowled 1 or 2 just for something different.
Picked up 2 for 36 in the first innings, Abbott. Of which one of them was Wells. That's pushed full and wide of off stump and left alone. So just a couple coming off the over. 4 without loss, Lancashire. And second innings, they're following on, still 185 runs behind.
Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com just with a couple of stats here about Liam Dawson, who's already hit 100 and taken 5 for in this game with his wicket this morning of Tom Aspinwall. Dave says it's the 20th time a Hampshire man with a century and a fifer has come in the same first-class match. He's mentioned a few names which, wow, are even way back. Of the ones that you all know, left alone, start of a new over from Abbas to Keaton Jennings. James Vince, surprisingly, did it against Loughborough University back in 2013. And others names that people might know. Nigel Cowley, former spin all-round, you might not remember.
No, another name.
Malcolm Marshall.
Oh, all right.
And Dimmy Mascarenas.
Cool. It's a good list then.
Amongst others from way back. Thank you, Dave. It's Mohamed Abbas. He's still searching for his first wicket in the game. To Jennings. That's a little straighter. That's clipped away down to fine leg. John Turner down there, who was the other wicket taker this morning, picked up the first one, George Bell. Little wide one, which Bell chased.
You played with Michael Marsh, didn't you?
Many times.
Yeah.
So glad he was on my side.
Yeah, very wide, yeah.
I used to be scared of slip. Well, I didn't field at slip very often, but gully I did. Honestly, I used to think, boy, if that comes off the edge to me. Whew. And it did a few times. Fortunately, not always in the air. So so it didn't go past me at catchable height, and then I moved about when the ball was about 10 yards past me. Most of the time it was along the ground, but yeah, rapid. There's Abbas. Forward is Luke Wells. That hasn't quite come out of the middle of the bat.
Would he be the quickest that you've seen live or played with or against? Or
well, there was a few of them in that era, wasn't there?
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, skiddy. I mean, seriously skiddy. But there was a lot of them around that sort of pace. Right. There wasn't a lot between them. Just on particular days, if they felt good and ran in a bit quicker, and the pitch suited them. So it did vary. But yeah, I think consistently, because he swung it as well, which was a nightmare for the batters. It's fair enough if it's straight up and down, and even that's not great. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's bounced a little bit there to Wells. Ben Brown looks all right, doesn't he, behind the stumps?
Yeah.
Whatever pain he got in his left hand, he looks okay.
It was a really horrible bounce he got, wasn't it? There was a couple from Abbott that, when they pitched, they kind of bounced. They died, didn't they, basically? And they bounced just in front of Ben Brown and caught him somewhere. And it's obviously there's a bit of a discomfort there, but it's like he's shaken that problem.
It does, isn't it? Yeah.
He's been a good signing, hasn't he, from Sussex?
Yes, he has. Terrific.
Yeah.
It's about his third season now, I think.
Okay.
He's Abbas. Forward is Wells, covering that up nicely. Ball trickles up towards mid-on. Yeah, he came to Hampshire averaging 40 with the bat as well. So, I mean, a good keeper and with a first-class average of 40. I mean, that's...
Well, is it that time when Sussex was just letting these players... I mean, Luke Wells
was another one. I mean, at Sussex, he was averaging 35 with the bat. I mean, I know this season he's down. What is he? Just a fraction under 25, but he's still, overall, his Lancashire career averages 37, which is, pretty good. And then, yeah, one of those that's gone as well. Ali Orr from Sussex last winter came to Hampshire, although he's still raw. Bass bowls. Wells is forward, but yeah.
I mean, to a degree, you could almost understand some of the younger players that might leave, because that tends to happen, doesn't it? But then Sussex just let a lot of senior guys go, as well as a lot of younger guys go. It was a bit of an odd situation, really.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes things at clubs just don't quite go.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, do they? And some players see their futures elsewhere. And listen, people talk in the game. It's not supposed to go on officially, but people do talk.
It's good to talk about.
Turned.
Yeah.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
What was that advert? Was that BT?
Is that like a phone company, wasn't it?
Yeah, other telecoms companies available.
Exactly.
Of course.
It's good to talk.
Yeah.
As long as you subscribe to our monthly package.
Yes. Otherwise, keep quiet.
Yeah. Abbott from the Statham end. He's appealing for an LBW there. He liked that, Abbott. The slip slide liked it too, as Jennings rocked onto the front foot. How far forward did he get? And across, for that matter.
Yeah, he's outside of stuff, isn't he? But it's worth a shout.
It is.
It is pad bat. That's sort of tucked in a little bit behind the pad there, Jennings. But worth a shout, but I think he would have been fairly confident when that hit him. He was all right.
Yeah. He's got enough, hasn't he? Forward and across, outside the line of off stump that. But to Jennings, driven to mid-off. John Turner fields. And there is no run.
See him in action again soon.
He got. Well, would he be the quickest of the Hampshire bowlers? Or
yeah, I mean, him and Fuller are the quicker men.
He just seemed to get a bit of extra.
He
got
did.
something to bounce a bit.
And he got better, didn't he? As the innings wore on, and as he got through a few more overs, his first 4 overs, he didn't settle at all.
No, he came back well for his second spell. It's left by Jennings this time through to Brown. And there's no run. Yeah, he was a bit expensive, wasn't he? His first spelling, he bowled 5 over spell, something like that. But then he came back.
Yeah.
And
then he got
nicely.
the ball to shape in a bit, didn't he? A bit of reverse. Bohannon hitting it into the leg side. Just a combination of him falling over the shot a bit as well, but also the ball just shaping in a fraction. Caught him in a position that he didn't really want to be playing. And a wicket this morning.
Halfway through the 5th over. Jennings on the walk again. Dropped short by Abbott. Maybe he sees Jennings just advancing towards him, and he just bends his knees and gets underneath that. Through to Brown. Jennings on the way forward. Ooh, shorter ball. I'll get underneath that.
Yeah, I think you have to. You know, if a batter's doing that at you, every now and then you have to do that. Just as a matter of course, really. I mean, it won't stop him doing it, but it'll just give him something else to think about, really.
5 without loss. Jennings waits. Abbott balls again. He's pushed full, side off stump. And again, Jennings just rocking onto that front foot. He pulls the bat out the way. Allows that to slide past into the gloves of Ben Brown, Lancashire captain. At the minute, Lancashire's best batter. Lancashire's captain. Of weight on his shoulders. Well, he's an experienced guy, isn't he? And he's been a fabulous player for Lancashire since he arrived from Durham. A ball left to the over. He just plays inside the line of that. Good stuff by Abbott. 5 overs gone. Lancashire have got 5 runs in their second innings. They're following on. 1 or 2 supporters have made the journey into the ground today. Checking the scores from around the country, maybe. We'll have a look at that ourselves, maybe, in a minute or two. There's Mike with his Rose's hat, watching in from the back of the seats in the front of the pavilion. We've got a few on the balcony as well in the hotel.
Perfect way to watch, isn't it?
Nice.
Absolutely perfect. Yeah. It's always like, a lot of people like Championship cricket for various reasons, but I think when they come, they like the space around them, don't they? You can pick 2 seats and know that nobody's going to be on top of you.
Like that lad did.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, yeah.
Hampshire
Yeah.
man,
I
sat
don't
by
want-
himself.
Yeah, I don't want anybody within 50 yards of me, but you know, a lot of people like that.
Yeah.
You know, they don't like it maybe when there's T20 on or 100 on, and there's people right, you know, right behind you,
It's too
right
many
in front of
people.
you. Yeah, yeah. They like the space around them. I've got my own space. There's a bass round the wicket again. Tucks it away behind square on the leg side, jogs through for a single, moves on to 3. And Lancashire 6 without loss, trailing Hampshire by, is it 6? Yeah, trailing Hampshire by 183. Email here from Simon Jones of the Hampshire Cricket Board, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, just a quick good luck message to all the club players, volunteers, officials and supporters who are finishing their seasons this weekend in the Southern Premier League, the Hampshire Leagues and the Lancashire Leagues. Is that the same up here? Last week
Could
of
be, yeah.
club cricket?
They started late up
leagues.
here. They started at least a week, if not 2 weeks. It was pushed back because the weather was so poor. So
Oh, right.
I kind of lost track of the.
I'll have a look at
dates.
it up in a minute. See if it is the last week of club cricket up here in terms of league. Oh, he's up the wicket there, Ben Brown takes that. My word, that was a good catch. He's actually taken it at the second attempt, but I think he is taking a bit of a risk coming up here, but because Keaton Jennings so often is coming down the wicket, now Keaton Jennings is right back in the crease. Look at that. He's taken that at a chest height. That's a great, to have taken that fairly cleanly. Just, yeah, that won't do his left hand any good.
No, it won't, will it? No. It's a bit of a brute, that, wasn't it?
There's a bass again, bowls, and that's another good take. It's just a little bit of bounce there, so Ben Brown's doing a good job already there. Simon goes on to say there's a great ECB live scores app, Play Cricket Live, to keep track of all the promotion and relegation issues in the local club cricket, certainly down south. He says, any suggestions on what to do on Saturdays for the next few months? Rest.
Yeah, put your feet up.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
I'll have a look. What's the local league here?
Well, there's lots.
Well, the main one.
Well, I'd probably go to the Lancashire League.
Lancashire, of course. Ha. Here comes the Bass, and forward is Jennings. It's gone up towards mid-off. Lancashire Cricket League. Let's see if they're still playing today.
Could be.
I'm sure somebody's already emailed me saying, yes, it is.
Yeah, so there's at least a 2-week delay to the start of the leagues this year. Just couldn't get the grounds ready. The weather was so wet. And I think it was the first time in the league's history that they delayed the start of it. They pushed it back at least a week or two, just to try and just give everybody a chance, to try and get clubs a chance to get ready.
Right.
Outfields weren't great, pitches weren't great, clubhouses weren't ready. You know, the whole lot really, because the wet kind of spring that we had.
Here's Abbas again. Oh, he's maybe an inside edge onto the pad there. Stunted appeal. Where are we? 2024 senior fixtures, Division 1. Oh, it does go into September, by the looks of this. So what are we today? 31st. Well, there's no fixtures today. That can't be right. I've got the 25th of August, and then the next ones aren't till 1st of September. Is that right?
Well, it could be, if that's what it says.
Oh, Sunday. Do they play on Sundays?
Yeah.
Oh, they do. Burnley against Littleborough tomorrow.
More. Yeah.
It's pushed away behind square off the back foot there by Jennings. End of the over. So we've had 6 overs of the Lancashire follow-on, and they are 6 without loss. What will be the top game there then? That's tomorrow.
That's another 2 weeks, isn't it, of looking at that, of fixtures?
25th of August and then the 1st of September.
And then the last one on the 8th of September.
Yeah. That is late, isn't it?
We have a weekly cricket programme on BBC in Lancashire. Every Wednesday we look at all the leagues around Lancashire. There's loads of them. Yeah. Northern League and Lancashire League and all the rest of it. And yeah, we have a kind of live guest coming in from one of the clubs every Wednesday night to look at the leagues. It's quite a good programme. It's got a good kind of following, really. Local league cricket and club cricket around the county. Abbott into Wells. It's pushed away off the front foot by Luke Wells up towards mid-off, no run.
So Darwin sit top of the Lancashire Cricket League, according to this. Burnley second. Lower House. Where's Lower House?
It's near Burnley. Yeah.
Oh, right.
That's had some famous players of it in the time. Lower House, yeah. Well, I think probably most of these clubs haven't they? Most of these clubs have got a history of having magnificent overseas players. Some of the greats. It was littered with some brilliant overseas names, the Lancashire Leagues, wasn't it? Over the last 40, 50 years or so. Abbott in. Forward again goes Wells. And he defends up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
So, looks like, a few more fixtures coming up. Just trying to find the right... 25th of August. I'm looking at the fixtures. There were some fixtures. They looked like they were all abandoned. They were. They all started. A lot of them started. Some of them didn't. Yeah. But there was obviously a lot of rain around then.
Abbott tearing in. Rolls off the back foot. Just nudges the ball away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 6 without loss. Brad Wheel is out there as well. So we've got 2 subfielders on. Wheel at mid-wicket. And... Felix Organ, who's at mid-on. So yeah, a couple of substitute fielders out there for Hampshire at the minute. We know that James Vince is off. Sure who else has left the field momentarily. Smothered away by Wells, again leaning forward into that front foot and defends. Ball ricochets out to Fletcher Middleton at point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'm looking at the fixtures for tomorrow. So top of the league, Darwin.
Yep.
They're at Norden. Stag Park. That game. Where's Norden then? And who did I say was second?
Burnley.
Burnley. They're at home to Littleborough.
Okay.
At Burnley. There we are. So the Lancashire Cricket League still got a little bit more to do.
Abbott for Hampshire from around the wicket to Wells. Full of ball, which he drives to Turner at mid-off. And there is no run. 6 without loss. One ball left of the 7th over. Good stuff by Abbott. He's only gone for 2 runs so far from 3.5 overs. Lancashire, and these 2 opening batters, experienced opening batters, trying to nullify the this new ball threat. Here's Abbott to complete the over. And again, Wells forward in defence. And there's no run maiden for Kyle Abbott. 7 overs gone. Lancashire 6 without loss in their second innings. Following on, still trailed by 183.
The ball's not doing a great amount out there at all, is it? It's as I suspected, really. I mean, it wasn't doing a great amount in the first innings, but feels like it's doing even less now. So, yeah, this is going to be a long day in the field, I think, for Hampshire. Probably had not a lot of choice, really, once they picked up those 2 quick wickets this morning, and they think there's a bit of weather coming in tomorrow. But I think with everything considered, they were probably almost led down the path of making Lancashire follow on again. So Abbas, with Ben Brown standing up, comes in again, bowls to Jennings, leaving that one alone. It's come through a little bit more normal bounce. Easier take for Ben Brown, that one.
Different threat, isn't it, when the keeper stood up? We could see earlier from the view for the viewers on Lancs TV, this angle here from Jennings earlier on, we could see him batting quite a way out of his crease when the keeper was stood back. Now Ben Brown, the keeper, stood up. Jennings has to start much deeper in the crease. Just changes the completely the way he bats.
Well, it does, and the theory behind that, as Abbas comes in again, bit of bounce there, hit out square on the leg side, fielded by Fuller. The theory there, of course, when he's walking into the shot, then if it's hitting him on the pad, it's so far down the wicket, no chance of an LBW, whatever. Being forced back on the crease and closer to the stumps brings the LBW decision into play a little bit more. Now, Jennings will feel, actually, that's not too much of a problem on this wicket. I mean, if the wicket was darting around a little bit more, that would be more of an issue for him, but I don't think he'll mind too much. Here's Abbas, cuts it away, doesn't really time it out to point. It's fielded by young Fletcher Middleton. But, yeah, again, I think Brown has to, really.
Yep. And, well, it's great. You've got a keeper that can stand up to Abbas here, isn't it? I mean, that's...
Yeah.
That is easy. pretty sharp work. It's pretty brave work, isn't it?
Well, especially with a new ball.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there'll be a little bit of inconsistencies there. We've already seen it a couple of times when he took that one early on and hit him in the chest almost, off a length. But as the ball gets softer, it'll get easier. Now, is he playing at that one, Jennings? Maybe not, I don't know. Again, it's a good take.
Superb, isn't it?
And, of course, standing up, the keeper has to wear a helmet, which has been enforced now for a while, which is a good decision. I remember, the worst example I remember was Paul Downton, many moons ago, playing for Middlesex against Hampshire at Basingstoke. And for no other reason that the ball clipped the top of the stumps and the bail went straight in his eye. Yeah, and he struggled for quite a while after that. I presume the grill would stop that. I don't know. Doesn't have. Oh, now I think he is playing at that. I think Abbas has just got into a good little rhythm here and just getting the ball to straighten. And that's a good delivery. Yeah, Keaton Jennings is just saying to Luke Wells, has that done as much as I thought it might? Yeah, it's a good delivery.
It's a fantastic take as well.
It is, isn't it? Makes it look easy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that's not easy what he's doing. Not only is it a decent pace and not easy to stand up to, but when the ball's doing a little bit off the seam, got to be a good keeper to be doing that. That seems to be enjoying it out there with a little bit of movement at the moment. Comes in again and bowls to Jennings, and oh my word, that's a serious delivery. He's playing at that. That's a really great over. It's a maiden. It could have so easily have been a wicket maiden. And Keaton Jennings just walking past Abbas saying, well bowled, mate. But I'm still here.
That was lovely, that. I don't know whether that was caught on camera or not, but that was really nice to see that. That was a really good battle between Abbas and Jennings, and at the end of the over, they both fist pumped.
Yeah.
Jennings and Abbas. That was really nice. But that was a proper good contest. That's really good bowling. And Jennings has played a couple, but he's left a couple. He's had a bit of good fortune along the way. That was just a really good little contest.
Wasn't it? And it's nice, isn't it? I mean, I don't know Keaton James. I've heard he's a decent bloke, and Mo certainly is. And it's mutual sort of respect, professional respect.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. I think we might be able to see it actually. If for our viewers on Lancs TV will have a little look at that little moment. That was a nice little contest between them. Little fist bump between the pair of them. There we go. Here's Wells off the front foot and defends, and there's no run.
That's great, isn't it?
It was.
Nice little light-hearted moment. You know, Lancashire are fighting hard, and I'm sure, you know, everybody around the ground, oh God, you know, here we go again, and certainly in the dressing room they will. And then, but still, players can still find a moment to just acknowledge. Look at that.
That's terrific. 6 without loss. Wells 3, Jennings on 1. And here comes Kyle Abbott for Hampshire. Clipped away off the pads by Luke Wells. Just angled into him, but a little onto the leg stump and just flicked out towards mid-wicket where Fuller fields. Yeah. And there's no run.
It was interesting at the top of the first innings where Abbott looked the more dangerous bowler. And then we've got a reversal here where Abbas looks the more dangerous bowler.
He's just got into a good rhythm there, hasn't he, Abbas?
He has.
With Brown standing up behind the stumps, especially when Jennings is on strike, it makes for a really interesting contest, that. Abbott to Wells. He's happy to leave that. Through it goes to the keeper. And there's no run. He's not quite hit the standards of the heights of the previous couple of years, Luke Wells. He's been a fine player for Lancashire since he joined Sussex. And when he gets going, when he's at his free-flowing best, he's a absolute... They're very different opening batters. I mean, they're two tall left-handers, but they play very different ways and score in very different areas. And when Wells gets going, he's terrific to watch, but this is not the moment for that just yet. Again, happy to leave. Through to Brown, no run. Something always quite good to watch when you've got not just a left-hander, but a big, tall left-hander, swashbuckling style in good form.
Yeah.
It's good to watch, but the moment here, a period of the day and a period of the game here, really, where Lancashire having to curtail all that and show some fight in the second innings. As Keaton Jennings said last night at the close of play. Abbott back into Wells. And just flicks it out towards the leg side and follows at mid-wicket to field. No run.
Yeah, and you're looking at these two, aren't you? You know, in the batters to come. You know, you're looking at these two. You're looking at Bohannon to kind of show you the way. You know, and you take inspiration from that. These two bat after lunch, you know, they're still there at lunchtime, they're batting after lunch, and all of a sudden you think, yeah, I can do that.
1 ball left for the 9th over. Abbott still probing away, looking for the breakthrough. Wells gets right in behind it. Plays a solid looking defensive shot down the ground towards Felix Organ, who's out there for the captain, James Vince. So who's in charge here? Is it, we were chatting about this yesterday, weren't we? Is it kind of a combination of a few that might be?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, Nick Gubbins is the 50-over captain. So, what shirts have they got? Just looking at that.
They're flash numbers, aren't they? I mean, the Lancashire shirts, but
are they?
They're kind of bright yellow. I've never seen that before.
Sort of the same colour as the Hampshire one-day shirts.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
So I was thinking they might be, but the badge I don't recognise. But
no, it's definitely a Lancashire badge, that.
Is it?
Lancashire Lightning badge, that.
Couple in the crowd, enjoying the sunshine and the cricket.
This is a good contest there, isn't it?
Yeah, terrific. Here we go again then. It'll be Abbas around the wicket, and he's just pushing Fuller a little straighter at mid-wicket. And a little closer as well. Probably feels that anything that's going square on the leg side is the wrong line. Shouldn't really be going through there. Here comes the Bass bowls. Jennings is OBW, is he? Yes, he is. And he's got him for the second time in the game. Look at the celebrations there from Mo Abbas. That is the big wicket. And Jennings goes for one. I wouldn't say it's been coming, but he's been tested over the last over or so from Abbas. And Abbas has won that contest.
Yeah, and the reaction of the Hampshire players speaks absolute volumes. One, it's a really little intense period that was just bubbling up. So that'll be an outburst of that, the relief that that's gone in their favour. But it's also the fact it's who he is. And he knew, didn't he, Jennings? You could tell from his reaction there, Keaton Jennings. Oh, he knows he's in trouble. He's kind of lurches forward and uses his bat to keep him propped up. Here we go. Oh, I'm fearing the worst, and there is the finger.
It's on the back leg. He probably feels it's a fraction high, but just looking at that square on, it just looked right, didn't it? From the moment it hit him, it looked right. Now, the combination of things there, we were talking earlier about Ben Brown standing up, which means Jennings is back in his crease, which, as we were saying at the time, it brings the LBW into play. In the first couple of overs, when he's walking down the wicket, if it hits him like that, he's too far down, no chance. But he's forced back into his crease because Ben Brown is standing up, and there's the dismissal. Just look at Abbas there. What celebration.
Yeah, love that.
From a man that's taken over 800 wickets in his career. Look at that.
Brilliant, yeah. I don't know whether the guys can do a little. I mean, sometimes they can do these split screens. I don't know whether that is something that can be done, but it'd be fascinating to watch early in the innings when Jennings is walking forward out of his crease and allowing balls to go past,
Yeah.
and then see him back in the crease being pinned LBW because the keeper stood up. It just makes a massive difference.
Huge.
It does, doesn't it? But I don't know. Don't worry about it if you can't do that. I'm asking quite a bit there. But
they could do so much here. What was they doing before the start of play? They had the mobile phone.
They did, didn't they? They had some mobile phone footage
on the screen before it was broadcast, and it was just what they do up here is just amazing. It really is.
Yeah, some kind of mobile phone.
Just wandering around, and then they wanted you. What did they wanted you to do?
Oh, I don't know. I think they think I'm
pin the mobile phone to you and keep tabs on you where you go.
What's that all about?
When you go AWOL.
Go on the tram and go home.
Abbas is bowling to Bohannon. Ben Brown is standing back, and Bohannon plays that back to the bowler. So this will be a little different now, of course, with the right-hander in. Abbas switching to over the wicket. He'll be looking to go back to what he traditionally does, really, is just try and just get the ball to shape away, couple in, and that sort of thing. It's a bit different. It's predominantly to the left-hander, angling the ball in, getting the ball to seam and get the angle straight, which was what Keaton Jennings, I'm afraid, succumbed to. Here's Abbas. Hammond plays that late into the ground, fielded at gully.
Yeah, the reactions from Hampshire speak volumes, don't they? And it will be a combination of the fact that it's Keaton Jennings, and it'll be a combination of the fact that and also that little pressure that was being built, that little battle that was created. Felt like that was a potentially little key moment in the morning.
Agreed. I mean, Hampshire had to get a wicket around that time because they were so on top in that little battle. That's the time you want to be taking the wicket. If Keaton Jennings had got through that, then yeah, it would have been a little different. Bohannon's forward again. It goes up towards extra cover. Well, I'm afraid, what have we had? An hour this morning, and Hampshire have won the first hour.
Yep.
Already.
Yeah, so I've got Lancashire's first innings wrapped up quickly. Yep, got rid of a key batter, but can't all be Keaton Jennings. There's a lot of talent in that dressing room, and Keaton's had a fantastic season for Lancashire. He's done his bit. Can do no more with the bat in this game. It's up to the others now.
Yeah, it is. Abbas in again, and that's come in, and Bohannon pushes forward. It goes out just in front of square on the leg side. I thought Abbas was running in quite nicely in the first innings, actually. Maybe a little bit unlucky not to have picked up a wicket, but I think he's found a little bit of extra movement with this ball. And just seems to be enthused by it, running in nicely. Six for one. into the 10th over. Hampshire making life hard here for Lancashire second time around. Here's Abbas. Bohannon is forward. And that is a very good over. That's a wicket maiden for Abbas. 5 overs, 1 for 2. 6 for 1. Wells is 3. Bohannon's faced 5 balls and yet to get off the mark. And Keaton Jennings, the big wicket there. LBW for just the 1. So Lancashire still trail by 183 in the game, having been bowled out for 200 this morning. Resumed on 193 for 8. They lost their last 2 wickets for just 7 runs. A lot rests on Luke Wells' shoulder and Josh Bohannon, the 2 senior batters in the Lancashire side, to go along with Keaton Jennings, but Keaton Jennings can do no more in this game. There's now the 2 players out there in the middle that need to really get a grip of this situation. Kyle Abbott can continue from our commentary end, round the wicket to Wells. Wells is forward. Bat and pad nicely close together. It's pushed up to Turner, who's having a little wait for his, well, I suppose what will be his second spell of the morning. Having had a brief 1 over spell this morning. Just 9 balls Hampshire needed to wrap up those last 2 wickets. George Bell out for 35, only added 2 to his overnight total. And young Tom Aspinwall out for no score. Tom Bailey not out. Somebody's running off from Hampshire there. Just a bit of a break. Are we going to get a helmet? Yes, we are. John Turner has rushed off to get the helmet and pads, so we're going to have, I presume, a short leg in here. Now, I would say the reason for the short leg will be that if Wells is pushing forward, and if the ball on this angle, it's not really moving too much in for Abbott in this innings, but you're looking for the inside edge onto the pad and balloons up to short leg. I guess that's my thinking. But for me, the ball hasn't done a lot of that, and Wells hasn't actually ballooned anything up in that area. But maybe Hampshire feel that at 6 for 1 and they've bowled over 10 overs now, that the Lancashire innings is stuck a little bit, so they're trying to make something happen.
Is it a little bit almost just playing in the batter's eye and
yes,
playing in the batter's mind? It might not go anywhere near Middleton in that position. It might not even bowl to try and get that wicket, but it's just in the back of the mind, maybe.
I think you're right. It just gives Wells, you know, he'll then think, oh, okay, if I'm pushing forward and the ball leaps back on me, so I better just make sure that doesn't happen. Gives him something else in his head. Abbott comes in and bowls to Wells. Wells is forward, plays it out square on the offside. Email here from George, solentcricket@gmail.com, under the heading of County Caps.
Okay.
It says, Kevin Scott, enjoying as usual, excellent coverage of the game, despite the score, he says in brackets. I'm still relatively new to county cricket, despite my age. I only started attending cricket matches 2 years ago. What is the criteria for being awarded a county cap? In brackets, I've been used to players getting first cap and when they make first appearances for test team or indeed football internationals, close brackets. Keep up the good work. County caps.
There's Abbott in balls to Wells. His defence just snapped it up towards mid-off and there's no run. Did you get your county
I did.
cap?
It took me a while.
Did it?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
I did get one at Middlesex. I was
long were you there
for 5 years.
A bit harsh.
Well, no, it wasn't, because I was more out the side than in. That's
fair
why
enough.
I moved to Hampshire. But and then it took me probably another 5 years to
Did
get
it?
that. Yeah,
Oh, you
it was,
had to
I was a
work
while.
hard for it,
Yeah,
didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
Well, was it different in terms of how readily they were hand awarded?
It seems now that there's less handed out. Am I right? I don't know. That's probably not true.
Again, Abbott to Wells, forward in defence, no run.
I mean, obviously, you have to be at a club for a while. I mean, they used to be, and I'm sure it's still the same now, really, that you awarded your county cap when you became an established member of the side and your name was sort of on the team sheet without any worries. You know what I mean? I mean, if you were one of those that's in and out, then it's difficult. It was difficult to get a county cap, but once you became a regular and over a season or two you were playing every game, then that was when you would think, well, I'm sure my county cap's coming here.
Abbott to Wells, a little bit of width. That's a lovely shot off the back foot, punched away through the offside. Won't reach the boundary. It's a big boundary there. Through the offside to the left-hander batter when the ball is coming from this Statham end. That's a big boundary. We're out towards the party stand end of the square here. And Gubbins caught up with it, but it's a nice looking shot by Wells. He's not had too much chance to put his arms up there.
No chance at all, really. The other side of it is as well is also financial.
Yeah. Because
the PCA, the Professional Cricket Association, over the years have worked with the counties and the ECB.
Final ball of the over. Abbott into Wells, forward in defence, no run.
And there are pay scales for players, and there's minimums. Obviously, there's a set minimum. Obviously, some counties play more than that, and others probably are closer to that. But and there are criteria for uncapped players and for capped players, and certain ages. I think I think they go through the ages of uncapped players, and then it's the same with capped players. So you jump from one level of pay to the next once you become a capped player. That's what used to happen. Of course, I don't go into financial situation with the players, but I would say very much that is still the case.
Change of bowling here, so it brings an end to Mo Abbas's opening spell, which he's got the key wicket, and we mentioned a little bit earlier before about the challenges that he was facing and how Jennings was batting in one manner and then forced to bat in another. For viewers on Lancs TV, if we can watch that again, that was to the left, Jennings batting out of his crease with the keeper stood behind. So there he goes, moving forward with that, the keeper stood up behind the stumps, and then as soon as Ben Brown comes behind the stumps, he's forced to retreat back into the crease, and that brings the LBW into play. Exactly as we were saying. Great work. Oh, I thought there was a bowling change. Actually, they're not. They're going to stick with the Bass for another one here, but they've changed the field a bit. Similar to what they had for John Turner and Bohannon in the first innings. Here he is from the pavilion end. Then Abbas bowls to Bohannon, who actually pushes that out to short mid-wicket. Now, surely he's not going to go the same way again. I mean, but Hampshire have set it and are saying, go on then. You want to hit it through mid-wicket? You're going to have to get it through some men on the drive who were waiting, and it was a surprise in the first innings that he went for it. But I did think it was quite a good ball from John Turner, because it did actually reverse in the fraction, which maybe caught Bohannon a little bit unawares. Here's a Bass bowls to Bohannon, quietly pushing up to mid-on. It might be a little early on in his innings, perhaps, for him to be thinking about forcing the ball too much through the leg side. But if Abbas does overpitch a fraction, the temptation is there. I think that was a feature, Kevin, for me of yesterday, of the reaction out there by the Hampshire fielders, by whoever was running the team. When Vince was off, Dawson bowled beautifully, Abbas, Abbott, everyone contributed, but actually it was the way that they went about it in the field as well, the field positions, how they set traps and how they bowled to it. Abbas again gets another leg ball. I mean, no, you're right. Shots, there was some given away, obviously. But one or two of the batters made it easier for Hampshire, that's for sure. But no, you're right, and this is the difference. You know, you've got a lot of youngsters. You know, all I've heard since I've been around, the media centre and around the ground is we've got too many youngsters in the side. Now, there's a few reasons for that, I guess, and and I don't think you can blame that all on the coaching staff. That there's probably other issues slightly away from that. Whatever, that's for other people to worry about. But when you've got a team that has more experienced players and know what they're doing, they know plans, they've been in these situations many times. Here's Abbas, short to Bohannon, it's a good bouncer, very high though. And it makes it easier for the captain in a way, and they can almost suggest things to the captain. When you've got youngsters, you're not going to expect a youngster to go up to Keaton Jennings and say, do you know what, I want to do this and I want to do that, because Keaton might say, well, look, hang on a minute, I'm not so sure that's a great idea. Whereas when you get maybe like a Dawson going up to somebody, and then you say, well, actually, he knows what he's talking about, he knows what he wants, and he will bowl to that. It does make things a little easier, and maybe maybe yesterday it did expose that a little bit, the difference, the gulf between the two. Here's Abbas again. Next ball, which Bohannon is in behind. But, Hampshire have got to this point over a period of time. And I know Lancashire, have been there or thereabouts recently, but you have lost a couple of players, a couple of fellas. I know he didn't have a great year last year and whatever, but the guy knew cricket inside out. And probably knew the team inside out as well. So,
And they did drift. There's no doubt about it. That last wicket partnership yesterday morning did expose a few things, didn't it, really? Here's Abbas. Bounce forward. Not giving him anything at all here, Abbas. That's another maiden. 6 overs, 1 for 2 from Mohamed Abbas. You know, and that's the control,
yep.
you know, that these guys have. You know, it's a wicket that's not doing anything. Apart from that one serious ball at Keaton Jennings, which got him out, there's not been a lot else really, has he? Oh, he got beaten. He got beaten on the outside edge in that over and the over previously. But other than that, you wouldn't say there's a lot out there to be too worried about. But what Hampshire have done very well is, okay, we might not look like taking a wicket too often, which is about right for this pitch. But I tell you what, you're not going anywhere. 12 overs bowled, 8 for 1. Not going anywhere.
No. First bowling change it will be from the Brian Statham end. I thought previously they were going to bring Turner in from that far end, but they stuck with Abbas. Turner coming in to replace Abbott. So Abbott's 6 overs, 4 maidens for 4 runs comes to an end. And John Turner replacing Kyle Abbott.
You have got another batter coming next year, haven't you? Is it Michael Jones?
Yes, right, yeah. This
From
time
Durham.
From Durham, yeah.
I mean, he does reasonably well for Scotland, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He's got
plays.
a pretty decent record, hasn't he? He plays, you know, I think all formats, doesn't he, for Durham? He plays in the blast side as well. Right, Turner from the Statham end. Wells takes a single here, just shuffled away off his hip. And through for 1. Wells moves on to 6. 9 for 1. I saw Dame Villas actually last week. We're chatting about Lancashire's Lancashire's kind of challenge to try and replace some of the senior players who've been outstanding for them over the last few years. Dane was absolutely magnificent. And I saw him at the Oval last week. He was there with his young son. I felt like saying to him, you got your pads with you. You're not fancy having one more season, Dave. Give some of the boys a help. Some void to fill, though, someone like Villas. Yeah. You know, he's so good for so long. Yeah, the heartbeat of the team, really. Appeal by Turner. Oh, he's got him! Bahannon's out for naught. Lancashire lose their second wicket. 9 for 2, Lancashire, and Josh Bahannon's gone. LBW, and Turner celebrates.
Wow. Does he think he got a nudge on that? Or does he just feel that he perhaps didn't pick the ball up? Does it flick the pad?
I think he's flicked the back.
Flick the back pad,
yeah. Hasn't it?
That ball looks like it just straightened a fraction on him. Must have just flicked the back pad. Watching a few replays. They look fairly confident, the Hampshire players. I have to say, when it first hit him, I thought that was close.
Well, it's been. Well, that's a good replay. That you can see there, can't you, from behind? And he had no hesitation, did he? I mean, that was out straight away. Yeah, that one from behind just gives you a little clear indication there that hit the back pad. So, 9 for 2.
Again, Rookie Flintoff coming in this situation, like number 4. Wow.
Well, you wish him all the best, don't you? I mean, you say good luck to the lad. He's got.
Well, to be honest, he's got nothing to lose.
Absolutely not. No.
Nobody's got anything to lose now.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a nightmare morning. I mean, they've actually lost 4 wickets for 16 this morning. 4 for 16, and we've had an hour and 15 minutes. If you thought yesterday was bad.
Right. Turner. Wicket with just his second ball of the morning. Short leg in place as well. Turner to Flintoff. It's short, just drops his hands, allows that one to go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, you're probably in the situation now. It doesn't matter who you send in. I mean, obviously the first innings we were talking about, and Flintoff batting at 4. I think now the situation for Lancashire is pretty dire. So it doesn't matter who bats where, really. I think it's almost got to that point.
And I suppose it's not much worth in changing it now, is there? If you're picking Rocky at 4 last week and again this week, stick with him again. And that's pushed away off the front foot, back towards Turner, and there's no run. I mean, George Balderson, I think last year Balderson got 2 centuries. I'll double check the score, my scorecards from last year, but I'm sure they both came batting at 4. But obviously he's bowling more now, and certainly in this game he's bowling more now. And in the match at Trent Bridge earlier this season, I think in the second innings he dropped down the order because Lancashire's first innings was wrapped up pretty quickly, and he'd bowled a lot, and in the end didn't come out to bat in his usual position. That's played away by Flintoff out towards the offside, no run. Yeah, so in the first innings at Trent Bridge, this is, I don't think he's batted at 4 since Trent Bridge, George Balderson. So he got 38 in the first innings, bowled 30 overs, and then dropped down the order in the second innings. And I don't think he's gone back to 4 since, Balderson. And he got his centuries at 4 last year, but I think because, I don't know whether that's because he's bowling more, so wants to come down the order or what, but that's another challenge that they've had. Flintoff again defends towards mid-on. There's no run. Good over for Hampshire and for Turner. Lancashire 9 for 2 with Wells on 6 and Flintoff on 0, and they're still trailed by 180 runs. We've had an hour and 20 minutes. It's been a tough morning for Lancashire so far.
Hasn't it? And Jennings and Bohannon with 1 run between them. I mean, that's the bonus for Hampshire. I mean, you know, you would say there's going to be a lot of runs between those two. There's 1. Oh, we got some Liam Dawson back. The pressure continues.
Yes, well, I mean,
there's no let up.
He's enjoyed his week in Manchester, hasn't he?
Yeah. He joined his 200th match. I mentioned that to him last night. I said, he'll be thinking about this 200th game for a while. Celebrating. Clearly enjoying it, you're right. It's going to be bowling to Luke Wells, then he's over the wicket, looking to pitch that into a rough a little bit. Short leg in there. Again from that pavilion end. Wells plays that into the ground late. I'm not sure what that ball might do out of the rough. It's not big rough, it's not going to do lots, but it's there. Simon Jones is back from the Hampshire Cricket Board, who were talking about, you know, the leagues down south finishing today and the leagues up here carrying on for a little while, and you mentioned why. Here's Dawson again. Wells is on the back foot. He says there's 2 weeks left in the Greater Manchester Cricket League, a relatively new league, really well run by Martin Kay and his team. And he also says, because you said there's a weekly club cricket show up here, isn't there? On Radio
Lancashire.
Yeah, he's got ideas about one down south. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's play back to the bowler. I'm doing enough as it is.
Well, to be fair, I don't have anything to do with that local cricket show. They get kind of a couple of guys in from the local leagues to present it.
All right, yeah.
So maybe, you know.
Yeah, somebody else. Yeah. Shove it over to somebody else.
Push it on to somebody else.
Quicker one from Dawson. Wells is forward. Yeah, I'd love to do more, but I really can't. There's not enough hours in the day.
There isn't?
No, there isn't, is there?
Well, there isn't when you're following this, your county team around. That's right.
And, of course, with you and the Thunder and us with the Vipers, who unfortunately lost yesterday, Southern Vipers. Lost to Central Sparks. My word, they have to win one of their... They have to win one of their... Oh, that's bounced a little bit, but Wells does well to keep it down. They have to win one of their last 4 games to guarantee a semi-final place. They're still top, amazingly, but they've lost their last 2. So they've got 2 matches in which to win 1, and none of their England players are around.
Right.
So it's a little hard for them. And I wouldn't rule out them struggling the next 2 as well. That's pushed out on the offside. No run. Good first over from Liam Dawson, which is a maiden. And I think the Thunder are in action tomorrow, aren't they?
They are, yeah. They're playing at... I want to say Chester, but it could be Sale. It's Sale. They're playing the Blaze at Sale at 10:30 tomorrow morning. And if you're There'll be coverage of that on Lancs TV as well. From 10:30 tomorrow at Sale Cricket Club, just down the road from it.
Yeah, on the tram.
It is. Oh, how was your tram journey?
Enjoyed it. Loved it.
Excellent. Well done.
I took the plunge from Salford Quays to Old Trafford here, right behind us. I had to change at Cornbrook.
Cornbrook, yeah.
Yeah.
Here comes Turner over the wicket and balls. Short ball to Flintoff, who ducks underneath it. It was lively for Flintoff. Through to the keeper. So you got your change underway, did you? You managed to successfully.
Yeah, and all your advice was perfect.
Excellent.
Yeah, and but I still asked somebody who was waiting at the station just to make sure. Yeah. Tap my card on the machines.
Did you tap out and tap off?
Yeah. So I didn't tap at Cornbrook.
No.
No, I just tapped on at Salford Quays.
Yeah.
And then tapped off behind us. Yeah. Oh yeah. Otherwise, then that would be a bit risky, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you get fined.
Oh dear.
Yeah. There's Flintoff on the front foot trying to push it away into the offside. There's no run.
It's 120 quid, isn't it? I think I saw on the tram.
I don't think you get fined. If you forget to tap off when you leave, I think you just get charged the maximum possible.
Right. Daily rate.
Daily rate thing,
right.
yeah.
But no, it was good fun. And yeah, I'd do that again. Yeah. Stupid, isn't it? Silly little things like that. I quite enjoyed it. Took a picture of the tram, sent back to the family. So I'm going to work on the tram today.
9 for 2. Turner into Flintoff. Full ball. He drives on the bounce back to Turner off his own bowling, and there's no run.
So yeah, looking forward to going back on that later on today, after we've been out for our food.
Yeah, well, you can't get lost going back because you won't need to change.
Really,
tonight.
just on the one tram.
One tram back.
That's good. Just have a look at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy table, because you guys are in 6th at the moment, aren't you?
Yep.
With 3 matches left.
Turner in to Flintoff. Drives to mid-on. Dawson Fields, no run.
It's a good-looking shot, that, isn't it? I mean, you can see this guy can play. There was absolutely no doubt about that. It's just at 16, batting at 4, and I was saying, Tom Prest, who's 5 years older than him, and an up-and-coming player at Hampshire, was batting 7 last week, or was due to. Got pushed up because James Vince had an injury.
9 for 2. Turner to Flintoff, playing a miss.
That's good.
Through to the keeper, Ben Brown. Early starts for young Rocky's career. North in the second innings at Surrey last week, albeit he had got an absolutely beautiful ball, got a terrific ball from Dan Worrell. And then North in the first innings here, looking for his first run. The Hampshire boys, I'm sure, sense a chance. 1 ball left to the over. Turner to Flintoff. It's turned into the onside. And picked up at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So 15 overs gone. Lancashire's second innings, a 9 for 2. Following on, still trail by 180 runs. What he does have, Rocky Flintoff at the other end there, is a whole stack of experience in Luke Wells, who I'm sure will play a really important part here.
Yeah. And if he bats for any length of time, Rocky, and and gets into sticky situations, there's Luke Wells at the other end to sort of just help him through it, assuming, of course, Luke Wells lasts that long as well.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the table, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. So it's the top 4 that go into the semi-finals, because there are 2 semi-finals this year. And Thunder are 6 points away from 4th place. That's the South East Stars, with 3 games left. You get 4 for a win, and you get a bonus point if you win well. And actually, Thunder's 4 wins have actually come, 3 of those with bonus points. So there is a maximum of 15 points on offer if they can win their last 3.
Okay.
And then you just have to hope that South East Stars sort of don't perhaps play or struggle a little bit in their last 3. Yeah, so they're not out of the question. They could qualify. Dawson over the wicket to Luke Wells. He's got a reverse sweep in this time. That's a lovely shot. That's going for 4. 2 men around the bat now on either side. Probably means that Luke Wells might play a little bit more positively, try and get rid of one of those. Silly mid-off and a short leg, but a good shot nevertheless. bat on that one. 13 for 2 then, Lancashire in the 16th over following on. Is that his first boundary, Luke Wells?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Dave Allen's back on the emails. Hampshire's honorary archivist, soloncricket@gmail.com. There's another reverse sweep. There's a field down there now for that, which is Felix Organ on for James Vince again. I don't know if he's still got that migraine from yesterday. It did look as though he just reactivated his pulled groin muscle when he ran for that catch yesterday afternoon. I'll try and get an update on that at some point. 14 for 2 then brings Flintoff down. Dave Allen says, you read out that nice message from Simon Jones earlier. One of the matches today sees your old club, Portsmouth, playing at St Helens, that's on the South Sea seafront, where they are in pole position to clinch promotion back to the top division of the Southern League. There we go. Good luck to them. Dawson. Flintoff drives up to mid-on. And there is no run. Ralph Brooker has also emailed. Hi Kevin Scott, he says, soloncricket@gmail.com. Mesmeric bowling from Hampshire. The plans, the discipline. Ben Brown's courage standing up to Keaton Jennings. Dawson again. Top drives again up towards mid-on. No runs but gripping cricket. Well done John Turner, who's had a tough time of it recently. Hampshire looked like a really good outfit. Mixture of youth and experience, and he loves it, says Ralph. Very true. Dawson misses a short leg and the slip in for Flintoff, who just slight leading edge on that one as it goes back to the bowler. Flintoff, who made 0 in the first innings, is 0 off 13, so he's staring at a pair. Will be itching to get a single somewhere, I'm sure. Doesn't want to be as too keen as he was in the first innings to do it, though. Flintoff is forward. Dawson pushes that out on the offside. I wonder if he'll toss one up at some point to Flintoff and see if he'll go for another mow on the leg side. 14 for 2, 16 overs gone, trail by 175 to Lancashire.
Yeah, well, Paul Allett was with us yesterday, and he was saying about kind of learning and developing young players, and said to us on commentary for Rocky Flintoff to watch Matty Hurst, how long it took him to get off the mark as well, but didn't look to try and force it, just waited and waited and got his innings going. And Paul Allett was saying that it wasn't a great shot, was it? First innings from Rocky Flintoff, but all you can do is try and learn from that, and you try and make sure you don't repeat that. And he's got Wells at the other end with plenty of experience here. And no time pressure on Flintoff to score. It's about batting here for Lancashire. They've got all day to bat and then some. You learn a lot from younger players when they're out there in the middle at this level, facing good quality bowling. Here's Turner to Wells, who's backing across and defends, pushed into the offside, no run. 14 for 2. We've got half an hour to go before the lunch break. So again, Wells and Flintoff get Lancashire to lunch, just 2 down. Jennings and Barnum both back in the pavilion. There's John Turner round the wicket to the left-hander. Again defended. Deflects up towards Abbas, who's at mid-off, and there's no run. 14 for 2. Absolutely clear blue skies. Barely a cloud. Oh, can't see it. Well, there's a little fluffy cloud up in the distance. That's about it. Beautiful blue sky.
It is.
Indeed, some running repairs required here.
Cutting the seam. Bit of thread come loose. Turner's figures today, spread across the 2 innings, 2 for 3.
He's looking for another. Short to Wells and down the leg side. Tumbling Ben Brown away to his right to take the catch. It's kept beautifully, Ben Brown. A little spell to Abbas when Jennings was batting, as your emailer said, was, well, it was pivotal really in that first wicket to fall. without Brown's ability to stand up to a pass, then that kind of situation doesn't necessarily materialise. So he's kept really well. Oh, that's a sharp ball. Goodness, what's that come off? That balloons down towards the third man boundary. It's gone for 4, so that's a really sharp ball from around the wicket by Turner. Wells trying to get out the way of that, deflects beyond the reach of that's Tom Prest in that wide second slip position. He went cartwheeling away to his left. It's gone for 4.
You're not keeping that down, you just hope that that's going safe.
Wells to 15. He's got Turner's the only one really that's got anything like that out of this pitch.
You're right.
18 for 2, in again to Wells, who plays off the front foot and defends.
Yeah, very much a bang-it-in bowler. John Turner, still pretty raw in his certainly in his first-class career. So he's playing his 5th. More known for his white ball entry into the game, especially last year, which earned him a place in the squads last year to go to the West Indies. Didn't play. He's in the series, both series coming up against Australia.
In comes Turner to Wells. Little get out of jail on that for Wells. Able to nudge it away to square leg for a single. And that is the end of the over. Able to turn it away off the pads. Comfortable 1. Moves to 16. So 19 for 2. We've had 17 overs of the Lancashire second innings. Still trailed by 170 runs.
Tough going the second time around, isn't it? Yeah, finished his studies at Exeter University, did John Turner this summer.
Do you know what he was studying?
He did tell me. And as usual, I can't remember.
You forgot. Sorry, I shouldn't have.
No, you should. No, you should.
You on the spot with it.
It's not a problem. But, yeah.
It was lovely last week, actually. So, Rocky Flintoff made his first-class debut at the Oval on the same day as GCSE results day. And we were wondering on commentary last week whether or not, as he came out to bat, did he know his results, his GCSE results?
Dawson over the wicket. Wells flicks her away. Out to deep square leg. Jogs through for a single. 20 for 2.
So obviously all these young boys and girls go around the country getting themselves their GCSE results. Did Rocky Flintoff know what his GCSEs were when he came out to bat? So I asked Dale Benkinsson. Apparently he was told in the warm-up.
Oh, really?
So in the warm-ups he got news of his results. And I think they were all pretty good.
That's
so
good.
It was a pretty happy warm-up. What a day for him.
Yeah.
First-class debut. You pass your GCSEs. You go and bat against Sam Curran and Dan Worrell at the Oval. What's going on?
Exams would have been easy compared to that. Dawson's round the wicket to Flintoff, who again works that up towards mid-on. I suppose he didn't get to go the chance to go back to school with his mates, see his teachers.
Too busy trying to
enjoy that moment.
Yeah.
I suppose he'd rather be at the Oval.
But he would.
Down the wicket to Dawson, drives. Dawson sticks out a hand, takes the pace off the shot. Using his feet. Brad Wheel's on now.
Yeah, they've got 2 on now. They've got Organ and Wheel on.
There's Mo Abbas off. He's always the first. He's always my go-to man for being off the field. I think he is. Flintoff's off the back foot. Steers that away towards mid-off. Gummins comes across to have a quick chat with Dawson. Not sure what that's about. Sure he's not saying bowl this one next. Dawson says, oh, I know. Here comes Dawson again. Flintoff's forward. Goes off the inside half of the bat there as it goes out to mid-wicket. So 2 subfielders on. But, Vince, we know, is off, and looks very much as though Abbas is off, I'm sure, temporarily. Dawson again from that pavilion end, flighted, and Flintoff drives. Everybody's giving the oohs and ahs, especially to Rocky Flintoff, just trying to pull him off. He's faced 19 balls, and he's not off the mark yet. 20 for 2.
Good, isn't it, by Hampshire? by Dawson. There's just nothing there for him to. There's only risk involved for Rocky Flintoff there if he's going to try and force something to get his first run.
It's good bowling.
It is. Well, it's been good bowling by Hampshire across the way. I mean, it's been a pretty odd game because we rightly so critiqued or assessed Lancashire's batting. We had Paul Alec with us yesterday, which I think was great to get his insight, obviously, into what was going on there. And Lancashire didn't bat well yesterday. And of course, in Hampshire's first innings, there are elements of that not going well. I mean, they gave plenty away as well, but even with that, they're still 170 in front. Oh dear! Turner sets off, and then pulls away.
Yeah. I mean, just take John Turner on at the moment. As I say, still raw, still, very early stages of his career, but they can kind of shield him a little bit in the bowling attack. He bowled those 4 overs, went for late 20s, whisked out. They weren't relying on it, and then he got better as the day went on. Great, let him bowl.
Turner to Wells. Single there, just turned off his pads behind square on the leg side for 1. Takes him to 18, 21 for 2.
But he got enough experience in the attack. Dawson can hold up one end, and he did better than that. He got 5 wickets at the same time. But then, you don't want to put too much workload on Abbott and Abbas and that. So, there's control throughout the day. Aspinwell's good a bowler as he is, but he's only 20. And you're looking at him for the pace.
Turner comes over the wicket, bowls. Flintoff turns it out to the leg side. It's a great stop by Fletcher Middleton under the helmet at short leg. Instinctively sticks his right hand up and manages to palm the ball down.
Great reactions.
Yeah, Lancashire were basically having the 3 seamers, weren't they? There's Bailey, Balderson and Aspinwall, and a couple of spinners. No Will Williams in this game. He played last week. Not featured this week. Again, Flintoff defending, no run. Of course, Saqib Mahmood and Luke Wood, who have both been here this week. They've both been out and about at lunchtime doing a bit, but neither playing in this fixture.
There just seems to be a lot of squad members that, for whatever reason, are just not available. Seems that way.
Managing their workload is the official phrase. Turner in, balls. Clipped out towards the leg side, no run. Stopped by Fuller at mid-wicket. A couple of members say to me, why is Jimmy Anderson not playing for us?
Still wanted by England.
Yes,
yeah. If he's not wanted on the playing surface.
Yeah, he's still with England, yeah.
Do you think he'll play a bit? Well, I suppose every time England's playing, he'll be with them, won't he?
Well, no, I think this is coming to an end at the end of this.
Oh, is it?
Series, I think this kind of. There's the first run for Flintoff, clipped away down to fine leg for a single. He's off the mark, just angled onto his pads. Thank you very much. I'll tickle that away down to fine leg. Hey, look at that! Big breath of air. Well done, Rocky Flintoff. Oh, his dad likes it too. He's up and running. That's excellent, because he's been put under a lot of pressure there. He's faced 23 deliveries to get his first run, and it was a lovely reaction to the single as well.
Yeah. And just before that, he looked up in the air. This is to say, thank you, God. Thank you.
22 for 2. Here's Turner to Wells. Pivots onto the back foot, pulls the ball behind square on the leg side, and gets himself 4 runs. It's the end of the over. Pivots away and pulls out towards deep backwards square. Good shot by Wells. Well, Lancashire have moved on to 26 for 2 with Wells on 22 and Flintoff on 1. He's managed to get himself his first single. He's had to absorb a lot of pressure there, but what he's done, perhaps, Kevin, he's shown that he's learnt from that first innings. Nothing was forced, nothing was rushed, took his time, waited and got himself going.
Yeah, and I'm sure his dad has probably had a chat with him, and I'm sure Dale Benkenstein and 1 or 2 others have had a chat to him. Interesting, Paul out said not straight away, and I'm sure they didn't, but he's just saying, look, there's no rush. You don't need to smack it. Dawson bowls to Flintoff, and it does feel as though he doesn't look under pressure to get to score. He looks relieved that he's got a run on the board, yes, but in between times and leading up to that, you didn't feel as though he was desperate to get off the mark, which is already maybe half a step made forward to that one. I mean, he's got all day today and most of tomorrow at the bat if he really wants to. I mean, fortunately, not many young players think like that anymore. So, maybe years ago they might have thought, yeah, Daynard's batting here. I don't need to play a shot if I don't want to. Dawson bowls. Flintoff drives up towards mid-off. But it still should be in your mind that when you're playing risky shots, then depending on the element of risk, you can cut a lot of the higher risk shots out. Don't need to do any of that. Nobody cares if you're 5 not out of lunch. Comes down the wicket to Dawson, steady. Maybe because of the way his old man played, does he feel that he needs to play in a certain way because of the expectation? Everybody says, well, your old man would bang it over the top by now. That's a turn to mid-wicket. There's a bit of that. I always remember, when Liam Botham played at Hampshire. Everybody thought he played like his old man. He found that hard. Here's Dawson again. That's another good length ball. Just played back to the bowler. Another maiden for Dawson. 4 overs, none for 6. Flintoff's faced 29 balls now for his single, but it doesn't matter. If it takes another 29 balls for him to get onto 2, it doesn't matter. 26 for 2.
With just under 20 minutes to go before the lunch break. Wells and Rocky Flintoff together here at Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV and on the BBC Sport website and app. 3rd day of the County Championship fixture. You see another bowling change here with John Turner's spell coming to an end. 4 overs, 1 for 12. James Fuller to replace him from the Brian Statham end.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's going to be bowling. I'm sure most of them are only going to be bowling short spells today. They'll be expecting Lancashire to be 50 times better this time round, and it'll be a lot harder work. So they've got to think about the workload for these bowlers. So I imagine they're all going to be short spells. Just in that second half of that over from John Turner, it just released a little bit of pressure with a couple of let-off balls. They've whisked him straight out of the attack. He might have only been bowling 4 overs anyway.
So here's Fuller for the first time today. Pops a little bit on Wells. Nudged up now towards backward square leg for a single. Wells to 22. Lancashire 30. Ooh, 27. Sorry, 27 for 2.
Ooh. Got ahead of themselves on the picture feed.
Yeah, it's just a little single, wasn't it? I don't know. I just look. It's been given 3 no balls on the. That's right. I think it's 27 for 2. It's a little.
No, I've got 31 here.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm very
got
confused
3 different
where
numbers.
those runs have come from. No, I think I'm going for 27 for 2. There's Fuller into Flintoff. Clipped away down to fine leg. Actually tucked away for another run.
They're going to clap every run that he gets.
Like that, yeah. Well, he's only 16. He needs that type of support.
Interesting if he gets 100.
It would be a pitch invasion. 28 for 2. Flintoff is on to 2 now.
My scoreboard on my computer has just gone down with that single.
I think we're all in agreement now. It's a long season. Fuller in, wide ball. Wells not tempted at that. Through to Ben Brown. No run. So 15 minutes left of the morning session. We've not paid any attention to any of the other games, have we? Well, I haven't, anyway.
I haven't either.
No, okay, at least I'm not on my own with that. So we can have a little look at some of the other scores, shall we, from around the...
I know England have lost 3 wickets this morning.
Okay. Yeah, 134 for 4, England. Fuller to Wells, driven.
Oh, Kyle Abbott.
Kyle Abbott does really well across from mid-on, tumbling away. A big fast bowler to stop it. Wells is thinking, oh, I've just got enough on that to sneak up towards the boundary, and then Abbott comes across to spoil the party. Good work by Kyle Abbott. 28 for 2 it remains. So England 134 for 4, but they lead Sri Lanka by 365 runs.
It's all over that game, isn't it?
Follow up to Wells. Defends, and there's no run. The leaders, Surrey, are at Nottinghamshire this week, aren't they? Surrey made 525 all out. Nottinghamshire in reply 216 for 4, so still 309 runs behind with 6 wickets remaining.
They've lost 1 wicket this morning.
Okay. Who's got runs for them there? Freddie McCann.
That's a new name, I
don't know. Yeah, 102 not out. Follow to Wells. To play back to the Hampshire bowler. There's no run. Couple of singles coming off the over. 28 for 2. So Nottinghamshire 4 down. 216 for 4 and still 300 behind. Worcestershire in their second innings are 98 for 3. And they still trail Essex by 40 runs.
They've lost 3 this morning.
So we've got Warwickshire Kent. Oh, my mind's gone on the blink. Have you got Warwickshire Kent score?
Yeah, Kent 235 for 9 in their second innings. They actually have lost 6 wickets this morning.
Oh, goodness, right.
Trail by 29. That's almost all over, isn't it, Kent?
Yeah, it's a big win for
They're going to lose again.
Warwickshire.
I don't think Warwickshire have won one yet this year, have they?
Their first, yeah.
Dawson around the wicket to Flintoff. Down the wicket comes Flintoff, gets wrapped on the pad. A little too far down for any chance of an LBW decision. Looks like he's prepared to use his feet to Dawson here. Of course, there's not really any turn, so it's a fairly safe option. Dawson again. Flintoff drives back to the bowler. Dawson's keeping that line as tight as he can, not allowing Flintoff anything square on, or remotely square on either side of the wicket. Dawson again, and Flintoff's off the back foot, just comes a fraction in with the arm. So steered out on the offside. Dawson will be loving this. 5 wickets in the first innings. One of the 2 to fall this morning gave him his 5. Just eased out to short extra cover by Flintoff. Gubbins fields. Grimacing. Oh, we've got a silly mid-off now. Fletcher Middleton changing sides. Right in the eye line of Flintoff there. What's Flintoff going to do? Mid-off's going a little bit further back in case he tries the one over the top. Goes for the sweep shot this time. Doesn't really get hold of it. It will go for runs. It may even go for 4. Not quite. Oh, he's misfielded that one. Felix Organ went to shove it back and got it all wrong. Gives Flintoff a boundary.
Well, it's a good option, isn't it? Because they just brought the man from short leg to silly point.
Yeah.
Allows him to access that leg side boundary. A bit of a meal of that.
Did, didn't he? Did well to let it go over the boundary, didn't he? Flintoff's on the back foot, steers out to mid-off, will take a single. Oh, Bassel dropped a little deeper there. That's the end of Dawson's over. Conceding 5. Flintoff moves on to 6. 33 for 2. Lancashire following on, trail by 156 runs.
Somerset 30 without loss in their second innings against Durham. So they lead Durham by 186 runs in Taunton.
Durham lost 4 wickets this morning.
Okay. So I think you're up to date with the Division 1 scores.
You don't bother with Division 2, do you? I don't.
Occasionally like just to delve into Division 2. Shouldn't be saying that when Lancashire's second from bottom.
Well.
Glamorgan 550 for 9 declared. As Fuller comes in to flint off. Clipped out to the leg side, there's no run. They lead Leicestershire by 299 runs. Leicestershire made 251 in their first innings, so a big first innings lead for Glamorgan against Leicestershire. The Yorkies made 601 for 6 declared. And Middlesex at 227 for 3 in reply.
That looks a flat wicket. Where are they playing there?
Yes, they're at Headingley for that game. Yep. Century for Johnny Bairstow in the first innings. Fuller to Flintoff. And then a century for Stoneman. Making 108. And Max Hold'em 51. That's second against third in Division 2, Middlesex and Yorkshire. The leaders are Sussex, and they got a big whopping score in their first innings too. 607 for 8 declared. And Derbyshire 256 for 8 in replies. They're still 350 behind with 2 wickets remaining. There's Fuller to Flintoff, who drives down the ground but for no run. And that 256 for 8 for Derbyshire, replying to that big score by Sussex, includes an unbeaten century by Wayne Madsen, 134 not out.
How old is he now?
Oh, he's in the experienced category, isn't he?
Very.
Good player, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's still got the 100 gig here, didn't he? Played for the originals here.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. The division, I think that's first versus bottom, isn't it, in that division? Yeah, it is. Sussex are top and Derbyshire are bottom.
I think Sussex are going up, aren't they?
Looks that way.
Let's see who goes up with them.
Fuller to Flintoff. Worked out towards the leg side. There's no run. Lancashire are at Sussex next week in the T20 Blast quarter-final. And we'll bring you commentary of that via the BBC Sport website and app. It's also on the radio. So if you're in the Northwest and want to listen to it on the radio, you can do. It's on BBC Radio Lancashire.
It'll be an exciting evening, that one.
Should be. Looking forward to it, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good fun.
And suggesting that Butler might play.
Really?
You think so? That's what Dale Benkenstein said last week. Fuller in. Short ball to Flintoff.
Good carry.
And Livingston, Salt, Mahmood, Wood.
Serious side there. Sussex will have to respond with Archer, I suppose.
They will. I think they will. I think
They'll
they
have
will.
to, won't
Yeah,
they?
I think they will. That should be a good night next Wednesday. 7 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Tough place to go, isn't it, though?
Yeah, and
in a quarter-final.
I was saying to you earlier that their game has been based on, they go massively hard up top. There's Daniel Hughes, Australian.
It's Fuller. And again, short to Flintoff once more. Crouched underneath that. And through to the keeper, there's no run. There's 6 minutes left until lunch. And Rocky Flintoff has faced 42 deliveries, and this is a real gutsy little knock, this, to stick it out, get his first run. It was lovely, actually, when he took a big breath of air, when he just flicked it down towards fine leg to get his first run. He faced 23 deliveries, and then just able to, there we go, he's up and running. A little look towards the skies, jogs up to the other end, and then as he just taps his back down, he turns round, and then, here we go, there you go.
Brilliant.
Excellent stuff.
Doesn't want to get a pair too early on in his career. They always stick with you, those, unfortunately. Peter Andrew Chadwick has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, in Lancashire's hour of need, Wood and Mahmood are managing their workloads, in brackets. Absolutely disgraceful, says Peter. Putting all their eggs in one basket, i.e. T20 quarter-final. Dismayed, says Peter. Over the wicket there, Dawson. Played behind square by Wells, and there is no run.
I just on that, I don't know who he thinks of putting all their eggs in. I can assure you that I'm certain that if you offered Dale Benkenstein and Keaton Jennings both those players, that they would be playing.
Yes.
So there's other things at play here.
Yeah, there is definitely. It's pushed to silly mid-off where Toby Albert is doing the job there. Yes, it's, I suppose when there's too many members of your squad, though, they're around but not around, sort of thing.
I think Phil Salt wanted to play, but again, England said no.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't help, of course. That's the other factor in play. That's pushed out and nudged out square on the offside for a single. Wells moves on to 24, 34 for 2.
Or at least the fitness and conditioning part of Lancashire and England said that Salt needed to rest.
Yes.
Because he was stiff back, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, England do have that power.
I'm sure the captain and the coach would love to have Mahmood and Wood and Salt in this side.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not a prioritising T20 cricket, I don't think.
Well, Salt did get 100 in this fixture at Southport last year.
He did, didn't he? Yeah.
Forward is Flintoff, nudges that towards mid-wicket. I think he was dropped on not very many in the slips, wasn't he?
Okay.
Fletcher Middleton, I think it was.
Right.
I think that might have been the catch where Fletcher Middleton at second slip deflected it into Dawson's mouth, and Dawson went off to hospital.
Oh, of course,
I think that was the catch.
I remember that.
Or the drop catch. And then, yeah.
He went and smashed it.
I think we joked and said, oh, Salt will probably go and get 100 now, and he did. And he was in single figures, wasn't he? Dawson. Flintoff's just pushing at that one a little bit as it goes back to the bowler. Got 2 men in close and the slip to keep him company, as well as Ben Brown behind the stumps. Get mid-on for mid-on a little deeper, just in case Flintoff decides to go aerial straight down the ground. Drives that back to the bowler. It doesn't show any inclination to do that yet. End of the over. 34 for 2. 24 overs have been bowled in this follow-on. And Lancashire, who started behind by... I didn't write that down.
No, I didn't. I can't remember now.
Well, they were 196 at the start, and they added 7. So they were 189 behind at the start, and now 155 behind.
Yep, with 1 over to go before the lunch break. It's 2 down, Lancashire. It'll be Fuller from the Brian Statham end. In and balls to Wells left. Again, shoots through to the keeper. A real skimmer across the surface there by Fuller. He's worked cut out there, hasn't he, Ben Brown, today? Whether he's been standing up to a bat, which should come with some good life insurance, or whether it's been kind of awkward bouncers in front of him. He's had quite a bit to contend with.
He's been tested, but he's been more than equal to it. He's been tidy, hasn't he? Painful blow on the hand earlier, which he seems to have got over.
Fuller to Wells. Back and across and up onto his toes and just drops the ball calmly away into the offside. Gubbins comes up from cover to field and there is no run. 34 for 2. Trail by 155.
Well, they're showing some fight second time around, no doubt about that. Yes, they've lost a couple of wickets, but that happens. But the innings itself isn't really moving forward, very far forward. Hampshire would be very happy that they're still 155 in front, and they've made the Lancashire batters work very hard for the small amount of return that they've got so far.
4 balls to go of the morning session. Luke Wells just stepped away. He'd not done sufficient a number of twirls with the bat, I don't think. He just wanted a few extra seconds to twirl a couple of times more. And he's happy with his twirls now. And there's Fuller. Comes in and balls again. He's right up on top of the bounce. Dug in short by Fuller. Wells up onto his toes, steers it away to the offside, no run.
Fuller's done a good job of actually containing as well. It's not just about looking to take wickets, it's also keeping the innings quiet. So that the batters will walk off thinking, do you know what, I've done an awful lot there. I've worked really hard, but look at the scoreboard, and we're still a mile away. And sometimes he is the expensive bowler in the Hampshire lineup, but not at the moment.
Fuller to Wells. Doesn't play at that. How's that to go through to Brown? There's a 2 to go. 34 for 4. Lancashire will set about trying to bat through the afternoon. It was a pretty torrid afternoon for them yesterday. Will today have a slightly happier feel to it. Fuller in to Wells. Again, that's left. He's played at nothing outside the off stump.
He hasn't, has he? It was his downfall yesterday. He's cut that out, which is actually in a way a sign of a good player. I made a mistake doing what I did yesterday. I'm now going to cut that shot out. Now, for me, that's a good decision. I mean, it's probably not getting him very far forward in terms of his innings, in terms of the number of runs he scored. But what he's doing is he's saying, I'm not going to let you get me out again like that.
So the final ball of the morning, and it's Fuller to Wells, and he on the front foot in defence, and pushed away to the offside. So that's lunch. Luke Wells tucks his bat under his arm, peels off his gloves, and his young batting partner at the other end, with a smile on his face, has done really well there, because 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff gritted that out, and he's still going, and he has a chance to go again later on in the afternoon. So well done to Rocky Flintoff. And Lancashire 34 for 2, but Hampshire well on top. Let's make no mistake about this, even with that resistance there, Hampshire have enjoyed a really good morning session.
Yeah, that's for sure. That was a tough 45 minutes, wasn't it, after the wicket of Josh Bohannon, which came straight after the wicket of Keaton Jennings. So early losses, 9 for 2. But Wells, 67 balls for his 24, and Flintoff 45 balls for his 7. Shows you just how hard Lancashire are fighting second time around. 25 overs in that follow-on. And the wicket takers, Abbas, 6 overs, 1 for 2. Turner 1 for 12 from his 4. But all the bowlers keeping it tight there, and of course Lancashire fight hard. Hampshire making sure that there's still plenty of daylight between themselves and the home side here. So 34 for 2, Lancashire trail by 155. Myself, Kevin James, and Scott Reed will be back with you at the start of the afternoon session at around 20 to 2.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the Red Rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton, and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me, making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So bits of it, but the heritage of it is actually everywhere you look. So there will be an inheritance of it being that was over the last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. Try. games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and he's safe. What a morning. Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run to the winning hit. On come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
I think the pace of the women's game and how far it's moved and how quickly it's moved is absolutely phenomenal. And I think not many people would have ever envisaged that it could have moved the way that it has done.
So you would never imagine seeing that type of crowd for a women's match when I used to go and watch Thunder play Blackpool in the KSL.
Just to see the growth of the game, it's a super exciting time.
Been here at Emirates Old Trafford in the indoor school over the winter. The first time ever as a women's team we've been able to have a really good training block here.
Today there's huge misogyny in cricket. There's huge casual sexism every single day.
I guess it's pretty entrenched. Women's cricket wasn't really on the agenda.
Problems in cricket have been dominated by a very small pool of white men, basically.
I think it's pretty clear there's a huge funding gap. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
As females, we don't want equal pay, we want equal opportunity, and that's what we're getting now at Lancashire.
Okay.
I'm recording, so...
Nice. 3, 2. The Charlotte Edwards Cup begins on Sunday, and it's going to be a very exciting competition.
It's a massive competition, you know, especially for our Thunder girls as well. After, you know, a relatively quiet showing in the 50-over competition, I think the coaches will be really pinpointing this competition to do something.
So the Charlotte Edwards Cup is our T20 domestic competition for our regional team.
Obviously named after the great Charlotte Edwards, who's strangely a coach in the tournament, so she's playing for her own name.
It's a round-robin competition, so each team plays each other once.
Then the top 3 get through to a finals day, where top of the group go straight through to a final, and second and third play off in a semi-final.
I think, in a way, this season coming up could be quite pivotal for Thunder. I think they're at a point where they're going to try and show a little bit of something for the investment that's been put in.
The pressure's there at the end of the day, you know. We're putting in significant investment from the likes of Hilton and Sports Breaks, and the club are over-investing over and above what the ECB are putting in as a regional programme, and which to a level more than any other team. I mean, we're trying to develop a professional elite environment.
The fact that it is so much more visible, that people know they can make good careers from it now, will engage the teenagers and even younger women than that to really get involved in the sport and drive it forward, which is an exciting thing for all of us involved.
A lot of teams were looking at us going, wow, they've been on this amazing pre-season tour. What are they going to be like?
Emma Lamb on strike.
You'll need 2 or 3 individuals to step up, and you need the team to function effectively as a unit.
Deandra Dottin tries to sweep, but completely misses, and the stumps are rattled.
With that investment and with that support comes increasing expectations.
Should be a catch here, straight to extra cover.
Maybe there's an element of trying to run before you can walk a little bit with it.
A big swing here, and this time she does connect. 1 bounce, and it's gone for 4. There's a field underneath, put down.
Actually, that motivation going into a new season is always really exciting and can set you up as a group to really start performing.
Prendergast will go for the single, shot at the stumps, and miss. And Western Storm are home.
And a warm welcome from Emirates Old Trafford. Thunder team against the Blaze here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Kirsty Godden balls down the pitch, comes lead out and chipped right up towards mid-off, and Emma Lamb's got.
What do we think is going wrong? Why aren't we winning these early games, you know? And there wasn't any one thing that we could put our finger on.
Ball, and she's looking to ramp that. It could be LBW. It is LBW. Threlkelder's gone. She's gone for 22.
Returns for her 4th and final over. And Eccleston chips the ball back over her head, and Kelly takes the catch.
Because ultimately, when you're playing at an elite level, then that pressure exists, you know, whether the additional funding is there or not. The reality dawns that that is what professional sport is.
Overcrossing and balls. That's chipped up towards mid-on. But not Thunder's day in the second match. Listen with the winning runs.
So I think there's an element of you put that support in, you put that investment in, right, start winning games. It just doesn't work like that, does it?
The better team, the stronger team across the piece won the match.
Good for you, stop.
Okay. Well, Paul, what's your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it's disappointing, obviously, to lose the game.
Paul Holton with me on commentary for a bit today, and he said that it looked like a team that's not won all season against a team that's actually played quite well this season. Would that be a fair summary?
I think that's fair, yeah. I mean, we probably lacking a little bit of confidence at this point in time.
Yeah, you're winless, obviously, so far this season in the Rachel and in, obviously, 2 matches in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. How disappointing is that? There was kind of a lot of optimism coming into this season, I think.
Yeah, look, we're disappointed. There's no doubt about that. That's the game, isn't it? And what we've got to do is we've got to keep building belief in the players and be ready to work hard and work smart and be ready come Saturday.
We always joke about Crosby having its own climate as well. Like every time we come, the weather's nice. First thing on a Sunday morning, it's like so quiet. Like it's early, but there's like nobody here. The first time we brought Maisie here, she thought the statues were real people, and then I was like, yeah, so did Charlie. Don't live far from here and grew up playing at Rainford Cricket Club in Liverpool Comp, which is all because of my brother really. So brother played both cricket and football, and I did the same because of him really. So opportunities wise, I always just played boys and men's stuff really. Yeah, it was brilliant, and Rainford gave me all the opportunities that they could, and played a little bit at school as well. And then obviously got picked up in the Lanc setup from sort of nine onwards. So yeah, played for many years, coming through the age groups, which was all women's stuff. I'm Ellie Threlkeld, wicketkeeper, batter and Thunder captain.
Oh, Ellie Threlkeld, an amazing skipper, fastest hands in the northwest and in the whole country, I'd say. So I think behind the sticks as a wicketkeeper, she's a phenomenal talent.
You can't look past the skipper, Ellie Threlkeld. I think she's been brilliant over the last few years. You know, taking on the reins as skipper is never an easy job, especially with a young group like we've got.
She's, you know, a formidable individual. She's still so young and she's got such incredible leadership skills.
Ellie's great. Ellie is what we're about at Thunder. And it's challenging for her in terms of the pressure of keeping, captaining, batting in top middle order as well. So she's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders as well.
Played for Lancashire since the age of 9, I think, so a very long time. I've been part of the Thunder setup for 3 years now when it first was created. One of the first to receive a professional contract in 2020. And yeah, I've been part of the setup ever since, and became captain 2 years ago. So yeah, would be my second season in charge. It's something I've always wanted to do. I think I've done it a lot at age group cricket. When we found out Alex Hartley was stepping down, it was not really talked about a lot for a long period of time, and it was sort of myself, Georgie Boyce, a couple of other players were getting opportunities to do the leadership roles on the pitch, and it was mentioned to me that it might be possible, and I sort of gave it everything from my end and said I really want to do it. But yeah, I remember the moment Shawsey told me, and I just couldn't really believe it, to be honest. I think obviously I was only 23, and yeah, it's pretty young to be able to do it, and I think since then I've done everything I can to sort of get better and to try and impact the group as much as I can.
I think a captain in cricket does have a lot of responsibilities. There's decision making, obviously there's a lot of input from a coaching team beforehand, but on-field decision making of if the game plan's not going quite how you wanted it, who's coming on to bowl next. You've got a foot in both camps in a way that you're working with the coaches around selection, and then you're also part of a team like everyone else.
All the support we're getting from Lancashire's absolutely brilliant. Hilton have been amazing, and yeah, likewise other sponsors have as well, and I don't think we'd be able to be going on pre-season tours and funding extra professional players without their help, but there becomes a point where, yeah, we've got to give back as a team, and all the support we're getting, it's got to translate to results on the pitch.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Very well, how are you? I know.
The women's game, the growth has been magnificent, really. I think there's been a rapid pace of change, but it's also on a journey where you kind of just know it's still got so much further to go.
The game will only get better in quality if women can be given the opportunity to have 12-month contracts, to train in the way that the men do, to completely focus on cricket, and that it's the money. Exactly.
We needed to do more, we wanted to do more. I think one of the things that we've always been guilty of is wanting to run before everybody else wanted to walk. You know, we can go and drive additional commercial sponsorship, but we need some more from the governing body. The governing body can achieve that if it actually recognises that by going and doing a broadcast deal or getting a big title domestic sponsor for the Charlotte Edwards Cup trophy, that would be game-changing, because that would fill that gap that would enable the women's pro structure to pay what it needs to pay and do what it needs to do to really compete and grow.
I think in terms of where the women's game is right now, I think we're only scratching the surface of the potential actually, and I think it's going to take a real collaborative effort across the whole of the professional game network. So that's all of our partners, so that's whether it's the first class counties, the national counties, commercial partners. It really does have to work together in a cohesive way to sort of rise the whole tide.
We are, as the ECB, over-investing in the women's game at the moment relative to the direct commercial returns that we create from it. That's partly because we believe it's just the right thing to do, because ultimately where we're trying to get to is a self-sustaining economy where we build the audience, we create the value, we're able to pay players what we'd like to be paying them.
Stop treating the domestic game as a performance sport. It is a commercial elite sport. There will be a way of doing that if there's a will.
In terms of women's domestic cricket, we are very much in our infancy, I guess, in terms of establishing that as a broadcast product. I think it's something that I am optimistic about in the future as to where that will sit.
I genuinely have always just wanted what's best for our women's professional squad and what's right for our women's professional squad. You know, it isn't our job to make the life easy for the ECB and others. It's our job to be on a journey and do what's right by our women's professional squad.
I think for me, the most important thing about cricket and my love for it came from the friendships that I developed. You know, started playing cricket with Kate Cross at an incredibly young age, at 12 years old, and she's been my ride or die ever since. And, you know, friends that I've made throughout the game have obviously been my rock through my darkest times, but cricket for me is just the most incredible sport. For me, nothing in my life will ever beat the 2017 World Cup final at Lord's, and we won it. And then you almost think, how does it get better than that? That's the high. Your dreams have come true. And then you lose your England contract and you go, who am I? Who have I become?
Right, so Alex, we'll start with the intro questions, so they're some nice and easy ones for you. So first is your name and your role.
I'm Alex Hartley, former Thunder.
Straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Kate Cross with the catch.
Ragadoosh, baby. Time for a batting clinic now. Oh, I don't like that one.
Alex Hartley, World Cup winner, just an absolute firecracker of a player, really good fun.
Oh, they're having sex. Oh no, it's not, it's dead.
The moment she came back to training again, it was fantastic. She just brought an energy, a keenness, a directness about her as well.
Alex, left arm spinner, enthusiastic player, absolute cricket nut, loves getting involved in everything cricket.
Alex Hartley, one of my oldest and longest friends, the heartbeat of many teams and one of the reasons that I fell back in love with the game.
I was pulling my hair out, my eyelashes out. I had a breakdown on my mum. Couldn't remember the last time I laughed. Couldn't remember the last time I smiled. And I was coming back from cricket training. I was miserable. I cried every single day. And I had to start therapy because I didn't know what else to do. And I really had hit rock bottom of just going back to that dark place that I was in 2019. Therapy for me got me through the summer of my last summer of playing cricket, and I'm really glad I did that, really glad that I got through that, because if I'd have retired at the lowest of lows that I was at and in a really dark place, I think I would have hated cricket forever. But through therapy, I got to play another season with the Thunder Girls, I got to play in the 100, and I retired quite proud of what I've achieved in my life.
beautiful day here at Emirates Old Trafford, and we are starting, of course, with the Thunder against the Sunrisers. Delighted to say that I'm joined by Lancashire's Sophie Eccleston. Great to have you with us. As you say, it's not quite gone according to plan so far. Have you been able to really sort of put your finger on where things are going wrong for you?
I think we just need to be a bit clear on bowling plans, man. I think we should bowl a bit straighter. I think we've been a bit wayward with our lines recently. Get a few, have someone like Lammy to go big today and get some runs on the board.
Ellie, thanks very much for speaking to us. You've just had the toss. What's the verdict?
We're going to have a bowl today. Yeah, lost the toss, so we're in the field.
Hey girls, all I ask is we sit here after this innings and we've given everything, okay? Energy for 20 overs, do the basics really well, all straight. Come on.
After the tough start, I had concern, definitely. You know, I've kind of staked my team's name on really supporting and getting behind this group.
The consequence of people not performing is, you know, those opportunities aren't there anymore.
I think there was pressure. Maybe that played a part.
Kate Cross to bowl the first. Cross strikes, wicket with the second ball of the match.
But I know we are good enough, but we're just not showing it on the pitch.
Here's Cross bowls. As she cleared extra cover, Lamb running backwards. Norris coming into the attack.
Villiers sliced away and caught. Second wicket to fall, 28 for 2.
That's gone high, more height than distance, I reckon. Should be gone. Is gone. Straight to Deandra Dottin. Gardner, the new batter. There's Lamb in and balls. That's driven for 4. 2 balls left. Oh, and bowls. This is excellent by Titani. Really good couple of overs at the death here for Thunder. And that will be, I think, a really, really happy Thunder dressing room. It's all about the batters now. Job done.
That game really felt like it was the first time that everything was coming together. We bowled really well, and you could see the confidence of the girls was through the roof as well. And it felt like if we could nail the second innings, then we were really onto something.
There's pressure there, but the team went in believing. You really backed us. You know, the team walked out and you thought, yeah, we can do this.
So here we go. Liberty Heap and Emma Lamb heading out to bat. A lot of pressure on Emma Lamb if she can get off to a good start.
Kopak to open up the bowling from the Jimmy Anderson end. It's flashed away to mid-wicket. Nicely played by Emma Lamb. Well, it's a ferocious looking shot. Appears to me to be a marked improvement in running between the wickets. Oh, that's a skyer. Could be caught. Probably should be caught. Oh no, put down. 49 without loss. A run away from a 50 partnership for the first wicket between Emma Lamb and Liberty Heap.
And drives down the ground, and that's going to bring up a half-century partnership.
Kelly Castle coming into the attack.
Lamb looks to sweep, and she's gone. LBW, big blow. First wicket to fall. That's the first breakthrough for the Sunrisers. Emma Lamb out.
Side in the air, caught, out, and that is the end of Morris. She's gone for 7.
Oh, she's been bowled, out for 46. Frustration for Liberty Heap. Fine effort with the bat. Dottin comes down the pitch. It's another monster hit for 6 for Deandra Dottin. Just need 2 more to win. Yeah, here she comes down the pitch. Heaved away into the onside. They're up and running. Their first victory of the season. They've beaten the Sunrisers here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Happy captain.
Happy captain. Girls, I just want to say I'm really proud of us. I think we talked about creating our own energy, and I thought that's the best I've seen us out there. I thought the bowlers were outstanding, and I think to turn around what we've done to that today, it's a great effort. And sitting in now, it feels good, doesn't it? So I think hang on to that, and we go again for the next game.
The defeat the other day, that we've got to stick together, and that's what you did. It was absolutely brilliant. I would have thought you'd won every game you'd played so far. So, fucking well done. You deserve this. You deserve it.
It means so much. It means so much. It means so much to me, the staff, and everyone in here. So, cheers to you all. Thanks. Let's have many, many more beers that taste like this. Well done.
I think still when people think of cricket in this country, they think of the men's game. We're still working to get the women's game up to that level in the public consciousness.
The men's game has too much cricket at the moment. We all know the schedule is congested and it impacts performance. The women's game is entirely different. The women's game is in a different phase and it's hungry. It needs as much cricket as possible.
Women have been put on small club grounds with not great facilities. We're obviously a long way off gender pay parity, and that has to be the ambition, that women's cricket can bring in enough revenue and stand on its own 2 feet that women can get paid what they're worth.
And I will always fight for the cricket girls. You know, I want them to be paid more. I think they should be paid more. You shouldn't have people having to live with friends just so that they can try and save money for a house. I think they should be paid enough to be able to save money.
In terms of equal pay, the ambition is obvious. We want to end up there. Things like the 100 and domestic cricket, 100 is that both teams are doing exactly the same thing. They're playing a 100-ball match. The sponsors are massively interested in the women's game. We've got to close that gap.
We absolutely want to get to a position where salaries for male and female cricketers are equal. You know, we could put all of that investment in salaries. That might give you equal pay. But what that wouldn't make is equal pay a sustainable outcome from a system that you've built. It would just be something that you've chosen to prioritise at that moment in time.
Funding is always going to talk, money always talks, but if you have these investments from organisations, you know, such as Hilton, such as Sports Breaks, then it does mean that you can just do that bit more, and every 1%, 2%, 3% is going to help develop a side and give them that sort of confidence and the ability to go forth and be the best team they can be. We are in catch-up mode, so I think it's unrealistic to say, right, we're going to equalise everything tomorrow just like that. There are things that need to be built in, and there's changes both in terms of, there are procedural things that we need to change as well around that. So it's investment, it's mindset, it's culture. But look, I think fundamentally the biggest thing within all of this is leadership. We need strong leaders in the game at every level, both at ECB and within our regions, within our first-class counties, within our national counties, that believe in presenting men and women, boys and girls, and with equal opportunities moving forwards.
We're possibly getting closer to it than we would have been a couple of years ago. I think it's a conversation that is in the public domain, certainly more than it ever was. A lot of stakeholders are going to have to really take a few brave decisions to get us where we need to get to.
When I wasn't at school or playing netball or doing any other activity, I was always down here playing. I'm Kate Cross and I'm a Thunder bowler.
Do you see yourself as a trailblazer?
No, yes, but no, it's not. You know, you don't sign up to... I wasn't playing cricket down here to be a trailblazer. I think naturally, just the way that my journey has been, it's had to be that way.
Kate Cross, England bowler, really smart and engaging, and a great follow on social media. And she has a podcast with Alex Hartley, which is essential listening for a cricket fan, I'd say.
Kate, opening bowler, definitely getting up there in the batting stakes. Real leader on the field and off the field, and has broken down a lot of boundaries.
She's got a very good impact on the players. They can see her professionalism, and that's probably the word I'd use a lot, is her professionalism.
She definitely has been a role model, I think, and future players have followed, and in the main, the vast majority have gone on to be international players.
Kate, it's Lancashire Thunder's first training session today. How excited are you to get started?
Oh, massively excited. I always get a real buzz when I'm watching games.
So into the afternoon session on the third day, live here from Emirates Old Trafford on Lancs TV, the BBC Sport website and app for Lancashire against Hampshire, day 3. And the players head out to the middle with Lancashire 155 runs behind. Hampshire having picked up 4 wickets actually this morning, 2 in the Lancashire first innings to get that innings wrapped up. Didn't take long, 5 minutes or so. Lancashire all out for 200, and then they picked up 2, well, probably even more crucial wickets than the first 2, because that's the dismissals of the captain Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. So 2 of that top 3 that Lancashire have kind of been relying on in terms of the bulk of their experience have gone. So Luke Wells is still there. He's unbeaten on 24, and young Rocky Flintoff had a really testing half an hour or so, but did really well. He's 45 balls and 7 runs. Crucially, he'll get a go after lunch to try and build on that. And he's on strike for the first over after lunch. It's Dawson to Flintoff, and that's defended back to the Hampshire spinner. There's no run. Scott Reed and Kevin James with you today, and we shall see how the afternoon progresses. There's Dawson, 5 wickets in the first innings, into Flintoff, striding forward defending, and there is no run. Good morning, wasn't it, again for Hampshire?
Yeah, to follow on from yesterday as well, it's really put Lancashire under the cosh as if they weren't already overnight.
Dawson in his sunglasses around the wicket. Flintoff plays it off the front foot, punches back down the pitch, no run.
I mean, what Hampshire have done very well is, I mean, this is a good pitch, and with the heavy roller on, it looks even flatter, if I'm honest. But what Hampshire have done well is that even when they haven't been taking wickets, the Lancashire innings isn't progressing too far.
Dawson to Flintoff, easing onto the front foot in defence again. A good stride, tall young man, Rocky Flintoff, gets his bat in front of that pad, pushes it back towards Dawson, who got him in the first innings. There's a clash, isn't it? Youngster, 16-year-old against the wily fox of Liam Dawson, who's seen a bit. It's off the back foot and pushed into the offside, no run. I thought he bowled brilliantly yesterday, Dawson. I mean, in the end, he was completely rewarded with a fifer, but even prior to that, the work was done early on, was it? The groundwork in that innings, that bowling innings by Dawson was done early on.
Yeah, 5 for 47.
Great return. A couple of slips in place now. There's Dawson to Flintoff, and he goes back and just clips it out towards the leg side, and there's no run. So that's the first over of the afternoon. 34 for 2. So we've got a minimum 66 overs to go in the day's play. And Hampshire trying to strike early after the lunch break. Wells has faced 67 deliveries for his 24. And increasingly a key wicket now for Hampshire.
That's for sure, yeah. I knew Liam Dawson had taken 5 wickets before this season, but I didn't realise actually that's his best figures of the season. 5 for 47. He took 5 for 146 in a very, very flat wicket dull game against Warwickshire, which was the game after the Lancashire game, which was a very flat wicket dull game.
He had a rough run there.
Yeah, he bowled 40.1 overs for those figures. He got 5 for 184 against Durham, also at the Utilita. Here's Abbas, who switched ends, bowling to Luke Wells, who's forward. Again, he's got Ben Brown up. It's pushed and rolls up towards middle. 5 for 184, but that came off 66 overs. So he's had to work very, very hard for his 2 previous fifers this season. And yeah, 5 for 47 comfortably. He's best. Worked hard, but...
Oh, he's worked. I mean, he's not been much there for the spinners, has he, this game?
Nothing at all.
Wells was saying after the first day, I spoke to Luke Wells, I think he said he felt the bounce was perhaps the best threat that he had. Wasn't getting too much spin from the pitch.
So 2 slips for Abbas. Wells facing. Keeper up. Bass bowls, Wells forward. Goes out to extra cover where Gubbins fields. I don't expect Abbas to be getting the same sort of seam movement he got earlier on in that little spell against Keaton Jennings, where he eventually picked up the Lancashire captain. But he'll still be very accurate. As I was saying earlier, collectively the Hampshire bowlers, whilst they're not going to take wickets for fun, that's for sure, not on this wicket. Even if Lancashire don't bat as well as they'd like to, which they didn't do in the first innings. The name of the game is keeping it tight. So even if Lancashire have a good long spell without a wicket taken, they're not getting too much forward movement in that innings. That's played back to the bowlers. So whilst they're 155 behind now, they'll still be a long way behind, even even well into this afternoon session. And then, you know, there'll be a mistake or two. Of course there will. You can take advantage of that, and Lancashire still will have much to do. So Abbas into his 7th over here, second spell. In. Wells again defending. Doesn't look like playing that drive on the offside that he got out to in the first innings. Has put that shot firmly to bed.
Looks that way, and he was out this similar fashion the week before at the Oval in the match against Surrey. He was bowled by Jordan Clark on both occasions for 9 and 4. One of them was a big looking drive which he got a thick inside edge onto his stumps, and repeated that in the first innings in this match, but he's not been tempted to replicate it so far second time round here.
Abbas again runs away from us. Bowls, Wells turns that to mid-wicket. So it looks like James Vince is off. We saw him walking across the field, didn't we, from the hotel? The team are staying on the hotel at the far end. And we saw him during the lunch break walk across in his tracksuit, suffering from a migraine yesterday. But suggests he's got the similar today.
But he was hobbling a bit, wasn't he, when he took the catch when Tom Hartley got out? And there was an issue last week, wasn't there?
Yeah, he got a groin injury in the field against Essex. And was a bit of a doubt for this game initially. Abbas bowls. Wells plays that, stabs down on that one. It goes out into the offside. Good over from Abbas, a maiden. 1 for 2 for 7 overs for Mo Abbas. So yeah, clearly struggling a little bit on both fronts, both injury and health-wise. He's still off the field now. I'd say when he walked over, it didn't look as though he was relishing, you know, oh, I'm back, lads, and I'll be out there. It was just coming over just to maybe give some support in the dressing room, but that's all it looked like, and clearly still struggling.
At least he's not got far to walk back to the hotel room if he needs.
That's very true.
If he needs a quiet moment.
Ideal.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. You can stick the TV coverage on. The Lex TV are in the hotel rooms as well. So put it on mute, obviously. Won't listen to me and you rabbit on. Here's Dawson to Flintoff. Punch down to mid-off for a single.
I don't know about you, but some do. I mean, I get the odd message from time to time from 1 or 2 of the Hampshire players that are listening and watching.
Yep.
The last one I got was earlier in the season when Nick Gubbins missed a game or 2 for the birth of his first child. And he sent me a picture of his child looking the other way from the TV. And the game was clearly on, saying, having a listen, and this is the new little one. So which is quite nice.
Dawson in to Wells off the front foot and defends no run. It tends to happen to me when, at the start of the season when there's the overlap with the IPL. So quite a lot of the IPL boys who've got, obviously you play cricket and you stay in your hotel room basically, don't you, and they kind of switch on YouTube and watch Lex TV. Forward goes Wells defending and there's no run.
It's quite nice to know that 1 or 2 of them from time to time do actually listen. They do listen as well. I know Kyle Abbott has done in the past. He used to message me a few times.
Dawson to Wells, reverse sweep, and played really well. Connects that with that beautifully. I think Wells in position nice and early for the reverse sweep. brings him 4 runs, 39 for 2.
Well, Hampshire haven't plugged that. They've kept the fielder up. I think that's Toby Albert. I think when he played that before lunch and played it well, they did drop one back on the road, but clearly don't mind him playing that at the moment.
Dawson to Wells, is shuffling back and defends. Drops the ball out towards the leg side. Well guarded, that leg side. There's the forward short leg, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg, long on. And there's mid-off, backward point and deep cover. Dawson to Wells, forward he goes. And the ball deflects away back down the pitch. And there's no run, so 5 runs coming off that over. 39 for 2. Wells on 28, Flintoff on 8. Just getting back underway after the lunch interval. 2 batters trying to restart again.
This game on here, which you can see if you're on Lancashire TV, so this is Central Sparks against Thunder, but then Thunder are playing tomorrow.
This must be a rerun, yeah.
A rerun.
Yeah. I don't know what we're seeing here.
Oh, where's that? Is that Southport?
Yeah.
Was it?
I don't know where that is. Oh, it's Southport. Sorry, it is Southport, yeah. Oh, I see. So there's a game taking place now at Southport.
Is there? Or is it Academy game?
And this is the Lancs TV lot who are just getting themselves set up for tomorrow's Thunder match. So that's live pictures from Southport, is it? There's a bass.
Edged through to the keeper, and that's Rocky Flintoff. He's got to go. He goes for 8. He's worked hard for those 8. 53 deliveries. And that's a beautiful piece of bowling. It's asking a question, and Flintoff edges an easy catch through to Brown. He's just having a little fish at that one, but it's just a little way away from the body. And Ben Brown not making any mistake with that one. First wicket after lunch, 3rd one down for Lancashire.
Felt like a shot that perhaps if he's before lunch he doesn't play at. If it's another half an hour, 40 minutes into the afternoon session, he probably doesn't play it. It feels like a shot that he's just restarting and just not quite got himself back into the groove, and he's played at something that perhaps a little later on in the innings he's not playing at. Almost kind of a wicket, cheap wicket, straight after a restart type feel to it.
Well, we saw that with George Bell this morning, didn't we? And that was a bit wider to John Turner, and he was his bat was a long way away from his body. It was almost like that he was trying to play like he was playing the way last night. You know, he felt good, he could see the ball well, and he was in good positions. But this morning, you start again, you reset. You can't expect to play the next day the same way you did the day before. You need to work things out. He didn't give himself any time, George Bell. Was in the first over. That one was a little closer to Rocky Flintoff, but nevertheless, you're right. It's just a little. That's just. He's just going at the ball a little bit there.
So Matty Hurst is the new batter. Lancashire are 3 down, and 150 runs behind. Abbas has got 2 for 2. Getting to his 8th over.
That's what I'm saying. You know. I mean, that partnership was 30, but how hard did they have to work for those 30 runs? And that's been the difference between the two sides. You know, when Hampshire haven't been taking a wicket for a while, they've made the batters work hard. So here's a bass to the Lancashire wicket-keeper. Hurst leaves that one alone outside of the off-stump. I mean, in fact, between Josh Bohannon getting out and Rocky Flintoff, so you had 15 minutes before lunch, sorry, 45 minutes before lunch and effectively 15 minutes after. So you're looking at an hour's play where both Wells and Rocky Flintoff batted, you know, worked hard, but they only scored 30. The innings hasn't really gone too far forward, and Hampshire just sitting in, then the wicket. So 39 for 3, and Lancashire will think, hang on, we've worked hard here. We've lost 3, and we're only 39. Straighter this time, Hurst in behind that one. Hurst in the first innings. Got that little inside nick onto the pad to Dawson, was out for 4. Caught at silly mid-off.
Yeah, just got a little inside edge back onto his pad, then it looped up.
Yeah.
It was in that little spell, wasn't it, where Lancashire just lost their way. They lost 5 for 20 either side of the tea break. In the end, it was 7 wickets for 80, something like that, at the end of their innings. Well, at the end of the day yesterday, rather.
Yeah.
But that period where Hurst got out was when Dawson was on fire.
Bass bowls was just angles in a little bit, but again, 2 bounces through to Brown. This is where Abbas is good. I mean, he's not the quickest, but on a flat pitch, just does enough. The wrist positions behind the ball are good enough to ask questions of the batters, and he bowls an immaculate length. An immaculate length.
He's familiar with pitches like this, isn't he? Bowling with surfaces like this.
Listen, I've seen him bowl ordinary. I can assure you, at times he's looked ordinary. Even this year, as that's angled in again to Hurst, and you know, when he's not quite on it, and I think there was a feeling, not a massive issue, but there was a bit of a feeling that at the start of the season. But he was like a lot of seamers around the country. They struggled a little bit, didn't they? With
they did. Yeah.
The pitches and the balls early on. There was a lot of seamers around the country that were just not, after about the first 4 or 5 games, were nowhere near where they would be in terms of the number of wickets taken. And he was one, and he probably suffered as much as anybody, probably more than anybody. And you know, there was a feeling, was he quite on it this year? Was he quite the Mo Abbas that we've come to get used to? But you know, slowly but surely, as the season's unfolded, it's got better, and that's a good length playing out to extra cover, and that's a wicket maiden for Abbas. 2 for 2. From 8 overs. I did have a chat with him actually last week when there was a lot of rain around in the game against Essex, and he came up to the camera gantry actually there, and we were chatting. First thing he said to me, he says, "You guys missed my 800th wicket the other day in all competitions." He didn't say it horribly. He's a really good player. He was joking. Yeah. But we were just chatting about, you know, saying, you know, have you found it this year and that sort of thing. And he said, you know, hard to start off with. He said, but there's still a third of the season left. You know, and he knows his wickets for the season are down. You know, he's 20 wickets so far this year, which is, you know, he's 50. You know, he's on your 50 mark for the last 3 seasons he's been with Hampshire.
Dawson to Wells, back and across, tapped away into the offside for a single. It was a good point though. You come back after the one-day cup and the T20s and all that stuff, and you right at the end of August, you think that season's almost done. You've actually got 5 rounds of fixtures.
Out of 14.
Out of 14, yeah.
So there's a lot can happen.
There is.
You know, batters can quite easily race to 1,000 runs, because you know 1 or 2 will have unbelievable last months, and bowlers 2, and all of a sudden you think, well, actually I was average up until then, and all of a sudden I've had a good year.
You would forgive him thinking, you know, well, we're in a bit of bother, or we're cruising it, we're top of the division, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
As Dawson's in to Hurst, beats his forward press, and actually 5 games, almost half your season.
That's right.
Still to go.
You think it's almost done, don't you? By September.
Yeah.
I think there's probably 1 more game, because the 100 started a week earlier, didn't it? There's probably 1 more game at the back end, I think.
They started it earlier. It meant technically we play county cricket in every month this season. Dawson's into Hurst. He's half up in appeal, is Liam Dawson. Yeah, so they started the 100 a bit earlier. It meant we could get the start of this round of championship games into August. So you're technically playing red ball cricket in every month of the season this year. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of cricket at the back end of the season. Goes back, Hurst. Defends into the offside, no run. 40 for 3. Silly point and a slip in place. Dawson from the Anderson end, in again and bowls. It's driven perhaps more off the toe end of the bat, but it bounces its way up towards mid-off. Fielded by Abbott. And there's no run, 40 for 3, Hurst. Waits for Dawson, who's in, bowling again. Hurst plays it back to Liam Dawson. Completes his 9th over of the day, and Lancashire are 40 for 3, trailed by 149 runs. Just a single coming off that Liam Dawson over.
Yeah, Matty Hurst, not far away from 500 runs for the season, averaging 31. Steady, no more.
Yeah.
But he's only 20.
He is, yeah, but it is. It's, in isolation, you probably look at that and think, you know, it's okay, but when you factor in his age and also in the fact that he's batting at the minute now with a lot of youngsters around him, so he reached, I think he's got 1 century, hasn't he? He came in the game at Nottinghamshire.
Well, he averages 40 overall for Lancashire. Here's a bass round the wicket to Wells. Pushes that towards mid-wicket. He's only playing his 13th game, so that's, you know, that's a good start to your career, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah. But we're repeating ourselves here, aren't we? But Wells gets out here, then he's batting again with quite a bit of inexperience, isn't he?
Yeah. If Wells is in there with the youngsters, then obviously helps. I suppose it helped Rocky Flintoff for a little while, but at the end of the day, you've still got to do your batting when the bowling's coming at you. There's a bass. Wells is forward. I mean, he's been given absolutely nothing, Wells, hasn't he?
No, he hasn't.
Absolutely nothing.
And to his absolute credit, I mean, they've tempted him, haven't they? They've flown. They've given him the chance to drive outside the off stump all day.
Yeah.
And he's left well. He's defended when he has to. He's not. He's put that drive that got him in bother in the first innings and last week into the locker at the minute.
And good on him. Yeah, that's opening batting thinking. Cut out the shot that's been your downfall the last couple of games, and it's off the back foot. Punches that nicely through the gap in the covers. It's a nice looking shot. Gubbins is after it. He'll pick up 2. A big shout there from Gubbins.
It was, wasn't it? A bit of a yelp. There's also a kind of kamikaze pigeon floating around. Did you see it? There's like there's one pigeon that was chasing after the ball with Nick Gubbins. It was a bit of a yelp as he sent it in towards the middle there, didn't Nick Gubbins? Here we go. Look at this. Here we go. Get out of the way.
It's a bass around the wicket again. That's wide. And again, Wells, he's leaving that one well alone.
By the way, I don't think we mentioned this before lunch, but Warwickshire have beaten Kent. It's a big win for Warwickshire by an innings and 21 runs. That's their first win of the season for Warwickshire. I mean, I don't think Kent are mathematically kind of relegated, but I don't want to see a way for them to maintain a First Division status. Again, Wells defending, there's no run. The win for Warwickshire as it stands propels them to 5th. And it's given them a 30-point cushion as it stands to Lancashire, who are second from bottom. So Warwickshire are 5th now with that win with 132 points. Obviously, you've got to factor in all the bonus points from this round, which are not included in this table, but coming into this round of fixtures. So then Durham dropped down to 6. They've got a decent cushion to Worcestershire, Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, who are below them. The back foot by Wells and clipped up towards mid-on where Abbott fields, and there's no run. Just a couple coming off the over. 42 for 3. Lancashire. So yeah, Warwickshire beating Kent. So Warwickshire making 420, and then Kent all out for 156 and 243. So an innings and 21 run victory for Warwickshire. Oliver Hannon Dolby finishing with 6 for 43. Here, you see Dawson to Hurst. Hurst on naught. Liam Dawson creeping his way back in. Pushed away off the front foot by Hurst, and there's no run. The Worcestershire score 137 for 5, so they've got themselves a partnership. Oh, had themselves a partnership there because they were 4 down pretty early on this morning. Let's play back to Dawson. There's no run. Jake Libby making 65 for Worcestershire. Rob Jones making 31, but Worcestershire 137 for 5, and they're still behind. They're 1 run behind with 5 wickets remaining. And that's just dabbed away to the leg side by Hurst. There's no run. Harmer's got 1 wicket, Porter's got 1, Cook's got 2, and Walter's got 1. Here's how it's looking in Chelmsford. There's Liam Dawson, balls again. Hurst goes back. Able to steer it away towards Fuller at point. There's no run, remains on 0. Dawson into his 10th over. A couple of balls left of it. Balls and Hurst forward again in defence. There's no run. They'll change the field here. Just asked Fletcher Middleton, who was at Silly Point, to go to the leg side, so there's a slip and the short leg in place. And now mid-wicket drops out towards the boundary as well. That's Felix Organ. Cover just comes a little bit tighter. Dawson to Hurst. Again defending. Ball bouncing out towards the leg side. No run. Maiden over for Liam Dawson. Lancashire 42 for 3. The other scores then. Surrey 5-2-5 all out. They're taking on Nottinghamshire this week. Notts. Still got Freddie McCann, who's a new name to me anyway. He's 131 not out, and Jack Haynes is 43 not out. So Nottinghamshire 271 for 4, trailing Surrey by 254 runs at Trent Bridge. And the only other Division 1 game we've not brought you is the game at Taunton, where Somerset are playing Durham. Somerset 75 for 1. In their second innings, they lead Durham by 231.
Yeah, I'm just looking him up, actually. Only 19-year-old left-handed bat, McCann. Only playing his second game. Got a half-century in his first one. Prospect. Abbas round the wicket then. 2 wells, way down the leg side. That's unusual for Mo.
They had a 16-year-old take 7 wickets, didn't they? Ahmed.
Hogg. Oh, Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed took 7 for 140 for Nottinghamshire against Surrey in that first innings. He's only 16.
Right.
Obviously having a look at some of the younger players there.
Yes, they are.
A couple of youngsters being given a chance in that not size. Still pretty still with Hamid and Slater, Clark and Haynes. There's a bat from around the wicket. Wells going the ball away to the leg side, and there's no run. So the Division 1 scores. Division 2 games into the afternoon session. Across the Pennines, where the Yorkies are playing Middlesex. 267 for 4 Middlesex, replying to Yorkshire's 601 for 6 declared. There's a Bass to Wells, it's left. So in that game, Sam Robson for Middlesex making a century. Max Holden making 51. 3 wickets for Don Bess. So Middlesex 268 for 4. And they trail Yorkshire still by 333 runs. And that's second against first, actually, in Division 2. Middlesex is second, Yorkshire third. Could be the other way around. Abbas to Wells, just tucked off the pads down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 32. 43 for 3 now. The leaders in Division 2 are Sussex. And Sussex made a big first innings score. 607 for 8 declared. Then they bowled Derbyshire out for 290, and Derbyshire have been asked to bat again. So Wayne Madsen made a century for Derbyshire, 138. 5 wickets for Jack Carson. Hurst on strike, looking for his first run. Left by Hurst, through to the keeper, no run. So Madsen 138 all out, but young spinner Jack Carson picking up 5 wickets for Sussex, 5 for 90 from 24 overs, and they've put Derbyshire straight back into bat. Still trailed by 315 runs, that's first against third. Sussex are top of that division, Derbyshire are bottom. Sussex look like they're on course for a promotion, don't they? It looks but they did lose to Yorkshire, didn't they, last week at Scarborough? But Sussex, Middlesex and Yorkshire, the top 3. It's edged by Hurst. He's not gone at that too hard, and the edge comes down in front and a fraction to the right of Tom Prest at second slip. And no run. 43 for 3 here, end of the over. That just a single coming off it. One of the game in Division 2, that's Glamorgan against Leicestershire, another side that are following on. Oh no, that's not true, sorry. Leicestershire made 251 all out in their first innings, they batted first. And then Glamorgan 550 for 9 declared. Who's got runs in that game? Colin Ingram finishing unbeaten on 257. And then Leicestershire batting second time round, 18 without loss, trailing still by 281 runs. Dawson dwells. Just dabbed out towards the leg side, there's no run. Don't forget there's live text commentary across the BBC Sport website and app. You can follow scores from around the county championship and reports and updates coming through. And Wells has used his feet nicely here to Dawson. Works the ball through mid-on for a single. 33 to Luke Wells now, 44 for 3. Actually, I think there's one game in Division 1 I didn't bring you an update on, which is Somerset against Durham. 77 for 1, Somerset in their second innings. And they lead by 233 against Durham. Somerset still with a chance, potentially, of trying to keep up with Surrey. They've got Surrey to play, actually, at Taunton. Hurst has gone. Out for naught. Dawson gets him again. And Lancashire lose their 4th wicket. 44 for 4. Hurst had been tied down. No scoring opportunities for him. No way to get off the mark. And in a bid to try and release a bit of pressure, bang, goes for a big shot. Ball clatters into the stumps. And Matthew Hurst heads off, and Lancashire are staring down the barrel on the 3rd day here. And for the 2nd time in the day, George Bell comes out to bat. 44 for 4. Trailed by 145 runs. Hampshire players enjoying a very good trip to Emirates Old Trafford. 6 more wickets to get. Lancashire still 145 runs away from even making Hampshire bat again. In the Test match, England 200 for 6. Joe Root 74 not out. And Gus Atkinson, who made a century in the first innings, is alongside him. England are still going, even though they lead by 431 runs. Maybe see if Root can get to a century. I'm sure they've got enough. But anyway, 200 for 6. Lead of 4-3-1. Lancashire should be keen to condemn this fixture, I'm sure, to the history books as quickly as they can. Not covered themselves in glory this week. Dawson has. He has bowled superbly, and you felt like he had Hurst, really. You felt like there was only potentially going to be one winner in that little contest, and Dawson stuck at it, and eventually the patience wore thin. And Dawson strikes. So Bell's on strike now, 3 around him. He's left alone. Taken by Ben Brown. I think the reaction of Luke Wells at the other end to that dismissal probably gave us a bit of a clue. And Dawson's in. Bell, who fought hard last night to try and grit it out to the close of play. And went chasing after a wide ball early on this morning to edge behind. He's back out there again. Gets a single. And Lancashire 45 for 4. First wicket for Dawson. He's got 6 in the game, plus his century in the first innings, which actually possibly set the whole tempo, really, the way that Hampshire finished on the first in their first innings. Wells defends away into the offside for no run. A reminder for you, he came yesterday with 1 wicket remaining, and it turned out to be a pretty ugly session for Lancashire yesterday. They could not find a way to break the partnership between Dawson and Abbas. Dawson went from 46 overnight yesterday to 104 not out. Mohammed Abbas went from 0 to 1 in the same period of time that Dawson was batting, but that partnership really kind of ran Lancashire ragged. And the danger was it might just suck out a bit of life in Lancashire. And Hampshire haven't looked back since. Kyle Abbott returns after a post-lunch spell from Mo Abbas. Couple of slips in place. Bell's on strike. Drives a full ball to mid-on where Dawson fields. And there's no run. Yeah, Abbott 6 overs, 4 maidens for 4 runs. Before lunch. Again, defended by Bell to mid-on, and there's no run. Mohammed Abbas 10 overs, 2 for 5. Turner 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Dawson 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20, and Fuller 3 overs bowled this morning, a couple of maidens for just 2. Bell defends. There's one of 2 short mid wickets in place there. For viewers on Lancashire TV, you'll just see the close catches on the leg side. Similar fielding positions to when Bohannon was batting. Actually, both yesterday and today. Gone to 2 short mid wickets. Abbott to Bell. And defends to mid-on where Dawson fields. driven by Bell. It's pushed full by Abbott. Abbas Fields. There's no run. Final ball of the over. And Abbott in to complete the over. Left by Bell, so Abbott starts with a maiden from the Brian Statham end. This is how it's all been looking. A pleasant enough day, just a little bit of a gentle breeze, but some nice blue sky, and that's, I'm afraid, not a cheery sign from a Lancashire point of view. Jennings, Bohannon, Flintoff and Hurst all out in single figures. Wickets for Abbas, Turner and Dawson, but everyone's contributed there. There's not been really a moment where pressure's been eased in these 35 overs of Lancashire's second innings. Dawson to continue. Wells shuffling across and defending. Down the pitch by Wells defensively. Just drops the ball away to the onside. Slipping the short leg in place. Dawson into his 12th over. Cries a catch as that reverse sweep's attempted. Albert was the man the ball was heading to. Just nudged away by Dawson, by Wells rather, off Dawson. Wells down the pitch, works the ball through the leg side and jogs through for a single. Moves to 34, not out. 46 for 4 now. Final ball of the over. Just a single coming off it. It's the end of 6 over after lunch for Liam Dawson. 6 overs, 1 for 9 for Hampshire's left arm spinner. Worcestershire have just taken the lead at Essex. They've still got 5 wickets remaining. Just nudged in front of Worcestershire at 143 for 5. Defends as Abbott starts a fresh over from the Statham end. 50 for Jack Haynes, batting for Nottinghamshire. Knots 282 for 4. Just taking the new ball there of Surrey. Knots trying to frustrate the leaders. Doing a pretty good job of it, it would seem, so far. Abbott from around the wicket. Wells has been absolutely resolute so far in defence. Abbott again to Wells. He's pushed that wide of off stump. He's left it. Through it goes to the keeper. And there's no run. They've got these two catches at mid-wicket in place of Hampshire on the leg side, which is a new tactic to Wells. They've also got a deep square leg and a fine leg. He has resisted all temptation, Luke Wells. He has defended, he has left. He has defended, he's left. When the odd ball has been there to try and score from, he's done that. But a couple of lovely punches through the covers. Again, he's back and across, solidly in defence. And there's no run.
Sorry for being away for a while, but while I was away, I did see in the TV editing room the shot of Matty Hurst on the big screen.
I don't think he wants to watch it
in bed. I was going to say, I didn't think it looked any good in real life, let alone.
No. I don't think Matthew would want to watch it on a big screen.
It's just, again, 19 balls didn't get off the mark. Yeah. There's the I've got to get off the mark, I've got to get off the mark kind of syndrome, isn't it?
Abbott to Wells. Pushed into the offside, no run. You sense watching it develop that it was going one way or the other. It was either it just didn't feel like he was just going to try and stick it out, and at some point he's going to try and.
There's no patience. I mean, look at Luke Wells. He don't care. He could be stuck on 34 for another half an hour. He don't care. That's the this is all part of the. Yes, he's young. Matty Hurst, a bit like Rocky Flintoff. They're all young and they're all learn this, but it needs pointing out that it's not the way to play.
Yeah. Abbott. He's punched firmly by Wells to mid-off, and there's no run. Another maiden. 46 for 4. I'm going to rabbit on about what Keaton Jennings says. I'm just trying to flog the fact that it was a good interview, and you can watch it on BBC Lancs Cricket, because I thought he spoke really well, and he did say, look, there's players in the team that are finding out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Certainly last week in this, against two of the stronger sides in the division. With great respect to Kent, they went down to Canterbury. They played really well across 4 days, but Kent aren't Hampshire and they aren't Surrey. And Keaton Jennings said in an interview last night, they're finding out pretty quickly what it takes to compete at this level.
Yeah, and that's fair enough. And if what comes out of everything is that, and maybe one or two of them develop quicker because they're playing in these situations, then that's fine. I guess it's just patience, isn't it? As a supporter and as a fan of Lancashire cricket, that's played by Bell back to Dawson. Dawson's 1 for 21, starting his 13th over. Silly mid-off, short leg and a slip. Dawson's just taking his time here with this next delivery. Not quite sure why. Deliberately standing there for a while. Still standing there. I think he was glued to the floor there for a minute. Off the back foot, Bell steers that out to point.
Speaking of young players and getting the chance and what it's all about, this lad at Notts, Freddie McCann, you say he was 19?
Yeah, 19.
He's just reached 150. Notts are fighting it out against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Freddie McCann 150 not out. Frustrating Surrey, who have just taken the new ball, but just a little update here, just while we wait for the umpires to have a look at the ball here. Knots are 299 for 4, so they're still 220 behind, but they're making that pretty hard. Knots first innings, and McCann's 151 not out, and Jack Haynes is 51 not out.
I was having a good look at it. Is Ben Debenham saying, where's the box of balls? Oh no, they're just picking at the there. We saw earlier, didn't we, the scissors out?
Yes, all the tools came up.
Yeah, so
and they're out again.
It's got the scissors out again. Just, I guess parts of the scene look like they're just coming a little loose. It does happen at times.
There's that fancy keyring again. Yeah. What is that?
What's that red thing?
Don't know. Can't work
it's like a jelly baby. Isn't it?
It's a giant jelly baby to snack on later on. Oh, it's a Lego. Potentially could be a Lego thing.
Oh, yes. Right. Are we going to be ready again? No, we're not. Dawson's just not doing a lot. Right, here we go. From that pavilion end again, and Bell's punching that out towards extra cover. You know, there were signs at Rocky Flintoff today, didn't he? He looked a bit impatient yesterday, and played a very risky shot and paid the price. But he looked today as though he was happy to dig in. Just got a good ball after lunch. Maybe just played a bit away from his body. It's played back to Dawson. But as I say, I was off, not watching a bit with Matty Hurst. I just looked up at the screens and saw Hurst play the shot he did, and I'm thinking 19 balls not off the mark. You know, is that the way to try and get off the mark? You know, I know people are impatient these days. Let's push back to the bowler. I know, you know, a lot of the youngsters now come up with, you know, you've got to be on top of the bowling at all times, no matter how well they're bowling, no matter how much the conditions might be in the bowler's favour. Look to get on top, look to impose yourself, but yeah, you've got to work that out. That's part of the learning process. You're not giving yourself much of a chance. That's pushed out into the covers if you're looking to play shots that Matty Hurst does to get off the mark, and Rocky Flintoff did yesterday. They're not the shots to be looking to play to get yourself off the mark. 46 for 4.
Yeah, 54 to go today. The England score still going, 221 for 7. So Root still going, yeah, 84 not out. 7 down, England lead by 452.
They'll have to keep going, really, to give the crowd their money, really.
Yes.
Is that day 3?
It's day 3, yeah. Yeah, with his big ticket sales for day 4 at Lord's, we better...
Probably all sorts of officials are going into the England dressing room and saying, don't declare. Whatever you do, don't just keep batting. We need all those people in tomorrow.
Yeah. Sell out tomorrow. Make a fortune tomorrow. Don't declare. Right, Kyle Abbott. So it's started with 2 maidens as he replacing Mohammed Abbas from the Brian Statham then. Here comes Abbott. Change of line, but over the wicket this time to Wells. So it's pushed across him. And he's left it through to Ben Brown, no run.
I think it's the first time he's come over the wicket to Wells, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Obviously had no luck. Wells has been very disciplined, and it's kind of forced this change from Abbott. He very rarely bowls over the wicket to left-handers, no matter what game, which level left-hander it is. He's 95% of the time round the wicket. So, you know, Luke Wells, maybe a small little victory there.
Comes muscling back in. Abbott to Wells, who's half step forward. Drops it out into the offside. Gubbins comes up from cover to field, no run.
But still, the innings is going nowhere, isn't it? I mean, you know, 39th over here, and the innings is 46 for 4. Yes, it's a mixture of Lancashire showing everybody they can fight, but it's also just good bowling on a pitch which is offering very little.
Abbott's just told Tom Prest at second slip just to move maybe 3 or 4 yards to his left, and then first slip gets a little bit wider as well. So 2 slips, but both quite wide. He's fired that one straight towards Wells, who brings the bat down and defends to mid-on. And there's no run. For viewers on Lex TV, you've got to see now the keep button and quite a big gap to first slip, and then quite a big gap to second slip.
Yeah, interesting move, because that was an area where Prestes with sun hat on is where Balderson drove and got caught by Toby Albert in that area. So
it was a great catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So you can see the thinking behind that.
Abbott bowls. Wells again defends. Slowly trickles its way up towards Liam Dawson.
Dawson again. It's all about Dawson.
It's been Dawson's. Dawson's game. It's not Dawson's Creek, it's Dawson's game.
Sure, you'll have a few more things to say yet before the end of the day.
Was he in a chatty mood last night?
He was all right, actually. Yeah, he was good. Yeah, he was good.
Abbott into Wells. And that's left. Taken by Brown. Abbott stands there.
Just saying to go after one, please. Go after one outside the off stump. Wells is having none of it. Yeah, it's funny, a lot of players, you probably find that with the Lancashire players that you talk to, but they don't like talking about themselves too much.
No.
And the first thing Dawson was talking about was how well Mo played. That's all he was talking about initially. First couple of answers, but Mo was brilliant. The way he played, had a plan, had this and that. I think, well, hang on a minute, you've just got 100 and on the verge of, yeah, and he got one out of it.
Abbas to Wells. Let's play back towards Abbott, and there's no run. End of the over, 46 for 4, Wells 34, and Bell on 1.
It's funny.
They are better speaking about other people.
They are. And it is quite funny when they talk about others who actually, whilst Mo Abbas did brilliantly sticking around for that hour and a quarter, contributed 1 out of that 59 runs that they added yesterday morning. That the first thing Dawson talks about was Mo's innings, which actually, to be fair, in itself was every bit as big for Mo Abbas, lasting that long as it was for Dawson to go on and get his 100, having been 46 not out, I think it was, overnight. There's another story along those lines from last week, which I'll mention when Scott comes back on. He's just disappeared for a couple of minutes. Dawson it is. Ralph Brooker has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com talking about Liam Dawson. Bowls forward is Bell, plays it into the ground, fielded by Albert as silly mid off. He says, good afternoon, Kevin Scott, says Ralph. Putting it out there, am I too greedy wanting a 10 for Dawson? Might put him in with a shout of man of the match. I think he's got a big claim already. 1 for 21 in his 14th here, Liam Dawson. Picked up that last wicket of Matty Hurst. Now he's pushing James Fuller a little deeper out into the covers. 2 silly mid-offs. Look at that, close in for Bell, who turns it away on the leg side. Might pick up 2 here, bit of a chase for substitute fielder Felix Organ. 48 for 4 now. Bell moves on to 3. Lancashire behind by 141, having started their innings 189 behind at around 10 to 12 this morning. It's pushed out on the onside. You can see where Hampshire have a real stranglehold here, because as well as Lancashire have played in this second innings, yes, they've lost a couple of wickets up top, which would have been a massive setback in Jennings Bohannon, but they're fighting hard, but they're still 140 behind. Forward is Bell. Trickles back up to Liam Dawson. Probably see him bowl lots and lots of overs again from that pavilion end. It's been his favoured end. Bowled all his overs in the first innings from that end. Hasn't been tried from this commentary end yet. Bowls again flighted, and Bell again is forward. Batting again after resuming his innings this morning. Didn't last too long. Only added 2 to his overnight total before he had a little waft outside the off-stump to Turner. That was in the first over of the morning. Here he is back out for a second time. Dawson again. Bell just gets turned around there a fraction as the ball just holds in the turf a fraction. 48 for 4, 40 overs bowled. So we're halfway to a second new ball. There are still 52 overs left in the day, so still a lot of work for Lancashire to do here. And we're waiting to see what the weather holds for us tomorrow. The forecast has changed a bit from a very good weekend, which was forecast for these parts a couple of days ago, to a bit iffy tomorrow. Iffy could mean anything, but certainly the wind direction has changed as Abbott comes in and bowls to Wells. Pushes that good length delivery up to Brad Wheel, the other substitute fielder on for Hampshire. Two substitute fielders on there. Wheel and Dawson having a chat there for a moment. Abbott's going to switch back to round the wicket. He's favoured line to Luke Wells. Got a few balls over the wicket, didn't seem to change much. Here he is again to Wells. Wells gets a length ball, comes back into him. Got excited behind the stumps, did one or two. Just come back, you were saying about, you know, the way players do interviews. You've probably got one or two stories, but one last week which was really good. Tom Prest, who got his career best score of 150 in the game against Essex, batted superbly. So there we are. Asking him the first question about, you know, good day for Hampshire, whatever. First thing he said was, yeah, dropped a catch at first slip, you know, which cost us probably a bonus point. And I'm thinking, oh, do you know what, I'm not even thinking about that. It's pushed up to mid-off. So I had to quickly get it, but I said, well, yeah. I said, I can't believe that's the first thing you've mentioned about you, and yet you've just picked up your career best score. It's funny, isn't it? That's some things, you know, they're in their minds. You know, obvious. I mean, it's obvious to us. Oh, you know, that must be the be-all and end-all. But no, it was about the drop catch.
Yeah, I suppose there's certain things kind of linger with you, don't they? Sometimes you say things and you thought, well, you can't even recall that happening, but...
I know. It seemed insignificant, but to them it's like a major thing. Abbott again then. In to Wells. And he's pushing that up again with a nice straight bat. It's playing very straight here. Luke Wells, not a lot is getting past his bat. No. Not on this pitch, that's for sure. Very stoic.
Notts have lost a wicket, and it's McCann who's out, the 19-year-old, for 154. So Notts are 302 for 5.
He'll have a good night's sleep tonight, won't he? Abbott in again, full, very full. It's come off the bottom of the bat from Wells, but he's still playing straight. Well, it is still another beautiful day, and we've had 3 really good days here, haven't we?
Yeah, in fact, I can see the ice cream van on the far side. That's doing a little bit of business. It must be quite nice and warm outside. We get no idea as to how warm it is outside. I think it was quite chilly in here yesterday, and you step outside, it's lovely and warm.
Yeah, we've got the air conditioning on, but that's not on too often here. Had to crank it up. What if it still worked? From 5 years ago.
Yeah, dust it off.
Oh, that's a good bouncer. Wells swings his head inside the line at the last minute. 48 for 4. Yeah, I was going to say, out of all the bits of kit that are probably useful around here, that's probably the least used. Heaters, yeah.
Actually, I remember there was a game here a few years ago. I can't remember. It must have been at the start of the season. Must have been in April time, and the heating system in the building wouldn't work.
Oh,
and it was absolutely bolting. You had to bring in little kind of mini portable heaters just to give us a bit of warmth. There we go. Look at that. It's that warm.
How many times?
Need a brolette.
Yeah, but how many times are umbrellas put up in Manchester to shield you from the sun?
It's a regular occurrence. Happens at least once a decade.
That picture needs to be framed and held in the museum.
Dawson to Bell. Goes back. And that's guided away towards the offside for a single. Where is that? Where were those people sitting there?
Just over there, right below the hotel, the grey part of the hotel.
Oh yeah, and the new the red seats.
Yeah, Deep Point. That's where they are. Deep Point.
Need your brolly?
No need to say the name of the hotel because there it is. If you're watching on the picture feed, it says it all. That's great. I don't think I've ever seen that here before.
What, an umbrella?
An umbrella up for the sun.
Forward goes Wells. Just dabbed away into the offside. There's no run.
You see that a lot down south. least you don't batter an eyelid. It's regular.
14. I tell you what, I was at the Aegeus Bowl in April. It wasn't. There's no umbrellas for the sun. In Dawson, to Wells, clipped out towards the leg side. No run.
You would not have been at the Aegeus Bowl in April.
Sorry, the Utilita Bowl. I do apologise to everybody at Hampshire.
You'll get yourself banned.
Yes, I'm rightly so. The Utilita Bowl.
Yeah. People have been marched out the stadium for this.
And I don't blame them. Dawson in to Wells, off the back foot, punched away into the offside for a single. Takes him to 35, and Lancashire bring up the 50. 50 for 4.
It's been a while coming. 42nd over. I'm always saying Emirates Old Trafford. Actually, I think that's the first time I've said it during the game.
Utilita, yeah. They've got these solar panels on the...
Yes, they're up there now. Okay. Yes, yeah.
Dawson to Bell. It's a single. Worked out to square leg. He moves on to 5. 51 for 4. So these are on the roof of the hotel and then the two stands, aren't they? The solar panels.
And I think there might be a bit over towards the nursery ground as well on those. Yeah, there was a big discussion last week about that, actually.
Right.
And we thought there was an awful lot of roof space not used by the... We thought they could have put in 3 times as many.
Driven by Wells through the covers. Just over pitch in there, Dawson. Wells comes back for 2. 37 now to Wells. 53 for 4. 42 over Scott.
But we came to the conclusion, through the help of several fans and supporters who were listening to us and watching us, saying that we couldn't have any more because the roofs had perspex to let the sunlight into the stands. So, of course, if you then put solar panels all over it, it'd be dark underneath. But there they are. Look, those people enjoying the sun. So yes, so we came to the conclusion that whilst they're all covered with solar panels, that they could have put more, but they can't because otherwise underneath that it would be all dark.
Okay. Right.
A few people got hats on around the ground. That's good. It's good sun protection. Dusted those off, haven't they?
Well, Colin was looking for some sun cream yesterday for the camera operators outside, so it must have been.
Yeah.
He came in and said, "You got any sun cream?" I said, "No, I've not used that all season." I bought some just in case, but it's not been required.
Is there a shop in Manchester that actually sells sun cream?
It went out of business.
The old ones are the best ones, aren't they?
John Turner replaces Kyle Abbott from the Brian Statham end.
It's a bit of pace, a bit of extra pace. Comes in and bowls to Bell. Bell lets that one go down the leg side. Good take from Ben Brown. Kept a little low. So 50 overs to do today. 15 overs of spin in this innings so far from Ian Dawson, which will help things move along a little bit. But that wind is still blowing right to left. It has done all day today, which for the first time in this game is blowing in that direction. Crane's silent. Of course, it's a Saturday today, isn't it? I'm losing all track of time. It's foolish, and it's worked to one of those 2 men on the drive on the leg side. James Fuller fielding there. Similar crowd, a similar sized crowd.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, decent enough on the first day, wasn't it? Kind of thinned out a bit yesterday.
Yeah, maybe a fraction thinner today. 1 or 2 of the Hampshire support staff walking around the ground, enjoying the sun and the view. To our right. It's Turner again. Forward is Bell and works it to the other man. Short on the drive, and that's Nick Gubbins. Good placing of fielders there, because 2 shots have gone to them. Not in the air, though, which is exactly why they're there. They're not necessarily there for the one that goes along the ground. They're more to snaffle anything in the air. Bell again is kept relatively quiet, like most of the Lancashire batter has early on. 26 balls for his 5. There's Turner again down the leg side. He's getting the line a little too straight and a little too leg side-ish at the moment, angling the ball into the right-hander. Just had to Hampshire chairman in earlier, Nick Pike.
Okay.
Made his first view into the media centre here. Very impressed.
Give him a little guided tour?
Yeah, I gave him a quick one while I was off. Yeah, I felt I could see you when I was in the TV edit suite, commentation all on your own. Briefly, I felt a bit sorry for you.
Yeah, I didn't last long.
And then I carried on.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Having a cup of tea.
Bell turns that away again on the leg side. But yeah, he was very impressed. I mean, this is, and I've said it, this is the best media centre on the circuit for me. You're very lucky to be able to work in a facility like this. And yeah, Nick had a quick guided tour. Very impressed with Colin and his team in the TV edit suite and the live picture feed and the setup. And I have to say, that's the first time I've been in that room. Incredible number of screens and the number of mixers and whatever else equipment that is needed. It's fuller this time, driven up towards midnight. I could have stayed in there for quite a while actually, and he probably felt like I was in there for quite a while. And Nick Pike was looking for you. Did you find him? He did, yeah. Lady Bill, Hampshire's head coach, is in the room here.
I'm surprised you came back. I mean, very kind of you to come back and enjoy me.
Well, I felt I was in there for long enough, and it's not fair when there's only two of us to leave one on their own.
That was all right. I think it's slowly going crazy.
I wonder if Adi fancies a tour of the TV edit suite. I'll leave you on your own for a bit longer. Do you want to have a quick look? Just down there. Have you been in? Oh, he's already been in. And had a chat with Colin. Yeah. Oh, look, it's impressive in there, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. There's one of the camera people.
That's Colin.
Is that? Oh, that's Colin's on the camera now. Hello. There he is. God, how far away is he from where I've just seen him?
Don't let anybody on these cameras now, aren't they?
I thought the standard in the camera work had just dipped in the last few minutes.
It had, yeah. Definitely had. There wasn't quite that sharp focus that we've had through the course of the day.
Didn't quite follow the ball.
No.
The ball tracking was a little bit off.
Yeah, it's poor. Can't be that difficult, can it? Tom Prest, for the first time in the match, in and balls to Wells. It's steered away behind square on the leg side for a single. 54 for 4.
Liam Dawson's having a rest.
It's outrageous.
What?
It's against the rules.
I wonder if that was his decision. Because knowing him, he'd keep going till the end. He wouldn't want to stop.
He bowled today. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 28. I think he bowled unchanged since lunch, hasn't he, from that Jimmy Anderson end. It's been Dawson's game. Right, Bell's on strike, 5 not out, slip in place, it's Prest in and bowls. And Bell just turns the ball out towards square leg. For 1, he moves on to 6. And it's 55 for 4. Brings Wells back on strike.
Yeah, you don't often see Tom Prest, but you know, he bowls from time to time. Just taken the 1 wicket so far this season in the championship. Did miss a few games though because of injury.
Prest from around the wicket bowls. Down towards third man. Wells should come back for 2. Takes his score on to 40. Lancashire moved to 57 for 4.
Was that Colin off the camera? So he was on the camera for seconds, and then that was it. Do you think we put him off? Do you think
probably got
we dented his confidence?
Yeah. 57 for 4. Here's Prest into Wells, plays forward and defence, and there's no run. Comes follow from mid wicket to field. So Prest got long on. There's a deep mid wicket. There's a it's a deep point. Mid off cover, backward point. Forward again goes Wells and defends, and there's no run.
He's left his post. Yeah, that camera has no person
there, is there?
Behind it. He wasn't there long. Why did he need to be there in the first place then?
I don't know. Well, why does he need to be anywhere? He seems to pop up when you least expect it. Short leg going into position under the helmet, Fletcher Middleton. Final ball of the over for Prest, into Wells. Punched off the back foot. Gubbins fields at cover, and there's no run. So 4 coming off that over from Tom Prest. 57 for 4, Wells on 40. And Bell, who's batting for the second time today, he's unbeaten on 6. Lancashire still trailing by 132 runs in their second innings. They're following on 57 for 4.
44 overs bowled as well, so Hampshire still keeping Lancashire well under wraps here. Innings not moving forward much at all. Still 132 runs. That's at this current rate. Might still be behind come the end of the day. Might be asking a lot of the bowlers to keep this intensity up. Here's Turner. Bowls. Bell's in behind that one. Pushes that out into the covers. Turner starting his 6th over here. 1 for 12. That's ideal. The start that he made yesterday, keeping it nice and tight when there's no wickets. And then, of course, when that chance comes along.
He came back well, didn't he, yesterday?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Bit of reverse. A little bit of reverse. And again, right arm over. Bowl short. Bell stays underneath that one. Good line. Just most of the time, though, the ball doesn't really kick off this turf anymore. Every now and then it does, but not a huge amount of pace in this wicket. There is a leg slip in now, as well as a slip for Turner.
And he's probably generated more of that, hasn't he? That kind of kick off the pitch, Turner, than the other bowlers.
Probably hits the deck a little harder than I think anybody in the game, in this game. In again, and bowls, and forward is Bell. Watching the ball onto the bat intently.
Worcestershire still frustrating Essex. They've put together a real fight of it, Worcestershire at Essex this week. So they've got themselves a lead. They've got 5 wickets left. 185 for 5, lead Essex by 47. Leaders Surrey are at Nottinghamshire. Not to 6 down, having lost Freddie McCann. They trail by 188.
Turner in again, down the line of leg stump. Good diving stop again by Ben Brown. Just that one, he looks to angle. He just starts a little too straight. So only one result in Division 1 so far?
The Warwickshire game, yeah. That's put Warwickshire 30 points above the relegation zone, subject to the conclusion of this round of fixtures. 132 points and picked up their first win.
Turner again runs away from us and bowls. That's clipped away by Bell. Should be at least 2 here as it goes out to backward a square leg. Bell moves on to 8. 59 for 4 Lancashire, following on in their second innings. Yeah, the live table. So Kent, I think Kent's points have been put on such as they were. So they are 34 points behind Lancashire. Are they going to make that up in 3 games? I mean, mathematically they can. Hampshire go there next to Canterbury. Turner outside the off stump. 2 bounces again through to Ben Brown, who takes it cleanly behind the stumps. 59 for 4, 45 overs gone of this follow-on. So that's a big gap. But at the moment, the live table only shows you guys 1 point behind Notts. So you're chasing Notts, aren't you, really? And I suppose Worcestershire as well. You want to drag 1 or 2 others into that, don't you?
Yeah, well, the Worcestershire game is the last game of the season for Lancs, away at Worcester, with Durham away and Somerset at home in between. I mean, it could quite conceivably go down to the final round of fixtures with Lancashire at Worcestershire. I think they're kind of hoping that it doesn't. They can go down to New Road with a bit of pressure off.
It's a little unfair, actually, isn't it? Because out of the bottom 3 teams, you guys have won 2. Notts and Kent have only won 1.
Comes pressed to Wells. Off the back foot and drives into the offside. No run. There's Dawson to field. Remains on 40. 59 for 4. Tom Prest having a 12 from the James Anderson end. Guided away off the back foot by Wells through the offside for a single. Felix Organ in front of the empty party stand. I don't know if it's even still called the party stand or not. They called it the party stand when they first built this big, massive temporary stand, but maybe it's no longer called that.
Well, I'm just wondering, how do you have a party in that stand? Because all the seats are...
Well, I think it's... well, it's...
close together.
I think it was like the stand for internationals when you come in fancy dress and all that stuff. Bell plays it back down the ground for no run. I think they kind of had that as being, you come dressed as a traffic cone or something, come dressed as Donald Trump or something like that, and you go and have some fun in the party stand. Pressed in to Bell. It's defended, and again there's no run. And for the T20 game, certainly for the Roses fixture, if it ever gets played, I think the last he's got rained off again this year, the T20 Roses match. But again, that's the type of stand where you get the fancy dress in and all that stuff. Yeah, there's Bell, just drops the ball into the offside. Calls Wells through for a single. Bell moves on to 9, and it's 61 for 4. Brings Wells back on strike. So presumably they've kept that stand up because there's another international game here. There's a game against Australia, T20 international.
Yeah, I think it's three T20s and 3 ODIs.
They've got one here, so it must be still there for that. Again, Wells forward in defence, and there's no run. End of the over. A couple coming off that. What have we got left today? 46 overs left today. So 61 for 4. Wells on 41, Bell on 9. Lancashire are still trailing by now 128 runs. There we go. Viewers on Lancs TV can see the temporary stand. It's actually not. It goes bigger than that. It goes higher than that. But so I think it's almost 8,000 seats when it's at its full size. It's like his baby brother, that stand, compared to.
Say the nets are around there, aren't they? Behind them, the practice nets, and yeah, it's quite scary right at the back of that, actually. Email here from Jeffrey Hobbs. We were talking earlier, and the umbrella is still up. Away to our right, shielding that spectator from the sun. Colin's back here. He's everywhere. Edit suite, camera operator. Did we put you off when you were behind the camera, by the way? We didn't. Well, we said that. We thought that's why you then left it and went back. Here's Turner, length ball to Bell. It's played up towards mid-on. This email from Jeffrey Hobbs talking about the weather and how good it is, and I've never seen an umbrella in Manchester up because of the sun. I'm enjoying the match at a sunny Old Trafford from a very overcast Hampshire south coast.
There you go. Chirp down, James.
Wow, that's it. No need for an umbrella, sunshades here. He says, thank you for the excellent commentary. That's Jeff in Hordle, which is in the New Forest. Here's Turner. Bell is forward. Goes up towards mid-on. Bell stays on 9. He's faced 41 deliveries. This is from Ron Paul, who's in Southampton. I bet it's sunny there.
It's cloudy on the south coast. We've got confirmation coming back that you'd be delighted you're in Manchester because it's lovely up in the northwest, and it's overcast, it's miserable and grey on the south coast.
I know. What is this world coming to? As I say, I do now believe in climate change. I did. I said that on day one. Full down the leg side. Taken by Ben Brown. I did say when it was raining against Essex last week, and I turned the TV on in the media centre, and there you were playing up here in the Test match. I thought, that's climate change.
That's it. It's conclusive.
Anyway, Ron Paul says, solentcricket@gmail.com, under the heading of Luke Wells, who's at the non-striker's end as we speak. Thoroughly enjoying the coverage as usual. I see on Cricinfo other cricket stats websites available. Come back to that. Turner bowls, comes in, right arm over, bowls past the umpire, another good length ball to Bell. I see Luke Wells has the dubious honour of being the most sledged cricketer in England due to his obdurate nature of hanging around Is there really that much sledging going on in cricket today? Well, I'm not out there in the middle anymore, so I'm not sure I can really answer that properly. I don't know. I think there's a bit here and there. The thing I found was that the umpires did step in very quickly if they had a hint of that sort of thing. Down the leg side, when you played against the touring teams, they didn't quite get so involved, so there was a bit going on then. Of course, there's not so many tourist games these days, so that's kind of taken out of the equation to a lot of extent. But
so Luke Wells is the most sledged player.
Right.
Is that
according to Crick Info? Is that right?
Is that something that Luke has decided is the case, or
has he put that on his bio?
Yeah,
in his biog. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that.
Sounds like something that's a bit made up to me.
Is it the sort of thing that would be in Crick Info? Are there cricket websites available? I can have a quick look. Length ball again. Good accurate over. Apart from that one down the leg side, he's certainly not giving Bell a chance of getting on the front foot and anything a half volley. 61 for 4. Going through a quiet period here where no wickets at the moment, but again, just to emphasise the point, Hampshire just keeping the innings quiet. 45 balls for his 9 Bell and 127 balls for his 41 Wells.
Yeah, the wickets to fall there for Lancashire. Wicket takers for Hampshire. 2 for Abbas, 1 for Turner, 1 for Dawson. Lancashire 4 down.
Actually, the first line on the cricket ever says the title of the most sledged cricketer in England is presumably not easily won. Talking about Luke Wells. So there is a line on
how
there.
do you kind of quantify that? How do you find out who is the most sledged?
Well, it says Luke Wells describes that reputation as a Sussex in-house joke that's now gained wider appeal.
Oh, I see. So it's a joke.
I attract sledging all over the country. I don't know why. Here we are. So that's true. Thank you.
Can't imagine Hampshire boys doing much sledging at the minute. It all seems pretty quiet, doesn't it?
There's no need, is there?
Not really, no. Dawson's going to return, so just a bit of a breather for Dawson. With Tom Prest a couple of overs, but Dawson coming back into the attack. 45 overs remaining, so it's Dawson to Wells. Plays that back along the pitch and gathered by Dawson off his own bowling. There's no run. Just encouraging Middleton to go from forward short leg to leg slip. So the slip and the leg slip in place. The short square leg shuffling down the pitch as well and working it back towards Liam Dawson. There's no run. And balls again. Dabbed away by Luke Wells. The other by Dawson off his own bowling. Comes Dawson, clutching the ball towards the chest, left arm round the wicket balls. Dropped it into the leg side. And again, there's no run. A tweak to the field, so this time Middleton from leg slip back into that forward short leg position. There's a mid wicket going to backward point. That's Toby Albert. And then there's Felix Organ on the cover boundary as well. Over the wicket. Again, shuffling forward defensively. Luke Wells. Almost kind of crab-like, really. Almost both feet pointing back down the pitch as he defends. Twirls the bat again. Settles back into his crease. Dawson to complete the over. Wells as watchful as he has been all day to guide that ball out towards the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over, 61 for 4, Wells 41, Bell on 9.
Just a 2-over respite for Dawson.
It was, wasn't it?
Straight back in, 2 overs for 6. Tom Preston. Dawson's back in. Maybe just to see if there was anything there for Tom Preston. Wasn't ever going to be, but it was an accurate couple of overs, and maybe just to break things up a fraction. Howard Chambers has emailed. solidcricket@gmail.com is the email for any of your views or anything else under the heading of Lancashire woes. I've watched Lancashire games, or most of Lancashire games this year, apart from a decent 2020 campaign, papering over the cracks. It's been a very underwhelming season, to say the least, as Turner bowls short and no ball. Signal by umpire Tommy Lungley. Great, we have some new upcoming youngsters, but it seems to be the senior players who are lacking confidence and at times showing indifference. It's hard to see how we avoid relegation, but maybe the shake-up that we need for a root and branch review for next season, says Howard. I mean, I'm looking at the method of dismissals today. I have to say Keaton Jennings was definitely got out by Mohamed Abbas. Good bowling. And Bahanan, again, good piece of bowling from John Turner, who's bowling now. It's flicked away down towards square leg. Wants a single? No, says Luke Wells. Surprised George Bell was even thinking about a single there. That was a little too close to Toby Albert. But mistakes from the youngsters after lunch. Rocky Flintoff edged behind, and Matty Hurst with a not particularly good shot against Liam Dawson. So I think the senior players, to be fair, Keaton Jennings and Bahanan, they didn't give their wickets away, and we're certainly seeing Luke Wells selling his wicket dearly. So there's your 3 main batters. I don't think any blame can be attached for them in this innings so far. Maybe if Wells was even, unless Wells plays a really stupid shot. But I mean, if he gets out sooner, you can't say that he hasn't fought hard. 133 balls for his 41. He's battling very hard out there, making it as difficult as he can for Hampshire. Here's Turner again to Bell. That's flicked away past the leg slip. I don't think it carried. It's gone quickly for 4 up towards the pavilion.
It's a good Yorker, isn't it? He's fired that 4-ball in, Turner, and he's got bat on ball there, Bell, and clips it down to fine leg. Shot by Bell. It's a good ball by Turner, isn't it?
It was, yeah. One or two got excited there. I just don't think it carried. It was a little wide anyway.
Yeah, it was.
Went quickly, low down in at the best. 67 for 4. Trail by 122 now, do Lancashire. Turner in again. It's got the short leg as well as that leg slip. Bell behind that one. It looks comfortable most of the time, doesn't it, really, when even with Turner banging it in, there's no real pace and bounce out of this pitch. But just every now and then, maybe a little bit of reverse. Every now and then one does go through a little quicker, but to work hard as a bowler, that's for sure.
I like the phrase root and branch review. Used to get that every time England got battered in the Ashes, didn't they? Used to we're going to have a root and branch review.
Root and branch. It's obviously an old saying. It's turned away down to fine leg. Bell will pick up a single, moves on to 14. Yeah, where does the saying root and branch come from? I like some of these sayings.
Yeah, they're good, aren't we?
Is that root R-O-O-T?
Yes, yeah.
Let's have a look.
I think it was England football used to use that. So if they had a rubbish kind of World Cup or something, or they failed to qualify for a World Cup, we're gonna have a root and branch. We get some guy from the FA in a press conference saying we're going to have a root and branch review.
Yes. What? You just say review.
Yeah, just
thorough.
What's root and what's that about?
It's obviously come from somewhere, and I'm trying to
just say a root and branch review. It's a very kind of bloke in a suit type phrase, isn't it?
Yes. Management speak.
Yeah.
Forward is Wells again. Bat and pad close together. The UK government has commissioned a root and branch review.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
It's
perfect for like a governmental department thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's failures in our asylum system. We're going to have a root and branch.
Still trying to find out the original meaning of it.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it just means to be thorough, doesn't it? To go from the root to the branch, kind of top to bottom.
Yeah, well,
that type of thing, isn't it?
Round the wicket, just tucked up there a little bit, does Luke Wells. Takes the bottom hand off the bat as it goes out towards mid-wicket. Another over completed. Turner has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 21, and we are really in a quiet phase of this game where Lancashire are giving nothing away, and Hampshire, with not a lot in this pitch, are just plugging away, waiting for what they hope is the next mistake. And to be fair, most of the time Lancashire have provided them with it.
At the Test match, Joe Root has reached his century and has overtaken Sir Alistair Cook as England.
Congratulations.
So Dawson. He's going to continue from the James Anderson end. With Ian Bell on strike, here comes Dawson around the wicket to Bell, forward and defends. And there's no run.
Oh, I found an earliest use of that phrase.
Right. There's Dawson. Bounces in, bowls, Bell drives to mid-off, no run.
So I'll leave it till the end of the over because he's quite quick to getting
yeah,
through.
That's true, isn't he? Yeah, he doesn't mess about, does he? Then on 14 again, Middleton having gone from leg slip to silly point. Dawson left arm around the wicket, forward goes Bell, defends. And there's no run. It's down to the top of his mark, Liam Dawson. Steadies himself, brushes him past the umpire. Looks to sweep, appeal for an LBW. Ball trickles away down towards short fine leg. Leg by is the call from the umpire. Yeah.
Well outside leg stop.
So 69 for 4 with that leg by. Brings the twirling Luke Wells back on strike. And for the left-hander, Dawson comes over the wicket. Down the pitch comes Wells. Thought for a second that just squeezed through. Gets enough bat on that and of course squirts back down the pitch to Dawson. There'll be 10 overs until tea at the end of this one from Liam Dawson. Into Wells. Drops it into the offside. Cover set back towards the boundary and you can jog through for 1. 42 to Luke Wells. End of the over. 70 for 4.
Right, the phrase root and branch. The phrase originated from the London Petition of 1640,
right,
which demanded the abolition of the episcopal system with all its dependencies, roots and branches. The petition became known as the Root and Branch Petition, and the phrase came to be used to describe any thoroughgoing policy or thoroughgoing policy. The petition was a significant factor in the lead-up to the English Civil War.
Good research.
Yeah, so there we are.
Go.
That's an old, very old.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Go back to what? 1640, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Still going strong.
It is. Now we've got some Nick Gubbins. We've got some more spin. 2 overs of off spin from Tom Prest, part-time off spinner, and now we've got an even more part-time leg spinner in Nick Gubbins, who does turn his arm over from time to time. He tends to turn his arm over a little more in the 50-over competition when he's captain. In the championship, not so much so. And he hasn't actually picked up a wicket in the championship as yet, and that's pushed out into the gap in the covers where Wells will pick up a single. Gubbins has actually bowled 1, 2, 3 in 4 separate innings this season. Over only a few overs, a handful of overs at best, but he's yet to pick up a wicket.
So he bowls a bit in white ball cricket then, doesn't he?
Yeah, he usually gets somewhere near 10. Right. Depends how much people get after him.
Yeah.
Which sometimes doesn't seem to bother him. He'll still try and get as near 10 as he can. But I mean, he's a more than plausible leg spinner, that's for sure.
Not a bad option on the pitch.
No, I was going to say, just to see if there's something there. It's cut away by Bell. Now, there is a man out at point, and that's a good stop. No. Oh, no, Toby Albert couldn't quite get there.
Looked like he had.
Yeah, I thought he had. Good shot from Bell, cutting that away. Got real pace into that shot as well. Oh, Albert looked like he got there. Didn't quite get himself balanced. Gubbins bowls again. Oh, that has turned. A bit short. Good stop at backward of point by Turner. But that looked as though that turned.
Good option, isn't it, on this pitch? So a lot of Luke Wells bowling, didn't we?
Yeah.
He got 4 wickets in the end, didn't he, Luke Wells?
Yeah, he did. Good spinner.
Yep.
I think he's trying to get a little bit more. Gubbins bowls. That's straightened a fraction, but again, it's a little too short, allowing Bell time to rock back onto the back foot and pick his gap on the offside. He moves on to 19. A little flourish here from Bell. 76 for 4, Lancashire following on. Ralph Brooker has emailed salmoncricket@gmail.com, says J.R.R. Tolkien used the phrase root and twig, but that was used more as an exclamation, not a description. Oh, it's down the leg side, flicked away by Wells. This will go for 4 off the bat, yes. Well, he can be a little bit expensive, but I think Hampshire have just thought, well, you know what, let's just see what happens. Probably expecting the run rate just to increase a little. Lancashire will be thankful for that. Might feel like a bit of respite for them. But this is pretty much an experiment. If Gubbins gets one exactly right, then who knows? And I think that's what they're hoping for. The other balls, well, you know, it doesn't matter so much. It's driven up to mid-on. Who's back? And that's a single. So all of a sudden, we've had an over where 11 has been completed. Yeah, I think he'll probably get another over, actually. And if doesn't really get anything in the right place, then they'll go back to the tried and trusted formula.
Yeah, it's definitely worth experimenting with, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're not always going to get them right, is he? He's not always going to get it spot on when you've got your kind of part-time leg spinner, really. You might free up create a few scoring opportunities, but might just get something to work.
I think, yeah, sorry.
So loads of runs to play with, isn't as well? So
yeah,
no
I think it was last year he got a wicket. So, I mean, that's how often they appear.
Right.
And I think it was in a game where Dawson got a lot, and he bowled, he got a wicket, and it literally did pitch middle and hit the top of off. And I spoke to Dawson after the game, who got a hatful, and I said, well, Nick Gubbins turned one as well. He said, yeah. He said, he hadn't stopped talking about it.
It's one of those where you clip it up and you put it on your show your fans and family. There's Dawson to Wells, forward in defence, and there's no run. You put it on your family WhatsApp group or something.
See, look at this.
Yeah. Forget the century. Look at this. Yeah. 81 for 4. There's Dawson balls again. It's worked away through the offside by Wells for a single. Moves to 49. I think 1 or 2 in the ground. Thought that might be his 50 because the scoreboard operators today have been really quick. So he pushed that away and they put the 1 up before he even completed the single. I think some of the supporters inside the ground thought, oh, that must be 50. Just a 49. 82 for 4. Bell defends to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I think this has gone from a Hampshire point of view a little too quiet. I mean, there literally is nothing for Dawson there. Batter's not showing any intent. Defending well. But yeah, it's probably Sometimes you have quiet periods. I think that's probably why Gubbins is on. Just want to try and see something happen.
Dawson to Bell. He's pushed him in off and no run. I suppose it gives the Seamers a bit of a breather, doesn't it, for a little bit. Everything's in Hampshire's favour here. Runs on the board, the deficit. Overs left today. Full day tomorrow, albeit it might be not quite as clear a forecast. Again, Bell drives, no run. So patience is the key, isn't it? Patience, and it's fine. There's no particular time pressure. Still 100 behind Lancashire and only 6 wickets remaining. Just trying all different tricks and rotating the field and changing fielding positions. Now got 2 short covers in place. Little break from Dawson. He comes back in. Press with a couple of overs. Gubbins has bowled 1. In to complete the over. Whipped away to the leg side by Bell. And he moves on to 20. 8 overs until the tea break. Live from Emirates Old Trafford. Listeners and viewers, whether it's across the BBC Sport website and app, on your smart speaker, I find that quite tricky to say, on your smart speaker you can ask BBC Sounds to play Lancashire versus Hampshire Day 3, or or on Lancs TV as well. So there's lots of ways to follow the action.
Gubbins is having another over. But nobody around the bat apart from the slip, which is Tom Prest. Substitute fielder Felix Organ sort of on the drive, an extra cover. Flighted edged. That goes out. That's the ball. That's the ball. There's nobody at gully though. That's the length. Get the batters driving. I think Gubbins was a little too short, but you're asking him to get right on the money straight away, and he's only part-time, of course, as you know. That's turned, but too short. So there is something there for him. Perhaps a little more than we've seen for quite a while. So he's got to get the ball up there. He'll know it. In again. Balls, that's better. That's better. Well defended by Bell, though.
Yeah, they like that, didn't they, Ben Brown and Tom Prest.
That's what you want. You would do. You get excited as soon as you see the ball in the air and you know it brings the batter forward. That's what you want to see. Gubbins, that's good. That's good. Kicked away. Left alone more than kicked away. But you see, as soon as he tosses the ball up, it's just a little bit of excitement. If he bowls it short of a length, nothing. Dead, finished. Forget that and go to the next ball. It's too easy for Bell. Yeah, there. Off back foot, too easy. Too easy. Get him coming forward. 20. Bell moves on to 83 for 4. He might have earned himself another over here, I think, for me.
Yeah.
This might be a little bit more difficult with the left hand, of course, ball turning in. Shouldn't be so much of a problem for him, but there will be a short leg in. Yeah, there's one going in. Maybe one turns out of the rough, inside edge onto the pad. Going to be a leg slip as well. They're not expecting anything to go through the slip area, which you never know. If one turns and then one goes straight on, you never know. But anyway, that's what Hampshire have chosen to do. Of course, they've got to be a little bit careful as well, because Gubbins, not being a full-time leg spinner, is going to bowl some balls which are easy for the batters to get away. There's his half-century, Luke Wells. He's come off 143 deliveries. He has fought hard there. 5 fours for Lancashire's left-hander.
He has, yep. And understandably a very low-key and subtle, reserved celebration or acknowledgement of the applause from his teammates and the Lancashire supporters. Some of his highlights here. This is a pretty sharp-looking ball from Turner. Pulled away for 4. A couple of reverse sweeps in this innings as well.
He's looked solid. That's one thing you can say about this knock. A very determined 50 as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the word, isn't it? well, I think we said almost from the first ball or two that he faced from Kyle Abbott, that you sense two big physical presences there, the ball and the batter, and both were determined. Certainly you felt Wells was absolutely determined that he ain't giving this away. Felt that pretty early on. He left everything outside off stump. Defender well left, defended left. It looked like he was pretty determined to make sure that he's made some contribution in the second innings.
Got to do it all again, really. His side will be hoping that he at least doubles that.
Fuller, ball 3 overs, so he comes in from the Anderson end, replacing Dawson. A single nudged away off the hip down to fine leg for 1. Wells moves to 51, 86 for 4. We've had spin all the way since lunch from that Anderson end with Dawson, and with a couple of overs from Tom Prest. And now Fuller. It's been ball 3 so far in this second innings.
Yeah, I think he's going to find it hard work here. I mean, anything that's slightly off line, slightly off length is an easy run or two for the Lancashire batters. Very, very benign conditions out there at the moment. Soft ball, good pitch with not a lot of pace. But it's one that Hampshire have faced before when they've been trying to bowl sides out. I think Warwickshire comes to mind. Edgbaston, where the pitch just went completely dead. Couldn't quite bowl them out for a second time. Got them 9 down.
Fuller starts, sort of sends a short ball down to Bell. First delivery that Bell faces from Fuller.
No ball.
Pitches at Edgbaston. I mean, they've got a result there this week, but they can be a bit flat, can't they?
Wasn't the first game they played against Durham? Wasn't there millions of runs scored?
Okay. Well, there were millions of runs scored in the first month or so.
Yeah, there was, but this was particularly. I think didn't Durham get 500 and had to follow on or something?
It's Fuller in to Bell. On his toes and defends away into the offside. No run. Is that the game where Matty Potts got runs for Durham?
I think so.
Following on, didn't he get a century or something?
I think you're right.
We can
I can look up the game. I think I've written it down. If I haven't, then where are we? We can look it up on the website.
Yeah, we can.
Was Warwickshire the game after you guys? It was, wasn't it? You were the second game.
Comes Fuller, balls to Bell. He's defended, no run. Yeah, I've got it here. Yeah, Warwickshire 698 for 3 declared. Alex Davis 256, Will Rhodes 178, Rob Yates 191, so 698 for 3 declared. Durham 517 all out. Following on, made 293 for 6, and it was Matty Potts not out, 149 not out. That's looped up to short leg. Fuller gets the breakthrough. Bell departs for 21. And Fuller's return from the Anderson end. And it's popped up to Fletcher Middleton at short leg. Lancashire lose their 5th wicket, 88 for 5.
Well, it's a surprise, isn't it, really? Bell, again, battling away as he did in the first innings. Wasn't able, really, to get right in behind that. It's an interesting one. Coming round the wicket there. Yeah, just tried to turn it away on the leg side, got an inside edge onto his thigh. Balloon to Fletcher Middleton. Just wondered if that ball just straightened a fraction. He may have thought that the ball was coming a little closer to him, and in the end the ball just stayed out there a fraction and he's got inside the line. Fuller celebrated, enjoyed that one. I don't think he was expecting a wicket so soon. This is in danger of being all over today.
It is. It's George Balderson heading out to join Luke Wells.
There's the value of having guys that just bowl that little bit quicker, just a little. It's not huge amounts, but on a benign pitch, can just get something from time to time that nobody else can. A little bit of extra bounce on that occasion. As I say, probably just straightened a fraction. You know, Bell's expecting it to come in sort of around the hip area, and it's just stayed a little outside of that area. So he's got a little too far inside it with his head. So he's actually pushing away a fraction. So the bat's not coming as straight as it might do. So there's a little edge onto the thigh, and it's ballooned. It's a simple catch. And
they've had Fuller up the sleeve a little bit, haven't he? He's nearly bowled 3 overs, and that period of spin has allowed some of the seamers just to rest up a little bit, and they've got Fuller basically fresh. You can tear in here, can't he? I know that it's a flat pitch and an old Kookaburra ball now, but he's nice and fresh. And he's got the breakthrough. Balderson, new batter. Here's Fuller to Balderson. Defended from a ball just back of a length and steered away into the offside, and there's no run. So 88 for 5. That partnership between Bell and Wells is with 44. Batted for 70 deliveries. George Bell for his 21. And in that partnership, Wells batted 53 balls for 18. Fuller to Balderson, short again, and he's underneath that.
Good pace.
Yeah. And you look at the field that's set for him as well, with a leg slip, short third, short point, short leg. But he can just come tear in here, can't he? Right, give us what you've got. A little spell before tea, running hard. See if you can get something from this pitch with that extra pace that you've got. Absolutely perfect start with a wicket with his first over.
It's the Manchester skyline on the picture feed.
Yeah, Colin's got up with his drone.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what he has?
Yeah, he's got a drone.
The drone's up right now?
Yep, it is. Yeah.
Tram pulling into Old Trafford Station, which I did this morning. Enjoyed that.
Very pleased you managed to do that.
I know. It was all down to your expert sort of guidance, really, as to from Salford Quays, you go to Cornbrook, two or three stops, and then you get on the one going to Altrincham, which I did, and then it's 2 stops, and it stops right there where you saw.
Yeah.
And you literally walk through hardly any distance at all into the ground. Beautiful. As I say, if it wasn't for the last day tomorrow, and obviously I need to get my stuff from the hotel, I'll be getting it tonight, but I would have gone in again tomorrow. I wish I'd done that yesterday as well. Dawson's over the wicket then to Wells. Now Dawson's for the first time is bowling. Is it the Stretford end this end? Brian Statham end.
Brian Statham end, yeah.
Stretford is...
Well, that used to be the Stretford end.
Oh, of course, when the old
other way
wicket,
around.
of course,
yeah.
I knew there was a Stretford in there somewhere, but that's to our left, which is now square leg. Goes for the reverse sweep in the air. Oh, it's fallen just short of Fuller at backward a point. Luke Wells gone for the reverse sweep. He's played 2 very good ones off Dawson earlier, but that, it got a top edge and that's inches away.
Just bouncing front, didn't it?
Yeah.
Not far away.
You certainly don't want to get out reverse sweeping in this situation. It's a bit like being run out. Probably the 2 modes of dismissal you don't want to be known for. That's played back to Dawson. But to be fair to him, he had played the 2 previous ones pretty well. But there is a man there. So what value are we going to get for it at the moment? 88 for 5, especially after just a wicket has just fallen. Fly, seared, and that's bounced, and he's hit the stumps. And he's done it again, Liam Dawson. Slower ball. Wells waited and waited, prodded at it, and the ball has ricocheted off his bat into the stumps before Wells had a chance to readjust. He goes for 51, and he is 88 for 6. And now there is a real chance we're finishing tonight.
There is. Wells, perhaps Lancashire's last hope of trying to send this into a 4th day. Just sneaked through, didn't it? Bounced off the face of the bat into the to Wells's horror, to Hampshire's delight. That ricochet bouncing back into the stumps. You could see Ben Brown, the keeper here, just watching the bounce. Deflects off the face. Where's it going? Oh, onto the stumps. Wells departs for 51.
He was done by the pace there, Wells. It was slower from Dawson. Again, there's the confidence you get from a spinner that knows exactly what he's doing. Knows what to try. Knows he's good enough to try it. And he's got his reward. And all of a sudden, 2 wickets have fallen in the space of 6 minutes, when for quite a long period of the previous partnership between Bell and Wells, you wondered where the next wicket was coming from. Big wicket in terms of Hampshire trying to wrap this game up tonight.
Yes, yes it is.
Played well though, Luke Wells, at the end of the day.
Yeah, he did. I mean, we're looking at batters coming out and trying to show some fight and some, and all the usual words you attribute to it in this situation. And he's done that, hasn't he?
Iyer, the Indian player, has gone for a reverse sweep straight away, and he's got hold of that one. There is nobody for that shot, and it goes for 4. I'm just wondering if he's thinking, you know, I'm just going to play my normal game.
Well, I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, there's no point in prodding around
really,
here.
No.
97 the difference between the two sides.
I mean,
he's going to die wondering.
He's not played any other way since he's been at Lancashire, in truth.
Loose shot in the first innings to be well caught by Fuller, and the extra cover off Abbott for 27. Very loose shot. And we may see that again, but if he's in for any length of time, it might be entertaining. Certainly on the evidence of that ball anyway. 92 for 6. Still a big gap there if he wants to play it again. Plays that late. Well bowled, Liam Dawson. Once more has the confidence to just vary what he's bowling and brings its reward. A man very much on top of his bowling. Having a long chat there with Ben Brown, probably just deciding what to do in future with Iyer. There's a bit of rough. Iyer will have to be a little careful, as Luke Wells found there. There is a little bit of rough outside off stump, and from time to time the ball will turn if the ball's thrown into that area. Thrown in inverted commas, of course. So he will have to be a little careful.
Well, it's worked, hasn't it? The switch, get Dawson in at this end. Here's Fuller, look at this field as well. In and bowling to Balderson. He's expecting it, I reckon. It's a really sharp ball, it's quick. And to get some of any pace out of this pitch is a pretty impressive effort. But he can run in hard here. He's pretty fresh, Fuller. He's only got a little spell to bowl before tea. He's got the field set for it. And Balderson knows what's likely to be coming. The slip, leg slip. Gully, cover, short leg. Mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Fuller for Hampshire. And then balls to Balderson, who gets in behind and defends. And there is no run.
Yeah, the challenge for Balderson here is, and he was out really not getting over a drive to Abbott in the first innings. He was caught at sort of a deep gullyish area, wasn't he? Sort of deep third, deep fourth slip, because didn't really get over the drive. Now, of course, when you've got a bowler coming in like Fuller, who's bouncing up around your head from time to time, you've then got to still make sure your body weight is going into any forward drive you want to play, and sometimes that's not always easy.
Again to Balderson, it's defended away into the offside, there's no run.
That's when you've got bowlers who can get it up there, have the advantage, is that when batters then do need to lean into a shot, they actually find themselves just holding back a fraction, and that's where you make the mistakes. So the challenge for Balderson here is to make sure he gets out of the way of the short ones, or takes it on if that's what he wants to do, but when the opportunity's there with the ball pitched up, make sure you keep your head forward.
Fuller to Balderson, plays that well. Goes that away down into the onside. Middleton, who's was there in position to take the catch. Off Fuller's bowling as Bell didn't run away off his hip, turned it out towards that short leg fielder for Middleton. To be fair to Hampshire, they have taken pretty much everything that's come their way.
Yeah, it's been one of those games actually, isn't it, really?
Fuller around the wicket, and Balderson defends. And again, there's no run. 92 2 for 6. There's plenty of smiles amongst the Hampshire boys, and rightly so, they've earned the right to try and enjoy this position. Still got 4 more wickets to take, of course, but it'll be a happy tea break for the Hampshire players. Not too far away from the tea interval. There'll be 4 overs to go after this one from Fuller. This is the final ball of it. Short again. And,
no ball.
That's all right on that occasion, as he ducks underneath it. So, end of the over. Maiden that for Fuller. He's now bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Lancashire 92 for 6. Venkatesh Iyer on 4. And George Balderson, he's on 0. 4 overs left of the afternoon.
My only worry is I might not be able to join you guys for dinner tonight if this game's over today.
You're going to rule out your
I probably will try and go. Oh well, yeah. Oh gosh, I've got to get back to the hotel on this tram. Yeah, I suppose it depends on how late it is, but
true.
I think I would try and get back if I'm honest. I mean, if there's any chance of a day off, you always try.
You did.
I'll see how late we start and finish. It might still go into tomorrow, of course. Why it gets going. You never know. It might be a big lead. Quickly. Dawson over the wicket to the left-hander, then comes down the wicket and hammers that down the ground. That's got very high, and that's gone for 6. Well, he isn't going to hang around.
No.
He's going to take it on here.
Well, it's how he's played every single inning so far, regardless of the state of the game. So, why change now?
That's a good shot. It's a good hit, and it's exactly the right ball. Came down the wicket, met it in exactly the right area that he wanted to. 10 off 3.
I think this might be his last game for Lancashire as well.
He wants to make a statement here, doesn't he? He might do either way at the moment. It's still early days. He might. He'll leave himself with a legacy one way or another, I think, here. Don't think he's going to be in the middle. Comes down the wicket again and hammers that away on the leg side. Fielded at deep mid-wicket. Wow, this is going to be entertaining. Seriously entertaining. 98 for 6. 99 for 6, I think. Yes, it is. Well, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it's a decent pitch to be playing like that, isn't it, really? I mean, as I say, it's not doing too much. Dawson might have picked up 7 in the match, but it's not like it's ripping. That brings Balderson on strikes. There's 2 left-handers out there. I don't think Balderson's going to do the same thing, or is he? Is he going to take some inspiration? No, he prods forward out on the offside. I is thinking about a single. It's going to be great here.
I'd be surprised. I don't think George is going to get too much inspiration from Venkatesh. I mean, I could be wrong. We might surprise him.
I hope he doesn't run anybody out higher. Dawson again. Forward is Balderson. So we've got another 3.5 overs until tea. So still time for Iyer to give us some entertainment. Time for him to get out, of course. It's going to be one thing or another. Here's Dawson, Balderson, on the back foot. My word, that did turn a bit. But it was thrown wide and into the rough. Balderson played it well. It's the only real joy Dawson will get out of this pitch is bowling to the left-handers. He will be able to bowl a few into the rough, whereas, of course, to the right-handers there is absolutely no rough whatsoever. Dawson again to Balderson. Just bounces a fraction as it goes harmlessly away down to short fine leg. End of the over. So 99 for 6. Iyer is 11 of 4. Balderson yet to get off the mark from 12. There are 35 overs left in the day. 3 till tea. And Fuller will bowl his 6th over shortly. 2 wickets apiece for Kyle Abbott. 2 for 5 from 10. And for Dawson, 2 for 42 from 20. A wicket for Turner. And Fuller, of course, has that 1 wicket as well. Top scorer in the innings, Luke Wells with 51 from 148 deliveries. And last wicket that has fallen. He was just about to run in there, James Fuller. And Iyer was still taking guard, or Was distracted by something anyway. Fuller's ready at the top of his mark from the pavilion end. Comes in round the wicket to Iyer. Iyer pulls that away. Short delivery out on the leg side. We'll go for 4. So, will it? No, Turner does well. Brilliantly well. Looked like it was running away from him, but just slowed up a fraction, allowing Turner to get around. And that is 100 up for Lancashire. Tough going. But they've got there to 3 figures anyway, but it's still nowhere near enough. 101 for 6. 100 coming up in the 58th over. Lancashire still trailing by 88. Well, if this man Iyer is out there for a while in this evening session, then that 88 runs, he'll make a big dent into that deficit. But Hampshire, of course, already adjusting their field. They know he's going to take it on. Fuller bowls, short. Iyer ducks underneath that one. Extra man out on the leg side for that hook shot. Iyer's done the right thing there. Decides he's not having a go at that one. Just a slip, almost second slip, which is Albert, and a gully, which is pressed. Here's Fuller again to Iyer. Short. Iyer whips it away down to fine leg. Moa Bassfields. Oh, it's misfield, and they come back for 2. Well, that's good awareness from Iyer, because it was a misfield, but the ball didn't exactly travel too far, and Iyer was straight away calling for a second. 15 off 7 he is now, injecting a little bit of entertainment into this innings as we head towards the tea break. 103 for 6, deficit of 86. Fuller around the wicket. Again to Iyer. Iyer flicks it away to mid-wicket. Goes to Fletcher Middleton. So there is another fielder coming out on the leg side now. So there is no slip for Iyer. We've got deep square leg, we've got a deep backward square leg and a fine leg. They're all on or near the boundary rope, and we have a square leg and a mid-wicket, as well as a mid-on, so predominantly leg-side field here. Here's Fuller again. Iyer edges that one, and that goes along the ground to deepish gully, fielded by Prest. And there is no run. .103 for 6. 1 ball left of this over from Fuller. He's taking his time walking back to his mark. There is a bit of anticipation as to what Iyer would do next. There's Fuller again. Bowls short. Iyer ducks underneath that one. Ball just about reaches Brown. Just died on him a little bit. That's the end of the over. 103 for 6 then, and there are 2 overs to go until tea.
Yes, and he's tried to have a bit of a go here, isn't he, Venkatesh? 15 from 10. I suppose. On this stage, nothing to lose. So Dawson, the penultimate over of the afternoon. Balderson works it out towards the leg side where Gubbins fields. And there is no run. Here comes Dawson, left arm over, bowls. Forward goes Balderson and defends. And again, there is no run. And an extra man around the bat here, so Toby Albert it is that's got the helmet. Going to position himself at silly point. There's a short leg and a slip in place as well. Dawson over the wicket, balls. Forward goes Balderson and defends. Bounces up into the hands of Albert. Oh, so Tom Prest at slip is twirling his arms around. Maybe it might be an over from Tom Prest just before the tea break potentially. 103 for 6. Dawson. And it's defended again by Balderson. And there's no run. Remains on naught. So 103 for 6. 2 balls left. Dawson into Balderson off the back foot this time and plays it back to Dawson, who feels off his own bowling. And again, there is no run. 1 ball left and then 1 over till tea. Dawson from the Brian Statham then 2 for 42. And he's in and bowling to Balderson, who plays forward and defends. And again, there's no run.
1 over till tea. Ralph Brooker on the emails. silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi gents, as much as I love your marathon partnership, I feel you gave Wells too much credit. Well, okay. If you're going to bat at less than 1 per over, then you should carry your bat, I think he says, or you should carry as near as makes no difference, he says. Iyer is the first Lancashire batter to make any attempt to put pressure back onto the Hampshire attack. Well, you're right. But it's just how batters as an individual decide how best they feel that is the way to play. Iyer obviously plays, as you've already heard from Scott Reed, plays one way really, and one way only. But by the time he comes in, a lot of the damage has already been done, as we're already seeing in this contest. You're right. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you can have lots of views about the way Luke Wells has bowled. That's pulled away, so not a great ball from Tom Prest. Pulled away for 4 runs. Prest will bowl the final over before tea with his off spin. And that was down the leg side, a fairly easy put away there for Iyer. Listen, I get it. But when you look back at this game and you say, right, who's shown some fight? I suppose you can definitely say that about Luke Wells, but if you're right, if you play like that and then get out, then probably does leave you a little bit open. It's down the leg side again, flicked away. More runs here for Ayer's gone fine. Mo Abbas running after that one. 2 to Iyer. William Seeger, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I'm really enjoying watching Dawson this season. He's playing better than ever. My candidate for man of the season for Hampshire. Lancashire look a shadow of the teams of the 20th century. Maybe Abbott will fire after tea. He has form, says William. He's cut away Iyer, straight to extra cover, no run. Best wishes for a safe drive home, says Bill. Well, I suppose I'm getting to that point where it'd be nice to get home tonight, but it still won't be easy to get these last few wickets. The wicket is still playing very true. It's just that Hampshire have kept the pressure up. Relentless they've been. Ayer's just readjusting his gloves and pads. I think he did that in his first innings. Clearly he doesn't have very good Velcro on his pads. I think he got Tom Prest actually to, or was it his shoelace? I think it was last time. Pressed around the wicket to Iyer, slightly slower. Iyer pushes that into the gap. Good call by Balderson. Throw comes in from Gubbins. So 2 balls left of this afternoon session. And it's fair to say Lancashire have limped along in this session.
Yep, and that's a pretty fair description.
So George Balderson facing Prest. Balderson's on the back foot, steers that up to mid-off. Fielded by Dawson. Will Balderson get off the mark before tea? He's faced 20 balls. 19 balls. Yet to record a run. Prest bowls, and that's flicked away up to mid-on. He won't get off the mark, but he will be not out at tea. And Lancashire 110 for 6, following on 79 behind.
Cheers, Kev. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes.
Oh.
Through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Mystoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Mystoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
So bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was developed over the last year. Some of the things, they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Surf, board, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has. What a morning.
Well, the real thrust of that innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance to run, get the winning hit, on come the crowd.
Another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Salt. It's into...
How's that?
How's that?
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. Because it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
Certain bits of it, but the heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being that was talked over last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah. Nice to meet you.
No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here.
All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Have fun.
Catch. Throw. Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Well, welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for it's the final session of the day. We shall see if it's the final session of the game. Hampshire still got to take 4 Lancashire wickets. Lancashire are 79 runs behind. Venkatesh Iyer has had a bit of fun before tea, so he's 22 not out. George Balderson in his own way, slightly more sedate, looking for his first run. And, well, the afternoon kind of kicked on a bit, didn't it? It looked like it was all going reasonably well. Lancashire tried to put it in a rear guard performance, and then some quick wickets have transformed it, and Hampshire on the brink here of really either finishing it tonight or at some point tomorrow.
Feels that way at the moment, doesn't it, really? Lancashire adding 76 for the loss of 4 wickets in that session. 35 overs were bowled.
It'll be Kyle Abbott to get things back underway after the tea break, with Venkatesh on strike. Abbott from around the wicket bowls, big appeal for LBW. That's deflected out towards the leg side. He's bowling around the wicket and spearing that ball in towards Venkatesh Iyer. Just gets a little bit of bat on that, clips the ball away off his pads for a single.
That looks as though it shaped it a bit, doesn't it? There was the angle anyway, but it just looked as though it speared in a bit towards the end. Just try and watch that again. It does come in, doesn't it?
A lively start to the evening session.
Yeah. You know, obviously from my point of view, I'd like to see that. If the game is going to end tonight, it might as well end in the next half hour as opposed to 2 hours.
Here's Abbott, bowls again, driven away by Balderson. That is a good shot for his first runs. And he'll come back for a couple. So 113 for 6. And Balderson off the mark with 2 down the ground.
Nice shot. Abbott's pitched it right up there, giving the ball a chance. If it was going to swing again or shape in, it didn't really do too much there. To be fair, the ball hadn't done too much anyway.
Abbott comes in and bowls. Forward goes Balderson and defends, and there's no run. So 113 for 6. Lancashire in the afternoon, or today in their second innings, losing the wickets of Keaton Jennings for 1, Josh Bohannon for 0, Rocky Flintoff for 8, Matty Hurst for 0, George Bell for 21, Luke Wells for 51, leaving Balderson and Iyer together after tea. Abbott from around the wicket, wide ball, hammered away through the offside by Balderson. Dawson scampering after it, and 2 more for Balderson. Doubles his total, 115 for 6 now.
Yeah, a bit of width from that one, from Abbott. Again, great determination from Dawson there. Could have quite easily just said, oh, go on then, have 3. Made sure he got the ball in quickly, keep him down to 2.
So a single and then a couple of 2s of the first 4 balls of this post-tea session. Abbott wicketless so far in the second innings. Bowls George Balderson, plays forward in defence, and there is no run. So we've got the 32 overs in the session. Will be 31 at the end of this delivery from Abbott.
Have a second new ball tonight,
So yeah, will be that option for Hampshire.
So even if Lancashire do put up some fight here after tea, then they've got that to look forward to.
Final ball of Abbott's first over. Balls to Balderson, again solidly on the defensive, and there's no run. So 5 coming off that over. Lancashire 115 for 6, trailing by 74 runs.
Yeah, 19 overs away, the second new ball. Abbott, I think, will have a quick burst here. Probably 3 overs. And then Dawson's continuing. I think Hampshire will be saving for one last push tonight with that second new ball. That's when the ball does a little bit more than what it does when he gets old. It didn't do too much even then, but there's always a little bit in it for the bowlers. We saw this morning testing couple of overs from Mo Abbas that eventually accounted for Keaton Jennings' LBW with one that straightened. We'd seen a few of those that had straightened. Jennings this time unable to keep it out. LBW to Abbas. But Hannon got a good one from Turner that just nipped back a fraction. LBW on the back leg. That was all with a relatively new ball. Sweep in his eye. Has he got an? Oh, has he got an edge on that? It's gone straight up in the air. Nobody knew where it had gone.
Everyone lost it.
Again, he's not holding back. That's Dawson's first ball. He's trying to smack that away with a hard sweep shot. I think there might have been a slight edge, but nobody just knew where that ball was up in the air. Dawson bowls to Iyer, goes for the sweep. Plays that really nicely. That's 4 runs. He's giving that a good whack, isn't he? He's not letting Dawson bowl it in. 27 off just 17 deliveries. Took Luke Wells about 2.5 hours to get that many.
This might be his best score, this one, Lancashire, I think. I was just looking through the one-day cup games. Scores of 25, 15, 9, 4, 15. Yeah.
Top score for Lancashire.
Top score for Lancashire.
Signing off.
Yes.
There's more to come, you think? Hampshire got an extra player on the leg side now for that sweep. Goes for the reverse sweep this time. Doesn't really get hold of it. Goes fine. They'll get a single. Reverse sweeps. Sweeps. What a situation.
He he won the IPL, didn't he? He actually he had a really good end to their campaign. He got runs, I think, in the eliminator and in the final. 2
half centuries and both not out. Yeah.
Was he batting at 3 in that IPL? So I'll have to have a look.
Was he? Colchester Knight Riders.
That's it. Yeah.
I mean, he clearly plays shots, which is obviously ideal from an IPL point of view. Alderson drives. Big gap on the offside. Single. It's gone in fairly freely since tea. 120 for 6, and they trail by 69 now, do Lancashire. He can clearly play. I mean, you can see it. He's on the back foot there, whips it back to the bowler.
Yeah, I mean, he's not playing international cricket for India unless you're a good player. He's got 90, 20 internationals and a couple of ODI internationals.
Steps away to the leg side, comes down the wicket to Dawson, works that to mid-wicket. Before Dawson had got to the crease, he was stepping away. Very wristy. Very loose or very strong wrists, whichever way you want to look at it. Clearly a little unorthodox, but you can see, certainly in 20-over cricket, he'd be hard work to bowl at.
Yeah, he batted at 3 for the Kolkata Knight Riders.
Quick chat with Mo Abbas. Long chat with Mo Abbas. Still chatting.
It's like a long time ago that Abbas and Jennings were having that little battle together. Abbott from around the wicket bowls. There's Abbas at mid-on. There's Alderson defends. So 121 for 6. It'll be saved until a new ball's required, I guess, won't he, Abbas? Can't see him.
No. I would give Abbott sort of 3 overs, maybe John Turner 3.
Right.
Then you're pretty much close to it, aren't you?
Yep. Abbott past the umpire, left alone by Balderson.
Bit of shape away.
Yeah, and Ben Brown, the keeper, bouncing away to his left-hand side to take the catch across first slip where Toby Albert fielded. 21 for 6. George Balderson for Lancashire settles back into the crease and waits for Abbott. And he comes stomping his way back in. And drives towards Dawson, who's at mid-off. And there is no run. 121 for 6. Just that one result so far in the round of county championship fixtures. A win for Warwickshire. They're beaten Kent today by an innings and 21 runs. Their first win of the season. But there's certainly some games that are well advanced that look likely to reach a conclusion tomorrow. Forward again goes Balderson in defence. There's no run. Worcestershire are 7 down at Essex in their second innings, leading by 136 runs. Somerset 229 for 5. Their lead Durham by 385. And Nottinghamshire still going in their first innings, replying to that big score by Surrey. 525 all out Surrey, and Nottinghamshire 404 for 9.
That looks a flat one at Trentbridge.
It does, yep.
Not sure it was that flat when we played there.
Abbott to Balderson. That's just pushed into the offside, no run. But Will Jacks has picked up 6 wickets for Surrey, and it was the 16-year-old spinner for Notts who got 7 in the first innings. Ahmed 7 for 140, and Jacks has got 6 for Surrey. Nottinghamshire batting. So not much for the joy for the seam bowlers. Of course, everyone's using this Cooker ball, unlike previous seasons where it was just in certain matches. Everyone's using it in this round, aren't they?
In Division 2 as well?
That
I don't know.
I think, yeah, I think so.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Doesn't count so much down there.
Abbott to Balderson. Just the end of the over. Maiden for Abbott to begin with. 121 for 6, and actually some quite big scores in that in the second division. Glamorgan 550 for 9 declared. And I've got Leicestershire 115 for 3 in their second innings. So Leicestershire still trail by 184 runs, 7 wickets remaining. Yorkshire, Middlesex across the Pennines. It's a bit of a flat one at Leeds. Yorkshire 601 for 6 declared. Middlesex 375 for 4 in response.
Well, that's fun to commentate on.
Sussex 607 for 8 declared in their match against Derbyshire. Oh, they're off a bad light on the south coast, you see.
Yeah, I was saying, was that at Hove?
Yeah, it's at Hove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're right, it's not so good weather down there, is it?
Lovely in the north.
What am I going back to?
I don't know, I'd stay here probably. Derbyshire 47 for 1 in their second innings. They still trail by 270 runs with 9 wickets remaining, but it's dark and gloomy on the south coast.
Always. This is the place to be. Dawson over the wicket to Iyer. Iyer sweeps again, gets wrapped on the pad. Ben Brown's racing away to the leg side, so too was Tom Prest. There are 2 men now out in the deep, just in front of square and behind square for Iyer's sweep, which he seems pretty intent on playing. Dawson again bowls. Gone for the reverse sweep this time. It goes, oh, good stop. Kyle Abbott. Well done again. They will pick up a single though. Reverse sweeps from Iyer. Moves on to 28 from just 22 deliveries. 122 for 6. They trail by 67 now, Lancashire. I see Lancashire. I see Sri Lanka are batting in the test now.
Okay.
42 for 1 in their second innings. Require 441.
I think he's going to get to day 4.
Yeah.
Well, should do.
England all out for 251 in their second innings. Balderson's on the back foot, plays that into the ground. So they'll get some more action at Lord's tomorrow, you're right. Dawson into his 23rd over, 2 for 48. To go with his 5 wickets in the first innings, 5 for 47. In again to Balderson. Balderson on the back foot. Ball rolls along the pitch back to Dawson, who stops it with his foot. Readjusts his glasses. Short leg waiting, slip waiting. Balderson forward. It goes out behind square. Dawson's pushing. Substitute Felix Organ back out into the covers, creating a gap there for Balderson. Looks like they'd rather bowl at Balderson than I at the moment. Dawson in the game, bowls, just defends quietly out on the offside. Another over ticked off. 64 overs done in this follow-on. 122 for 6.
And Worcestershire have lost their 6th wicket, actually. Ethan Brooks, the man out. Got themselves in front. 150 so in front, but now 6 wickets down, Worcestershire at Essex.
I'm just looking at the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy as well. It looks like the Blaze might beat the Sunrisers. I'm not sure that's a great result for Thunder, who play tomorrow. Looking at the table.
Yeah, I got that wrong earlier on. I was looking at the fixture of Lancashire Thunder, and they actually play the Northern Diamonds tomorrow. They play the Blaze on Wednesday. So if you're around Trafalgar Road in Southport tomorrow morning, 10:30 start for Thunder against the Diamonds and the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and there will be coverage on Lancs TV as well. If we're still here tomorrow, then we'll be able to cut across to the game for viewers on Lancs TV. We'll bring you a little bit of that as well through the course of tomorrow.
What time does it start tomorrow?
10:30.
10:30. Oh yeah. I was going to say you don't want it to start at 2 o'clock. Might be a bit too late for this game. Of course they're 10:30. Of course they are.
Yeah, it's 50 overs, isn't it?
Oh yes, yes. There are. Thunder have got what, 3 games left to try and get themselves into the top 4. They sit 6th at the moment. Blaze are 5th.
There we go. There's a potential young Thunder player of the future. Viewers on Lancs TV. Interesting to see how it all shapes up from next year with the tier 1 clubs. And
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Really looking forward to that.
Here comes Abbott from around the wicket to Venkatesh. Oh, he's edged it beyond beyond Brown down towards the boundary. Abbott spun round. He still stood there with his hands on his head. Venkatesh Iyer almost ran into him. It's a great response by Kyle Abbott. Edge to the boundary brings him 4.
Whoa. I think that's just pitched and straightened a fraction. Iyer does well to readjust walking into that. You can see why Abbott got excited and was disappointed. He's not picked up a wicket in this innings yet, got a couple in the first.
And he's close to a well, he's 1 wicket away from a milestone, isn't he?
He is. 1 wicket away from 400 for Hampshire, playing his 99th first-class match.
That is an outstanding return.
Fantastic, averaging 20. You're right, the rate of wickets 4 a game.
In the balls to Venkatesh, left and through to Brown, and there's no run. 126 for 6. Yeah, I don't know what yet. Do we know yet as to whether the Rachel Hayhoe Flint and the Charlotte Edwards Cup competitions will continue in their current state, or will that change next year for the Tier 1? I've not heard much about that, really.
I mean, it's difficult to get information because I don't think a lot of the teams know exactly what's going on yet.
Yeah.
You would think 20 over and 50 over stays.
Yeah, yeah. Pushed into the offside by Venkatesh, no run.
I should imagine they'll stay as the Rachel and as the Charlotte. Yeah, I would think. I don't know. I haven't heard anything any different. Yeah, it's just. How many teams initially? There's 8 in the top division, isn't there, which will
and there's no
expand.
promotion or anything like that, is there?
Not for the first 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah.
But then, mid-bid, all of a sudden it's announced that Yorkshire will join the top division at some point, and then I think Glamorgan have been told later on.
Abbott to Venkatesh Iyer, flashes this one out through the offside, and that ball doesn't reach the boundary rope. Venkatesh Iyer comes back and runs 3 instead, and he moves on to 35 not out. It's 129 for 6.
He's got quick hands, hasn't he? He does feel a little loose, but you can see that he breaks things up. You can see that already since he's come in. I mean, 35 off 26 is unheard of in this innings. And it was disappointing, of course, the way he got out in the first innings. Caught it extra cover, very loose shot. But you can see that as a bowler, he would put you under pressure.
Abbott to Balderson, who's played calmly away off the front foot. There's no run.
Abbott's bowled a very good length here. That's the ideal length, actually, for a seamer. Get the batters on the front foot. Get them to commit to the front foot. Not half volleys, which he hasn't done. But it's the right way. Anything slightly shorter than that is too easy for the batters just to stand there and push the ball back. But that length that he's bowling now, you do feel the ball's only got to do a little bit.
Final ball of the over for Abbott. Nudged away by Balderson, calls Ayer through for a single. Pinches the strike as well. He moves to 6. End of the over. 130 for 6, Lancashire trail by 59 runs.
Well, that's the 3 overs that Abbott's had since tea. I mean, I think he's bowled very well, actually. You, on another occasion, might have picked up a wicket. Does that warrant him having another wicket, another over? With 65 overs completed and 15 overs to the new ball. I don't know. I think the way Abbott's bowled here, with a new ball in his hand, I think I'd want to keep him reasonably fresh.
Yeah.
Ben Brown's having a chat with Abbott. So I'm not quite sure who exactly is the captain out there at the moment.
It's maybe a bit of a committee type thing.
Collective.
Yes.
Dawson bowls always a cut shot, very nearly an edge. Balderson into the safe hands of Ben Brown. I don't know if Ben Brown's assumed the captaincy. I don't know. It could be any one of them. As I say, Nick Cummins is a 50-over captain. You've got Abbott himself as well. Dawson, of course, will have a say. Pushes forward there, Balderson. I think Dawson will have a say, even if they say you're not part of that group.
He's still got a view.
Yeah, he'll still join it. I'm sure he is part of that group. Dawson into his 24th over here. Got through some overs in this game. He has turns that up towards mid-wicket.
It's interesting what Paul Alec was saying yesterday about vice captains. I asked him about that because obviously he was director of cricket here, and going back to his playing days as well as to whether there was kind of official vice captains.
On the wicket comes Borders and works that up to mid-on where he'll pick up a single. 131 for 6.
I mean, I've been covering Lancashire now for 15 years, and I think this is the first season I can recall an official vice captain of the club, like publicly named as a vice captain. I think Paul was saying something similar. You can't really recall, you know, anything kind of being officially, or you're the vice captain. Just like a general consensus, oh, the captain's off, by the way, you're kind of running things.
Dawson, he's bowled. Ayer's gone, giving himself some room. Dawson celebrates. Ayer just trying to nudge that away on the offside. I think he got a bottom edge into the stumps, but he just gave himself a little too much room. The ball came back in out of the rough. He really wasn't in a great position in the end. And Ayer's little cameo comes to an end, and he's probably walking off the field in a Lancashire shirt for the last time. Here we go, just watching that. He's thrown out the off stump. He just comes back a fraction. But his body weight, look at his body weight. It's going way to the leg side, even as he's playing the shot. He's just giving himself too much. He's giving himself too much room. He can't control that. He's not trying to hit it too hard, so he's trying to mitigate the shot, but he's so far away from that, and the body weight is just going in totally the opposite direction.
Yeah, and I think that could be his last appearance for Lancashire. I think he was signed for the one-day cup, and then 2 championship matches was what was announced. So he played last week at Surrey and this week against Hampshire. And that goes for 35 and becomes an 8th victim for Liam Dawson. So he's He's got a chance here, Dawson, of taking 10 in the match.
Just watching that replay again. Let's see the ball just bounced a little bit and came back at Aya. He's already committed to try and work that ball on the offside. But, he's just a little too far away from the ball. Well, bold Liam Dawson. As I say, he's a dangerous player. You wouldn't want him, you know, as an opposition, you wouldn't want him out there for too long. It doesn't matter what the match situation is. It's just that the matchups, you know, whoever's bowling against him, he's going to try and disrupt your rhythm, that's for sure. I think it's a shame if it is at the end of him, because you know, there is something there, definitely. You don't get 2 unbeaten half-centuries in the IPL eliminator in the final if you can't play. I know it's only 20 over cricket, and I mean, I guess he's not playing next week. I mean,
no, I don't know. He's not here for the quarter-final now. Not as far as I know.
Yeah. New batter is Tom Hartley, who's immediately off the mark, driving out on the offside, and he will pick up 2. That is the end of the over. I mean, I know the side that it looks like you're putting out down at Hove, but I think with him in your side as well.
What he couldn't play because he didn't play in the group stage.
Ah, so that's that.
But no, I think the deal was up until the end of this round of fixtures. But I understand what you mean. I mean, IPL winner, you'd want that in your T20 side, wouldn't you?
But he's the sort of player, isn't he, that he only needs to come in for 2 overs.
Yeah.
And you know, in T20 cricket, you know, 2 overs can change a game at the back end, whether you're chasing. You know, I mean, if he walked to the crease and you were chasing 30 off the last 2, you wouldn't rule it out.
You wouldn't. That's a fair
you
point.
You say, well, I think this bloke could do this.
Yeah.
Or, admittedly, if you're batting first, you get that little bit of an injection, which might make the difference.
Yeah, but the competition rules, aren't they, with the overseas players? You have to, as an overseas player, you have to play the group match to play in the knockout stages. Okay, I'm going to see a bat actually. So we're going to see a little, maybe that too concerned about the second new ball and that second wicket gone, especially with the dangerous Aya back in the dressing room. So Abbas has come in replacing Abbott. So maybe a little burst from Abbott, and now maybe a little burst from Abbas, and then, if needed, just to hold them back for us for the second ball. Got bad figures, has he? 10 overs, 2 for 5. Here he comes into Balderson. That just goes through just about to Ben Brown. Mentioned quite a few times about the lack of pace really on the pitch, and a lot of edges drop short. We've seen a couple of slip fielders who've been under the helmet close in because of that, and especially when the ball's 66 overs old, that barely gets through to Ben Brown. 133 for 7. Still 56 runs behind. Abbas in left by Balderson through to Brown. And there is no run. Knots have been bowled out for 405. Is the Nottinghamshire first innings total. So it's a lead of 120 runs for Surrey. To Bazball it, aren't they? There's a day left at Trent Bridge, but see how far Surrey can get in front of Nottinghamshire. Edged, taken, great catch, flashed away off the bat of Balderson, and Prest for the second time in this match has taken an absolute stunner, really. That's a brilliant catch. That has flown to Tom Prest, and he's mobbed by his teammates. And Abbas gets the 3rd wicket. And Lancashire are 8 down, and Hampshire on the brink of victory at Emirates Old Trafford. But that is an absolute worlder of a catch.
Cool. They either stick or they don't. That's gone quick, isn't it? My word. Look at him. Yes, I've got it.
It was, wasn't it? He did well just to not fall backwards and hold, just to remain upright. Great balance by Press, because that was absolutely flying, wasn't it? I mean, it's kind of like you're in danger of losing a couple of teeth if that if you don't get that right. That's a brilliant catch.
I mentioned this afternoon, didn't I, earlier, just before tea, that when he got his brilliant 100, his top first-class score last week, and I interviewed him, and I was just waiting to ask the question about, you know, well, what do you feel, you know? You haven't played that many first-class games, and there you are with a big 100 and your highest first-class score, and the first thing he talked to me about was the drop catch at slip. And he has dropped a couple.
Maybe that's the reason for the reaction.
But I think that's, I think part of that reason is that. They're all saying, yes, you can catch. You can catch in that area. And they do a lot of slip catching practice. Adi Birrell, the head coach, is a big one for them. You know, he says they drop far too many catches in the slips, and he's right. Over the last 2 years, they've dropped loads. They've caught some good ones, but they really have dropped far, you know, as a percentage, they've dropped far too many. So he's done a lot of work, like one or two of the others that field regularly in the slips, with his catching. So that, you know, there's a lot of that celebration was a lot to do with, you know, all that as well, the background leading up to that.
Great catch by Prest. There's been some fine catches by Hampshire. We mentioned this afternoon, I can't really recall anything they put down. They've taken some absolute blinders. Toby Albert at kind of wide slip, almost a gully position off Balderson in the first innings was a stunner. There's a pass to Bailey. It's pushed out into the offside and there's no run.
I was saying earlier about it being overcast on the south coast and you know, not as good a weather as up here. Dave Allen is obviously still listening in some capacity. He sent a photo just back from St Helens on the seafront at Southsea. Portsmouth going well, but as Scott said, it's dark and gloomy and windy on the south coast. And he sent a picture there. Look, there's the scouts.
It's the middle of winter.
Isn't it? That must be from somewhere up north, can't be down south.
What, 33 for 8. Abbas for Hampshire. Bailey edges. Oh, that's gone through the fingers this time of Prest and down towards the boundary for 4. Just as I mentioned that they've pretty much caught everything. That flashes through the fingers of Prest and down towards the boundary. Bailey gets 4 and Lancashire move to 137 for 8.
Well, Bailey's not on his side for his batting, but he's in absolutely no position to be playing that. No movement of the feet and just a little waft away from his body. He's got lucky there. I suppose it was a bit too much to expect Tom Prest to catch 2 catches. Here we go with a replay. So wide. It's fairly high, wasn't it? It was going quick.
Final ball of the over. Abbas to Bailey. That's angled away off his front pad down towards the fine leg boundary for a single. He moves on to 5 and he keeps the strike as well. End of the over. Lancashire still behind, 51 runs behind at 138 for 8.
Another one of our listeners down south mentioning the weather. Obviously, you touched a nerve there, Scott. Joe, saloncricket@gmail.com says, hi, Kevin Scott. There is definitely an air of autumn here in the south today. I'm not sure I do want to go back tonight. So if Hampshire do manage to wrap up this match today, you might need the extra jumper to travel home. Not the usual way of things. You're both bringing a little sunshine to my gardening here under the grey, dull skies. Dear, not painting a very good picture back there, back home. Definitely in the right part of the country.
Hampshire boys might hit the town tonight, get into Manchester.
I think they will. They'll stay up tonight, I think. I'd be surprised if they go home tonight. It's assuming this game finishes, of course. Dawson's round the wicket. Out forward is Tom Hartley. Still a bit to do.
Yeah, 2 wickets to get.
It's still essentially a good wicket, you know, despite the score. Hampshire have had to whittle away. I mean, they bowled over 67 overs. It hasn't been a walk in the park, as that's pushed back to the bowler. 1 or 2 batters have made it so, but 1 or 2 have stuck around for a while.
Yeah, Wells was the big one, really, wasn't it?
Yep. Silly mid-off and a slip for Dawson. Bowls to Hartley, and Hartley's forward again, smothering that one. Is he going to run out of patience like he did in the first innings and loft one up?
Bailey.
Oh, it's Bailey, sorry, apologies. Hartley's at the non-striker's end. Dawson again from that pavilion end. Flighted, and Bailey's not having any of that. Just pushes out on the onside. So we still have 24.5 overs left in the day. That's not far off a full session in terms of the number of overs. So there's still a lot of cricket left, but Lancashire are getting closer, 51 behind. I mean, even if they did get a lead, you'd think it's not going to seriously trouble Hampshire.
No, it might have been the approach from Venkatesh, isn't it? If it comes off and...
Yeah. They certainly would have got a lead if he'd have kept going.
Yeah.
Let's push back to... They would have got a lead tonight if he'd have kept going, that's for sure. Another defensive shot there, 35 from 27 balls. Oh, yeah. But he's gone. We're back to the sedate game. Flighted and driven by Bailey up to mid-on. End of the over. Dawson's bowled 25 overs, 3 for 51. 138 for 8. Lancashire trail by 51.
Worcestershire still going 302 for 8 in their second innings. And the lead is 165 for Worcestershire with 2 wickets remaining. Pretty good effort by the Worcester boys at Essex this week.
Yep.
Surrey 7 without loss in their second innings. So they've got to try and get on with it a bit here, haven't they? It looks a pretty flat pitch from here, just looking at the scores. And they've obviously got a session today and 3 sessions tomorrow. They're 113 front. But for bad lighting, Taunton is creeping up.
Oh, mate.
Here's a Bass into Hartley, falling defence, and there's no run. So Somerset 263 for 5. So they lead by 419. They're off a bad light. Somerset might be thinking if they get back out there tonight, might be kind of declaration time potentially. 419 in front of Durham.
I think you're right. I think that is the weather sort of coming up a bit, isn't it, really? There was it a wind warning or an amber wind warning or amber something warning?
There was definitely. I think it may be for
thunderstorm.
Yeah. That's tomorrow, isn't it? But it did include Manchester.
Yeah, just didn't it?
Just about, yeah, just on the edge of it, yeah. Big yellow blob on the weather map. Cracked away for 4 by Tom Hartley. He moves on to 6, 142 for 8.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Sort of area where George Balderson got an edge. Hartley nicely over that one. I don't think Hampshire will mind that too much, though. Sure, they'll feed that once or twice. But a good shot nevertheless.
Deficit 47. There's a Bass. I don't think he enjoyed that. 4 off his bowling. Goes again, Hartley. Same outcome. Solitary pigeon in the firing line. And went away for 4 more. Hartley moves on to 10. And Lancashire now 146 for 8.
Bass is just asking that ball to do a little too much. It's not doing enough. He's inviting the shot, hoping the ball will just straighten a fraction more, but Hartley is more than equal to it. 2 really good shots. .43 deficit now.
Here comes a Bass to Hartley. Flicks that away off his pads. It comes back in towards him, clipped out towards mid-wicket, no run.
I think the first boundary's off a Bass. I think they might be.
I think they were.
I mean, he had 3 for 10, didn't he, before that?
This spell, I think. But when he came back to start this spell, yeah, I think he, yeah.
To his 12th over.
In balls. Big yahoo from Tom Hartley.
Wow. What is that all about?
He's aiming to try and launch it over the top of this building, I think. And actually, it's quite cute that by Ben Brown, wasn't it? I think he just kind of rolled the ball towards the stumps, in case Hartley had strayed. Oh.
If he got an edge to that, that would They looked horrible, I have to say. Horrible.
Final ball of the over, Abbas to Hartley. It's a good stop by Ben Brown. Speed away down the leg side by Abbas, and Brown as well. Good diving stop in the right glove of Hampshire's wicket-keeper. End of the over. Well, an eventful one, couple of boundaries. A big swing and a miss. Hartley's still going, he's on 10. Tom Bailey's on 5, and Lancashire are 146 for 8.
Well, it looks like Hartley's going to play positively. Again, I mean, that's not a bad thing, really, in this situation. I mean, what are you going to do? Just hang around and still be behind at the close, even if you battle it out. But there's being aggressive and being a little silly. There's 2 shots early in the over, but perfect. Super shots they were. You'll get more opportunities like that. So it's Dawson to Bailey, who's on 5. Bailey prodding that back to the bowler. So 3 men round the bats. Silly mid-off, short leg. Slip in. .46 for 8 as Dawson comes in again round the wicket. Oh gosh, it's short, quicker. Outside the off stump. I think he might have got that slightly wrong. I think he's tried something there, Dawes. Pushes the field on the offside deep. I think he fancies bowling at Hartley. He thinks Hartley will have a go. I think he probably feels that Bailey won't. So he wants to try his luck against Hartley. Offers the single on the leg side, and it's taken by Bailey. He moves on to 6. Hartley was out to Dawson in the first innings, trying to hit him over the top. Miss hit.
It's a good catch, wasn't it, by Vincent? He got struggled a bit. He seemed to be limping a little bit when he took the catch. Actually, we've not seen him since.
I think a mixture of the re-pulled groin and probably a migraine which he had yesterday. And maybe he's got it again today. I don't know. I haven't spoken to anybody in the camp today. No, not since this morning, but I didn't ask that question, as that's pushed out on the onside by Hartley. Field scattered, deepish mid-on, deep cover, deep square leg. There are plenty of gaps though. Dawson, Hartley pushes that out square. Thought initially about a single, press runs around from slip. And there is no run. Field's coming in now. This might be the time that Hartley thinks I'll have a go, if he's going to. I don't think that Dawson doesn't know that. Dawson comes in and bowls. Hartley plays and misses outside the off stump. Dawson stands there, both hands on his hips. End of the over. 22 overs to do in the day. There are 10 overs to go until the second new ball is due. Lancashire 137 for 8. Quicker ball from Dawson there. Hartley beaten all ends up.
Yeah, 10 till that second new ball will should be turning to that. 10 overs until a second new ball. if it's needed.
Correct.
Here comes Abbas. Starts his latest over, Indian ball. Forward goes Bailey. And defends. Oh, he's lost his cap there, Felix Orban. The wind's quite strong and it's blowing towards him, and it just a little bit of gust under his kind of floppy sun hat. He's been in that white Hampshire hat all day, hasn't he? Not many in the white brimmed hat. It's Tom Press, isn't he? He's the one that's got. Oh, and there's Fuller.
Yeah.
It's 3.
I don't think Tom Press usually wears that.
Oh, right, okay.
He's normally got a cap.
There's Abbas in and bowls. Forward goes Bailey. Through it goes to the keeper. Speaking of hats. Oh, this is a bit of a makeshift hat.
Is that a tea towel?
It's a lens cloth, apparently. It's a camera lens cloth that's been adapted. Good effort, that is.
Nice colour.
Yeah. Who was that on the camera there? Lauren on the camera. In front of the hotel. So yeah, look, it's right in the sunshine. A bass balled in left by Bailey. And through it goes to Ben Brown. And again, there's no run.
Right side of the ground for the 10.
Yes, yes it is, yeah. That's the sun trap there, isn't it, on that side.
It's lovely.
People ask me, oh, what part of the ground should I sit up and come and get a ticket? Well, it depends if you want a bit of sunshine. Get yourself in front of the hotels if you want some sunshine all day.
Normally you would say, go south. But not today.
Where do I sit for some sunshine? At Lord's.
Yeah, for the south.
Is it a pass in the balls? Edged.
Oh.
Pressed. And did it get carry to pressed? It was low to his left. If it did carry, but difficult to tell.
Do you know what? I don't think there's a single person. Actually, just watch this edge again.
No,
short.
Edge bounced.
That's a good stop, actually, by Preston.
Yeah, it was actually, wasn't it? 'Cause it's gone quite low down.
I don't think there's a single person in the hotel, the grey part of the hotel.
There's nobody on the balcony, is there?
No, nobody. Where have they all gone?
A few people watching on the balcony of the Red Hotel. Bass in and balls left by Bailey. And through to the keeper. No run.
Incredible, isn't it? We've always had a few.
Yeah.
But nobody tonight. Has nobody checked in?
I don't know. Maybe everyone's just ventured out into Manchester for the...
Not one person.
Spin away to the left of that, and you can see quite a few on the other balcony of the other hotels. In fact, I'm sure there's a bloke sat there without a shirt on.
Oh no.
I'm not sure we need that.
No, we don't. We don't need that.
147 for 8. There's a little delay here. They're going to push fella out towards the deep square leg boundary. It's a deep square fine leg. 147 for 8. Here's a bass in over the wicket and balls down the leg side. And stopped by Brown. End of the over. It's a maiden that by a bass. So he's bowled 13 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 18. It's 147 for 8. 71 overs gone. Hartley's on 10. And Bailey is unbeaten on 6.
And that's a 3-over spell from him as well, from Abbas. So is he going to, like Abbott, just have 3 overs and be saved for the new ball? To wait and see.
We will. See how long Hartley and Bailey can keep going for here. So Dawson, he's got 3 in the second innings to go with his 5 in the first. Comes in and bowls to Hartley. Just slides away past the edge of the bat as he prods onto the front foot. And there's no run. And again Dawson. Oh, down the pitch comes Hartley. Force that one away. There's John Turner, who's just come up actually from the long off boundaries up towards the rope and comes in a little closer to mid off. There is a long on, there's the deep mid wicket as well. A couple of catches round the bat at slip and short leg. Back this time, just dabs the ball into the offside. Hartley. And there's no run. Actually, Turner's limbering up, so maybe as Kevin was suggesting, just a little short burst from Abbas, and maybe we'll see John Turner replacing him. Dawson to Hartley. And, goes forward and defends. Just a few. There we go. A little idea that maybe we're going to see Turner might just hold Abbas back just in case that second new ball is required. Dawson in. And again, Hartley in defence. There's no run. 1 4 7 for 8. Deficit 42. Dawson to Hartley. Oh, he's gone for it here. Well, that could have ricocheted almost anywhere. In the end, it misses the stumps. And it's a maiden over for Liam Dawson. And that is the end of the over. No, not going to see Turner just yet. You can see Mo Abbas peeling off his jumper. So he's going to have another go. He's both 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13 Abbas, and despite Turner just doing a few gentle stretches, it's going to be Abbas to continue for Hampshire. With Bailey and Hartley together in the middle. Drink required first, though. Needs to have a bit of a slurp before it's Brad Wheel, isn't it, coming out with the drinks for Mo Abbas.
Nice bright lime green, what are they called? High-vis jackets, aren't they? Yes.
That's like Lancashire's one-day strip from a few years ago, right?
Oh yes, with AO on it.
That was yeah.
Other electrical outlets available.
Yes. They have different colours to green.
Is it me?
It's
Abbas. All driving and missing is Tom Bailey. Start of the 73rd over of the Lancashire follow-on. 20 overs left in the day's play, or 1 ball less than that now, of course. 42 still behind. All right, Lancashire, a tough game for them. 1 session they've won in this game. Evening session on day 1.
Yeah.
I'm afraid Hampshire have won all of the other sessions fairly comfortably.
They have.
Here's Abbas, bowls and playing a missing. Pushing forward Bailey. Abbas still getting a little bit of shape, and it's only a little with this ball. That's down to his skill. His wrist positions behind the ball.
Tailor-made, isn't he, for a pitch like this? You look at him like cricket, where he's played his cricket.
I was going to say, when you think where he's grown up, you've got to make something do something. You can't just run up and bowl, seam up all day. You're wasting your time. You've got to make the ball do something, and of course this is where the skills come out. Pitches like this. And again, Abbas bowls. Forward is Bailey. Yes, that's what separates the good bowlers from the very good bowlers. Ones that can find something from nothing, really. He didn't take a wicket in the first innings, though, Abbas, but he has taken 3 in the second.
Yeah, he did 11 overs, 4 maidens for 24 in the first innings. Dawson, Turner and Abbott.
Turns and runs in again. To Tom Bailey, and Bailey drives. That's just angled in. Bailey played that nicely. But again, just a hint of movement into the right-hander from Abbas, which is a very good effort with this ball. These soft Kookaburra balls, that would have been soft for ages now, this ball. Soft for ages.
We've got another round of it, haven't we, next week?
Yeah, where are you guys again?
Durham.
Durham. And we're at Canterbury. Oh, softball at Canterbury. Dear. But better think up with some things to say. Oh dear. Right, all man going out deep. James Fuller. Is Abbas going to surprise Bailey with a short one? Is it a double bluff? 2 balls left of this over. Is your back hurting? While he's standing up. Scott Reed in the commentary box. Forward is Bailey out into the covers. Towering over me now is Scott Reed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Long time to sit down, isn't it?
It is a long time.
It's not healthy, I don't think.
I don't think you're going to get the camera on you to show you.
No, I'm moving out of the way.
He's moved out the camera shot, so it's too late now. I mean, they're not the most uncomfortable of chairs, but when you sit down in them for 6 hours a day, any chair, I guess, it's not ideal, is it? Here's a bass. Always playing a missing. Having a little forward prod, so it was a double bluff with the fielder going out deep. Once 47 for 8, 73 overs gone of the Lancashire follow-on.
Worcestershire still going, 303 for 8. But they're off a bad light now. Essex. Yeah, there's a lead there for Worcestershire of 165 runs over Essex. So actually, there's only this game, I think. He's playing at Trent Bridge. No, they're off a bad light at Trent Bridge. There's only this game playing in Division 1.
Is that right?
Yeah. Off a bad light at Taunton, at Chelmsford, and at Trent Bridge.
The weather's closing in, and yet there's not a cloud here at all, is there?
There isn't. No.
I can't see one.
No.
Incredible. We're in an oasis.
Oh, speaking of which, the tickets went on sale today.
Ah, yes, there was an article about some of the price.
Yeah, well, I think some are being sold on resale, aren't they, for quite a lot of money. Dawson into Hartley. And that's flicked away to the leg side. There's no run. Yeah.
Thousands?
Yeah, I mean, there's some going for £6,000 or something.
Are you applying?
No. It's Dawson to Hartley. Pushed away into the offside, no run. Yeah, the BBC News has gigs. Oasis gigs selling out as fans scramble for tickets. It's a fourth for Dawson. He gets one to sneak through Tom Hartley. He's on the brink potentially here, Dawson, of getting 10 wickets in the match. It's been his match with that wonderful century. And Dawson into Hartley. It's a lovely ball, just nips back in, beats him on the inside edge into the stumps. And Liam Dawson, who really has been the pick of the Hampshire players. There have been some fine performances from Hampshire this week. And Dawson right up there amongst them. 147 for 9. And Tom Aspinwall comes out as the last batter.
Through the gate. Nice little gap. Here you are, Liam. Get through that. And Liam Dawson found that gate.
He did, yeah.
Just about a ball's width as well between the bat and pad. Tom Aspinwall walking out as the last man, and he had a little bat this morning. It was only a little one before he was LBW to Liam Dawson.
Yes, and well, I suppose if it's going to get wrapped up soon, it's probably right that Dawson does it. Gets 5 in the first innings and 5 in the second, because he really has been the difference. That century in the first innings, the way that he manipulated the strike, the way that he toyed really with Lancashire at times, and just sucked out all the life really of what looked like being a relatively even game after the first innings, was emphatically pushing Hampshire's direction because of Dawson with the bat, and now Dawson in both innings with the ball. He got Tom Aspinwall LBW for naught yesterday. Liam Dawson. And he's got Aspinwall on strike here as well. 147 for 9. He's got a bit of company around the bat, couple of slips, a short leg and a silly point. And here comes Liam Dawson for Hampshire. In and balls to Aspinwall, who leaves that first delivery.
Ben Brown's having a smile at that one. The one that comes in with the arm a bit.
Dawson. There's a couple of balls left of the over. In and balls again. Aspinwall gets forward and defends. Ball deflects away to the leg side. And there is No run. One ball remaining of Liam Dawson's 28th over, 4 for 52. Dawson in, Aspinwall forward in defence. Wicket maiden for Liam Dawson. Lancashire 147 for 9, still 42 behind.
Well, 3 wickets since tea now. There was 4 between lunch and tea, and at the back end of the first innings and the start of the second, 4 wickets before lunch, and Lancashire. I mean, this is going to finish tonight now. I mean, I can't see. I mean, even if they bat the 18 overs that are remaining today, which will include the second new ball, we'll be doing an extra bit of time as well. So it's a lot to ask these guys to bat that length when the top order batters haven't lasted that long. So we're finishing tonight, that's for sure. I can't see any other way. And I can't believe this game will finish in 3 days. I know a lot of people here will say, well, Lancashire were poor and this and that, but the wicket didn't suggest you're going to take 20 wickets inside 3 days.
No, I agree. Lancashire have offered some assistance in that, but take nothing away from Hampshire, who have been outstanding, and they've bossed the whole game, haven't they? Aside from that little session on the first day when Lancashire took some wickets and fought back, there's only been really one side in it.
Here's John Turner then to try his luck at picking up the last wicket, and that's outside of the off stump to Bailey. So was that a 3 or a 4 over spell for Abbas? It was 4 overs, wasn't it, in the end? Because he picked up the wicket.
Yeah.
So I think Hampshire will be hoping that the second new ball's not needed here, so they brought Turner into the attack. But even if they don't and the second new ball's taken, he'll have a bit of a break anyway. 3 overs will take us up to 80 from him. So I don't think there's anything too much to worry about there. They'll have an extra day's rest anyway. That's pulled away in the air, wide of mid-on. Just plugs in the outfield, it'll be a single. Just wide of Liam Dawson. Dawson again. Is there anybody else on the pitch other than Dawson? Dawson in the field, Dawson bowling, Dawson batting. It's all about Dawson.
It is. It's been. I say, forget Dawson's Creek. It's Dawson's game.
Just to repeat, he's playing his 200th. And when people ask him about his 200th first-class game, he'll have lots of stories to tell. They'll tell him to shut up. You'll see, yeah, but I did this with the ball and I did that with the bat. Outside the off stump and left hand. So they said nobody has a game like that. Nobody does that much in a game. I said, yeah, really. 148 for 9 then. Aspinwall on strike. On a pair here. Young Aspinwall. It doesn't matter though. He's number 11. It doesn't matter. You get pairs at number 11. Here comes. It's gone for the full delivery there. Whipped away nicely, actually. To mid-wicket, but no run. Turner is into his 9th over here.
In terms of Hampshire and what this does for their aspirations to try and see if they can catch Surrey, there's no guarantees of a Surrey victory at Trent Bridge tomorrow.
So the bowls in behind that nicely, Aspinwall. What are they? 43 points behind currently on the live table. Is that right?
I've not got a live table. Have you?
Yeah, that would. I think that's. Okay. I think that's pretty up to date.
Right.
So a win here, because obviously Essex are still playing, Somerset are still playing above them, Surrey still playing. So this game finishes tonight. Obviously they'll go above Essex. 41.50. They'll go above Somerset actually briefly. It's turned away on the onside, pleasantly off. So they will actually go up to second, for a brief amount of time, which is, you know, again is a good effort, but it's still way behind Surrey. But I mean, that they have picked up. There is no doubt about it. We said earlier it was a very slow start for them, and going up to the Essex game last week, which was completely ruined by the weather. 5 sessions lost. 2 good sides. You're not going to.
Yeah.
Not on the decent pitch, which it was. So it was just 400 play 400 basically. That was it. But up until then, they'd won 3 out of 4. and they had Warwickshire 9 down as well, so it could have quite easily been 4 out of 4 going into that game. So then you're looking at 4 wins and a draw going into this. As it was, it's 3 wins and 2 draws going into this. It's still a pretty good turnaround.
There's Dawson to Bailey, stabbed away into the offside, no run.
You know, it's top of the table form, but unfortunately they started the season very slowly.
Yep.
And Surrey are just, sorry.
Just, yeah. I mean, they've won 7 of their 10 matches, sir.
Incredible.
Again, just dabbed away by, excuse me, Bailey for no run.
Drink of water?
Yeah, I think so.
Heard all of that.
Sorry. 148 for 9. It's a strong whiskey is what it is, really. Dawson to Bailey. Yeah, and that's pushed away to the offside, no run. But yeah, I mean, Surrey with 7 wins, there's nobody coming anywhere near it. Essex have got 4 as the nearest. This would be a 4th win if and when Hampshire going to do it.
You know, Surrey deserved to be there. I still think the year that we both came close and Warwickshire won it, they did. I'm not sure they deserved it that year.
Back Bailey pushed away to the offside, no run.
Was that 2 years ago, 3 years ago? They weren't the best side in the championship. I mean, it happens every now and then.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
But I mean, Surrey are the best side.
Yes, they are.
I don't think anybody can argue with that.
Yeah, and this is, they're going for a 3rd on the spin, aren't they? 3rd title on the spin. Dawson to Bailey. Muted appeals from Dawson. A couple of the close catches in and around Bailey as he gets onto that front foot. Dawson again, final ball of the over. Bailey comes down the pitch. Scooped away into the offside. And there's no run, so it completes the over. 148 for 9. And Bailey's on 7. And Tom Aspinwall is on 0.
Nobody's moving. On the live picture feed. Statues, play statues.
It was a still picture.
It was.
To capture the moment.
Nice scene.
Yes, apart from the score, from a Lancashire point of view, it was a lovely looking scene. Yeah.
Well, I think they managed to get the scoreboard out of that scene.
Oh, they've done well.
Yeah, they've done well. The opposite way.
They've done well.
Oh no, actually no, the scoreboard would have been on the right hand side. If you'd eagle eyes. That's pushed up to mid-on. Start of a new over from Bailey. From Turner to Bailey. Turner to Aspinwall even. Concentrate, Kev. I've switched off now.
Wow, yes, is it? You're thinking of the M6, aren't you?
I'm thinking of the drive back, which if it was as good as the drive up, I will actually get home tomorrow. Oh, how I love that M6 between Birmingham and Manchester. Here's Turner again. Score some close fielders in on that leg side. There's 3 of them, all pretty close together and just a few yards away from Mr. Aspinwall. I remember I did a game up at Sale, Thunder against the Vipers, about 2 or 3 years ago. That was the game where the test match, I think, was either finished early or it rained. No, it wasn't rain because we played at Sale. Finished very early, didn't it? And lots of people got on the tram down to Sale. And everybody, it was a Friday, actually, I think. And everybody at Sale says, oh, God, it would be a nightmare trip back. That's nicely flicked away down to fine leg. Aspinwall off the mark. Might be a pair for him in this game. 150 up. No, 149 for 9 to score. And they said, oh, it'd be a nightmare. Don't expect to get back. And actually, I sailed down. Absolutely sailed back on a Friday evening down the M6.
So that's unheard of.
Yeah, they said, because apparently there's a road that runs pretty much parallel down, and they said, no, take this dual carriageway. Do that. Don't go on the M6.
Okay, right.
And for some reason, I did do on the M6, and I did everything that people there said don't.
And it worked a treat.
And it was fine. It was absolutely fine. That's pushed out on the offside by Bailey for a single. It moves on to 8, and that's the 150 up. Still enthusiastic applause from those that are here in the crowd. 150 for 9, and Lancashire trail by 39. 460 balls in total and 313 minutes for that 150. It has been slow going but it's all been about Lancashire showing some fight. So the run rate has never been that quick, apart from when I was out there for a little while. Here comes Turner. That's pushed to short mid-wicket by Aspinwall. Focusing on Dawson. 9 wickets in the match, 100 in the match.
Well, I said to you earlier on when I spoke to Keaton Jennings last night, he was kind of highlighted Dawson as being an example as to what it takes to succeed and compete.
For a spinner to take 9 wickets on this pitch. Oh, it's turned away just to the right of Fletcher Middleton at short leg. Single to Aspinwall, moves on to 2, 151 for 9. I say any spinner that can take 9 wickets in a match on this particular pitch. Top draw, absolutely top draw.
Couple that with a century in the first innings. It's pretty good match for Liam Dawson. Not a great deal in there to give Lancashire much cheer. A bit of Wells and Flintoff, Wells and Bell trying to hang around a bit, but it's the bowlers that have dominated today. And Dawson has another chance here to try and wrap it up and finish with 5 for. There he comes from the Jimmy Anderson end. And balls reverse sweep attempted by Aspinwall, and barely alerted to the possibility, to the option of getting through. Leg by call by the umpire. So Aspinwall remains on 2. And Lancashire to 152 for 9, so that gets Bailey back on strike. Dawson to Bailey. Defends. Drops it back down the pitch and gathered by Dawson off his own bowling. And there's no run. In once more bowling. Bailey goes for a big hit. It's in the air. Should be caught, and this should be it, and it is. Abbott takes the catch, and Liam Dawson, fitting really that he's the man to pick up the final wicket to win the match for Hampshire, because he's had an outstanding game. A century in the first innings and 10 wickets in the match for Liam Dawson. He's been brilliant, as indeed have Hampshire. They have outplayed Lancashire, and they complete an innings victory here at Emirates Old Trafford. Thanks in no small part to the magnificent work of Liam Dawson.
Well, I have to say I didn't expect a result here inside 3 days. It's been a comfortable victory. Hampshire have been relentless. Not just Liam Dawson, but all the bowlers have been relentless on a pitch which never really offered them too much. But they toiled away, they played on Lancashire's insecurities at times, and they've been rewarded. That is a terrific all-round performance. Yes, the evening session on day 1 wasn't particularly good. They lost 5 wickets for 58 with that second new ball. They were all really disappointed when they came down the steps, but since then they've turned the situation around and they have absolutely dominated the rest of this game, including the first 2 sessions on day 1. Terrific bowling. Dawson will take all the headlines, but there's been some terrific bowling from the seam bowlers. They've had to keep toiling away. And that is a really, really good victory. I don't think there'll be anybody in the Hampshire camp that will say anything otherwise. Sometimes you look at areas and say, well, we should have been better here, should have been better there. But when you look at the game as a whole, that is an absolutely terrific performance. And unfortunately for Lancashire, there'll be a bit more soul-searching after that. Interesting stat about this innings victory, isn't there?
Yes. Doesn't make pleasant listening, I'm afraid, but it's Lancashire's 3rd innings defeat of the season. It's their 2nd successive innings defeat, and that's the first time that Lancashire have lost consecutive county championship games by an innings since 1907. But yeah, outstanding performance by Hampshire.
Yeah, So yeah, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, only this is it the first time Hampshire have beaten Lancashire by an innings? Did you say?
It's the third time.
Third time, sorry.
That they've beaten Lancashire by an innings. It's happened previously in 1922 at Dean Court in Bournemouth.
That's right. Yes,
it happened in 1975 in Southport, and it's also happened obviously today. So a third time, only a third time that Hampshire have beaten Lancashire by an innings. The first time since 1973, and it's the first time since 1907 that Lancashire have lost consecutive games in county championship cricket by an innings. But that's been an outstanding performance.
Unbelievable. And actually the first time Hampshire have beaten Lancashire here since 92.
Since you played here, mate.
Since I was here, Steve. Yeah.
Since you got your 98.
There we go. But that's not that's for another time to talk about. But listen, thank you. Really enjoyed it, Scott. And I know it's easy for me to say because I've been, my team's been on the winning side. But generally, obviously, over the 3 days, thoroughly enjoyed working alongside you as always, mate.
That's how it looks. The Lancashire batting card in the second innings. Wells 51, a 21 for Bell, 35 for Ayer, and a 10 for Hartley. The figures, the only batters reaching double figures. The bowling figures and the bowling card for Hampshire. The star of the show was Liam Dawson. He's finished with 5 for 52 in the second innings to go with 5 for 47 in the first innings. And that's how it all shapes up here. Hampshire 389 thanks to Dawson's 104, and we must mention, it's easy to forget that century by Fletcher Middleton as well on the first day. Lancashire 200 all out and then 152 all out, and Hampshire winning this game by an innings and 37 runs. As Matt gets his pictures ready for the next for the next game here at Emirates Old Trafford. You are off to Canterbury next, is that right?
Yes, next Sunday I think it is it?
Monday,
sound about right? Monday.
I think it's Monday.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll be travelling down to Sussex for the game against Sussex, would you believe, on Wednesday in the T20 quarter-final. Your next live cricket on Lancs TV will be tomorrow, and that's a 10:30 start from Southport for the Lancashire Thunder game. So a bit of cricket for you tomorrow afternoon. Lancashire Thunder in action on Lancs TV. On the BBC Sport website and app, I'll be at home on Wednesday for Lancashire T20 quarter-final. Kevin, thank you very much. Enjoyable week. Thanks to Paul, Alec, and to Callum Flynn, who have also been with us across the last couple of days as well, and to everybody involved in the production here on Lancs TV and the BBC Sport website and app. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.